welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! This one. And that... What an insane moment.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. It's so good to finally say those words once again. After an MSI break, we're back in action for the second split of the BSC. I am Kenny, joined with me, none other than Teddy. Teddy, it's been way too long since I've been on the mic up here with you. How are you doing, and are you ready for today's competition?
Man, it's only been 2 months, but it feels like forever since our last monthly finals. I'm thrilled to be here again, and first time casting SESA ANZ for me as well, so particularly excited about this one.
Well, it's great to be with you and have you for your first time with SESA and ANZ. And in case you've missed past broadcasts, maybe this is your first one here, here's a quick rundown of the format we're going to be rolling with. It's going to be Power Match format. This is going to be the same thing as Power League, your club league matches, some of the things you do at home, but at a professional level. And of course, still our top 8 single elimination bracket. It's going to be a best of 3 for the quarterfinals and a best of 5 for the semifinals and the finals. Teddy, we've got an exciting bracket here today. Things have really shaped up differently for the second half of the SESA and ANZ region. Is there anything in particular for matches that you're looking out for today?
Well, you know, there's a team that we had a chance to see at MSI, not quite with their full roster, but still Free Win Agents back with their original roster. Excited to see them in action again. They've been the titans of this region so far, but teams like Team Wood, not that far behind either on the leaderboards. We'll get to that a little bit, but this is their big chance to, you know, catch up, and I think their match against Serenity, an all fresh team, is going to be an exciting one too.
Well, we're going to be placing our predictions in just a moment here. However, if you want to have some fun at home, don't let it just be for the pro players. Go to event.brawlstars.com and try and earn yourself the second half split new exclusive pins. It's going to be the Bat Squad this time round. Feel free to play along at home, answer some questions, make your predictions, and join in along with us. And Teddy, speaking of predictions, what are you thinking for today? Are there any particular teams that you're looking out for to take this one?
I mean, you know, we've had 3 monthly finals in the region, and all 3 went the way of Free Win Agents. So I feel like I would be a fool to not expect yet another Free Win Agents win. But, you know, things are setting up nicely for some other teams to, you know, grind up the leaderboards. And I think that, you know, there's always going to be a moment where Titans fall, and hopefully today we get to see some of that too.
Yeah, and I think Free Win Agents doing so well. How did you feel like they did during the MSI? Obviously had a little bit of some unfortunate circumstances come their way, but they still were showing up to MSI. They played one of the best teams that performed that day. What was it in person? How did you feel about them?
Yeah, I think they were a little bit underwhelming, but as you said, you know, the circumstances weren't perfect for the team as they couldn't quite play with their main roster. So I'm expecting to see them back to their original form as we're going back to their original full roster, which I'm just thrilled to see back in action again.
Yeah, I think this is the most comfortable that we've seen them all year. Of course, they've won 3 straight monthly finals. Should be some heavy favorites here today, but it is the second half of the year. And with our leaderboard, things could shape up very differently. Remember, with double points, if you win any given month, that's 200 points for your team. Even though Free Agent Team Wood, for example, now the second place team after Free Win Upper Moon are now out of the picture, they are a very strikeable distance away. Just a couple good months could really be all it takes. Teddy, are there any teams up here that really strike your eye for maybe knocking Free Win Agents off their pedestal?
Well, you know, the second and third seed of Team Wood and RKN are going to be the closest teams to Free Win Agents. It's still almost a 200-point lead for Free Win Agents, so they're comfortable on the leaderboards. But, you know, a monthly final where Free Win Agents don't qualify or go out once or twice early in the rest of the season, that could open up for some nice opportunities for Team Wood or RKN to catch up.
Yeah, and just given the format that we now have, it's really important to play a strong second half of the year if you want to show up to World Finals. And now we're going to be hopping into match number 1 here very shortly. It's going to be a free agent Team Wood versus Serenity. And things are a little bit different for the Serenity roster. Teddy, can you break down a little bit these two teams for us?
Yeah, Team Wood, they are the 2nd seed right now in the region. They've been looking pretty good all year, only really struggling against, obviously, free win agents. But on the side of Serenity, it's quite a bit of freshness. It's a new roster, some first monthly final appearances for some of their players as well. So really excited to see how they are going to do. But, you know, Team Wood should be coming in here as a favorite just due to the last 3 monthly finals. They were just looking pretty good overall, and I think they'll be a favorite for this match.
I think for my personal predictions too, I would be rolling with free agent Team Wood. Of course, now being the 2nd seed, but also even with strong past performances with their previous players, they now add CZK, who formerly played for free agent Upper Moon, which of course is disbanded. All those players have made their ways to different teams. And with the disbanding of that, they've now found themselves in a really good spot, and no better time than double points to do that. And also Serenity, I mean, it's the same organization, different roster than we've seen from them in the past. They're clearly very engaged at trying to take over this region and do a good job. A lot of freshness with them, but they have played in some monthly finals in the past. I definitely don't think these guys can be slept on, but I'm personally favoring free agent Team Wood as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point you're bringing up as well, actually, regarding FA Upper Moon disbanding. You guys will see throughout the day some of their players scattered across multiple teams, but they were 2nd seed. So that's a big opening as well, as, you know, now they're gone. They were 2nd on the leaderboards. So even less competition for free win Asians, but again, you know, with double points, that's the opportunity starting today for teams to close the gap and start catching up.
For sure, and I feel like I would be ashamed if we didn't mention this too, but we've had some recent balance changes in Brawl Stars too. What are some brawlers that you're looking out for this first map, especially on something like Chill Space? Are there any brawlers that got reworked, balance changes, nerfed, buffed? Who do you expect to see here in this ban or pick phase?
Are there any brawlers that got reworked and remodeled in the last balance changes? Yeah, Penny is a threat nowadays. And on maps like Chill Space, where she was already, if not viable, at least a brawler that was an option, now you'll see it already on the top left. It's a ban. Removed by Team Wood alongside Squeak and Janet on the side of Serenity. Janet, Squeak as well, but also Bonnie. So we have 2 double bans in Squeak and Janet, 2 very competitive brawlers here as well. First pick, Ruffs on the side of Serenity, and FA Team Wood joining in with an Eve, which I really like still. It did get nerfed. It's not as good as it used to be, but it still does pretty well. And talking about balance changes, Carl had a bit of a buff himself to the speed at which his axe travels through the air. So it's a little bit easier to hit your shots, and with the distance, you know, having a little bit more of a reach from a couple months ago. He's in a good place at the moment, and I saw him already a little bit in third-party events. It's nice to see him show up in the BSC.
Yeah, I know Europe has had a few of them, at least over the past couple days, to kind of give us a feel for what these brawlers are going to do. Really interesting to see still Colonel Ruffs getting a first picked overall. I still think his utility is great. Obviously, he got a sandbags nerf. They don't have as much HP. And like you mentioned, Carl getting in the mix too is somebody I'm going to be looking out for today. Still kind of looking to make a verdict on whether I think he's going to be in a really strong spot or just a slight improvement. Maybe not necessarily somebody I'm going to be looking for in that ban phase. And you can tell times past too. I mean, 2 months ago, there is no shot you would have seen Eve be a pick 2. I'm also with you, really liking this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, we'll have an Ashe as a final pick on the side of Serenity. That is a strong brawler that can be very independent on the map, create a lot of space just by himself. Obviously, you know, we know him very much for the pairing with brawlers like Byron, but just on its own, it has a lot of survivability, and I really like that final pick. It's going to be bringing in some extra pressure and action into this set, as you know, it's gonna be a viable option to shut down the Carl. If he's spinning around trying to get aggressive, the Ashe is gonna be there to take care of him, and we'll see the Lola to try to address that. An interesting final pick here. Doesn't necessarily do the best against Ashe, but Lola overall is in a pretty good place. Has, you know, a fair bit of HP, a whole ton of damage. It does really well, and it can absolutely beam down players.
Well, we'll see how these comps fin out here. We've got Eve, Lola, and Carl, of course, going to be on the bottom of your screen here. That's going to be free agent Team Wood. This is going to be us kicking off game number 1. To start things off, Eve going to be taking to the mid. And a first appearance with Team Wood, that's going to be CZK showing up. Of course, having a lot of previous success here. I expect good things from him here today. Captain immediately moving down this left-hand side, getting very aggressive as Ashe, striking Raziel and CZK. And the Colonel Ruffs not running the sandbags, actually going to be Rocket Rain, going to be continuing to push back this team. A nice takedown in the J there, too. And a pretty solid start here in terms of takedowns for both sides. Serenity and free agent Team Wood going to be competing for these mid-gyms.
Yeah, the sandbag's not going to be doing all that much against the Carl. Seems like X9J is going to stop moving for a little bit, but just in time to get the damage gear that nearly gets a takedown onto Ayush on the right-hand side. Gem-wise, it's a little bit of a lead for Serenity still, but as the map opens up, I feel like, if anything, it's going to help the Eve in the mid. And X9J still having some struggles here and there. Is going to go down to Bow Mine. But Pratik is low HP, Raziel not able to quite commit fully in that engagement just yet, trying to take down those mines slowly but surely.
Yeah, and you can see Captain glued to this left-hand lane. I think that goes along with what you're saying. It's really going to favor Eve, who's a sharp shooter, to have this map open up a little more. 8 gyms on the side is Serenity, but now a little more contention of the mid for Team Wood. CZK trying to step forward, but Captain just doing a good job of staying passive-aggressive. It can be really tempting to just charge forward with Ashe, but he's trying to pick his spots more carefully. The spawner's going to help out there and try and pinch Captain. Still managing to stay alive, though. And Ayush still continuing to own this right-hand lane. Typically, Colonel Ruffs doesn't fare too well into Carl do the sandbags, but they elected to switch up the gadgets. I think this was a good play. 11 gyms now for Serenity, and the countdown trickling down.
Yeah, this is a strong one as well for Serenity. No way for FA Team Wood to interrupt it. And already game 1, taking a surprising turn of events, as it is going to be Serenity to pick up game number 1. All right, well, I mean, you know, so far, I do have to say, I feel like that first game was a little bit underwhelming on the side of Team Wood, as they were just not really showing up too much on the lanes. Obviously, Ashe is going to have a pretty dominant matchup, which is kind of why I was questioning the Lola pick in the first place. But I feel like Jay just needs to, you know, win his lane, and that is going to relieve some of the pressure, as he's had a really tough previous game.
And a better start for Team Wood. They're going to take down Ashe immediately. CZK is going to be able to step up on the left-hand side. Bo backing away as Ashe respawns. And I agree with you. I think Lola's a very solid brawler, but they don't necessarily have a way to directly counter Ashe. I think that's something that could have helped them out a ton. However, free agent Team Wood, now with 4 gyms to their name. Jay quickly hustling back into action. Now just trying to establish some more control of the mid. Nice connection onto Bo. Now Yush going to be fighting Jay, as Jay ends up winning this interaction.
Yeah, just look at the time that the bow mines are going to buy for Serenity. A nice pickup from Jay, and he's exactly, you know, doing what I mentioned earlier. He was struggling in game 1. This time around, he's dominant on his lane, winning his matchup, being able to help down in the mid as well, and that creates just about enough space for FA Team Wood to start a countdown, and it's going to be a tough one to interrupt as well, as Raziel still has plenty of gadgets to jump out of the action if need be, if anyone gets too close, but he's not even going to need to use them, as Captain is not going to be able to close the gap, and that's going to be FA Team Wood tying things up here in this opening set.
Yeah, much better job for Jay and his teammates. This is much more of the free agent Team Wood team I expected to see here. And I think that one was very convincing too. It's incredible how it's the same brawlers for 2 to 3 games. However, each team adjusts differently, and what a different turnout it was. Not the same thing. And I think a big part of that was dealing with their lanes more appropriately. CZK did a much better job along with Raziel of pinching Captain there. However, this time around, Captain going to be pushing forward once again. CZK once again winning this lane, and now he's going to be trying to step forward. Pratik trying to keep them at bay. However, Raziel still going to continue to step forward. Remember, they do have that gadget where Eve can jump away, and that's going to be another good reason why she's a great mid-gym carrier. Anytime she's in harm's way, she can just dash out of the situation. Now a different approach coming in for Serenity. They're going to try Captain on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I find it very interesting that Razel is rocking the second star power on the Eve, which it got nerfed pretty heavily in this update, not spawning at the end of every shot, but every 5 seconds. And if you miss your shot, you lose your chance on that spawning hatchling. So it's definitely a very sizable nerf, and already in a lot of regions like the EMEA, we would just not see that star power already just because it's easier to hit your shots with the reverse. So I'm not entirely sure about this decision so far. I mean, it is working out very nicely for Team Wood as they are leading by 5 gems for now as Serenity tries as hard as they can to catch up, but it's a very, very good start so far for FA Team Wood.
And still trying to fight over this final gym. They now have 9 to their name. Pratik stepping up, reaching for his own gym. However, the next one is going to spawn on the side of Team Wood. Mine's being thrown down. Jay now with a 5th gym. Ayush trying to push this left-hand side, doing a good job of keeping Jay at bay. The side of Team Wood has been forced away. This is a great opportunity for Serenity to come back. CZK, though, trying to expand, and now they finally claim that 10th gym. Countdown has begun.
Serenity, they have the opportunity to interrupt it if they can get a kill on either Razel or X9J, but it seems like it's going to be a challenge to get close to either one of those 2 players. They have a lot of mobility left as well, and that will be just about enough for them to secure that set. A bit of a reverse sweep for this opening set, but a welcome one as Team Wood started things off slow in game 1, but steadily rose the pace in the games number 2 and 3, looking much more dominant those games.
Yeah, games 2 and 3 were a different story. I think it's just really impressive to see how much discipline they had. They adjusted well. They knew exactly what they needed to change, and they did so in games 2 and 3. I mean, that was much more like the Team Wood that I expect to see coming in here today. But Serenity certainly kept up. I think game number 1, it was a real slugfest. They kept up. I thought their draft was pretty solid too. Those are more normal brawlers, I would say, that we're used to seeing on this map. But obviously times have changed. We've got new brawlers in the mix. We've got the Penny rework. There's just so many moving pieces, and I think Team Wood handled that very well.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, I'm still not the biggest fan of the Lola to you know, be laning against the Ashe, but in games 2 and 3, she wasn't necessarily winning lane, but she was holding up, which made a big difference. And then was X9J going ham on the Carl on the right-hand side and winning that matchup 3 times out of 4 in the second and third game against the Roughs. It just really turned things around because, you know, it enabled him to help down in the mid, and obviously there wasn't the Ashe that had such aggressive positioning because he was constantly getting reset on his heals and not able to fully heal back up. So I like what I'm seeing so far from Team Wood. I still don't love the Lola pick, but they made it work very nicely, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, and I think the Carl one's still one that's interesting to me too. One interaction I didn't even think about was it's traditionally picked into somebody like Colonel Ruffs really early on in the year. Navi was a team that really pioneered that for their region at the time, and I think they did a great job with it, especially now Carl being a more viable brawler. I could totally see that, and I think making the adjustment of getting off the sandbags was great. However, it still plays really well into the Ashe spawners too, so they had multiple outlets for Carl doing a good job. That makes me a little bit more of a believer in what Carl can be. I'm hoping for him to be solid. He's always been a very tough brawler to kind of get down to where he's not necessarily overpowered, underpowered, but it's good to see him in a nice healthy spot, and I believe that's kind of what we're finding here. On Layer Cake though, things could be very different. You know, Penny's somebody that you mentioned that's gotten a lot of love recently, and I think rightfully so, a very powerful brawler, but Bounty isn't necessarily her go-to mode, I would say. Do you still expect to see her be banned or played on a map like Layer Cake?
I think it's very much possible. I wouldn't say she's a must ban per se, but I think there's definitely room for it to be either banned or brought in. You know, more traditionally, you'd have some sort of sharpshooters in the mid, and you know, something like Tick or Sprout can be very strong here as well. But you know, with the close range nature of Layer Cake in general, you need to always keep in mind that there could be some tanks or a Mortis or something aggressive that shows up as well. And some of the mid-range warriors like Bo or Eve are still going to be fairly dominant on a map like this, especially Eve, which is a brawler I really like here as well.
Yeah, I think Eve is definitely a good shout. Somebody we could easily see here again. Bonnie's somebody I've seen make an appearance here a lot, and I actually got the pleasure of watching Team Wood practice this map a little bit. And another brawler I give a shout to, Grom, somebody that got a recent buff to his base damage and a slight nerf as well. So when Tick and Sprout are out of the picture, I'll be curious to see if they gun with that. They're actually going to be first picking Carl. This one is a little bit of a shocker to me.
Yeah, I honestly, you know, SESA ANZ is a region where we used to already see a decent amount of Carl, considering how bad he was in the meta, let's say. But now that he's gotten buffed up, I'm not even shocked to see him see as much play rate as he's a good brawler nowadays, and it's a good opportunity to bring him on. Jean and Neon, pretty traditional brawlers to this map. Obviously, you know, being able to get a pull when you're behind in the star count is a very, very nice way to turn things around and open things up. Leon was an Invis, can do just about the same. We'll see the Grom, which I think was a very good shot on your end, Kenny. It's in a much better place. It's still a brawler which is quite easy to dodge his shots, which is obviously, you know, a problem at a high level where people can dodge them quite easily. But I like this Daryl a lot from Serenity. I think they got a lot of aggression, and the damage is not that high on the side of Team Wood. They're going to struggle to shut him down, so they need those marks to be absolutely on point. They need those Grom supers to always knock him back, because otherwise he might just dominate through this set.
Yeah, I love this Daryl pick too. I think having some very long-time brawlers that excel on layer cake, I think this is more of a comfort kind of strategy for Serenity, and they need that right now, being down 1-0. And on the side of free agent Team Wood, look, they're probably feeling confident. Grom, they picked over Tick, I believe, which is something we don't see too often. So clearly Rozale and his teammates have been practicing a lot. They feel comfortable with it, and maybe with the recent buff to his base damage, they feel like it's something they can put to work. Nice strike on the right-hand side from CZK. He's going to be running the Bell, which is actually traditionally going to be more of a mid. I think it's good to see a thrower go in this area, though, can help out on all sides rather than just being pinned to one lane against something aggressive like Daryl, where she can't do too much damage to, or somebody that's an assassin brawler like Leon. I like this choice from free agent Team.
Yeah, I don't know if the Grom is it for me, honestly. They have the blue star lead still, and there's not been a single kill yet in this game. But I feel like Grom excels when he gets his opponents in you know, a tricky situation where they can't focus on dodging him because they're getting pushed already. But it's just not really the sort of comp we see on the side of FA Team Wood. So I don't feel like the synergy is there too much, in my opinion. Especially now that we have 3 supers available for Serenity. This is going to be their chance to try to turn things around, and it might just have to start with a Daryl roll or a Gene pool.
Yeah, I agree. Grom's never been my go-to thrower. I think he's always the backup plan if Tick or Sprout goes down. But CZK, what a connection there. They're actually going to find themselves a 3-0 lead despite being pinned. And now they're moving up the map as well. Pratik going to have to find a way to convert on this Daryl roll. Gene has a pull as well. Some very good options here. Leon with invisibility. And another takedown coming in. Rozale with a great connection. Roll coming in from Pratik as well. He's going to get a takedown. And it's going to be 5-2 here. 13 seconds to go with the Grom Bomb putting them up 6 stars.
Captain is marked as well. Ayush has a pull, but that shouldn't be nearly enough to turn things around. And Serenity will be failing at turning around this game. It's going to go very much the way of Team Wood. A match point in their hands now as well, as it is best of three here for those quarterfinals. So almost leg into the semis at this point.
Well, here we go, kicking things off for game number 2. Jay, one of the benefits of Carl is he's going to have some quick mobility to get to that blue star. Now a little bit of control on their side. They can control the pace, which I think is important, especially when they're the side of the thrower. Brazil's not necessarily an aggressive brawler. I think they can take advantage of that and choose their positioning. However, really good start here for Serenity. Dash forward. And that's going to be nice. 2 takedowns, actually. CZK strikes back. However, it is still going to be a big conversion there. Another roll in, too. He's going to go straight at Jay. And there's nothing that Jay is going to be able to do. Pratik now with 5 stars, 674 HP. Great dodge. And they're out of that situation. Now up 3 stars.
Yeah, this is much more what I expected from seeing the comps, honestly. Like, I like the Carl, I like the Bell. I do feel Grom is somewhat underwhelming, and so far, Serenity, they've really caught up on that, made sure that their dodges are a little bit more on point, and the damage buff only really applies when he's hitting his shots, and they've been doing a much better job at dodging it so far. So I like how Serenity are approaching things, and the Daryl pick, which I thought was very underwhelming, and I expected a lot of in the previous game and didn't quite deliver, already on 5 stars. That's exactly what I wanted to see from Serenity.
And he's going to play great into all 3 of the opposing brawlers. I mean, they don't do a lot of damage quickly. Sure, maybe they get a Grom Bomb off, but remember, up close, Grom's not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage. Pratik with 5 stars does need to be careful. Grom Bomb going through, going to be a double connection, a double takedown, actually. And it's now 8-9. Pratik still waiting on his teammates here, not electing to get super aggressive yet. 20 seconds to go, and now he's going to be rolling forward, looking for 2 here. Rolls in and out, a quick little drive-by, and it's going to be 8-11 with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, Captain strikes as well as he takes on CZK, and surely this should be a game for Serenity. A pull on the top side as well. Captain is going to go down, but Pratik is going to be sitting on a solid 7 stars at the end of this one. And I mean, he really shined, and it's what I was expecting to see in game 1, having that Daryl just be very dominant because he has great matchups against all 3 of those brawlers. But he took things a little bit too slow, maybe playing it too safe, and then you can only go for fights that aren't necessarily the most in your favor. He was able to turn that around very nicely this time. Blue Star again is going to be picked up by FAT Mood. They've been very consistent on that so far. Let's see if they can keep it.
Great shot by CZK. Now a 3-0 lead for them. This is going to help them in terms of keeping the other side at bay. Something they've struggled with. Another takedown to CZK, the new addition to the roster, really popping off to start off things for game number 3.
Yeah, so far it seems like, you know, the Grom shots are still fairly easy to dodge, but making their movement a little bit more predictable, trying to dodge those. So that's been one of the ways CZK has been able to hit those shots so consistently, because they're constantly focusing on dodging, and when they don't, yeah, a gadget like that is going to be very deadly. Great stuff from Razel as well.
Team would have really turned it on here for double match point, not playing games anymore. And for Teak, they're going to have to find some value out of this. Daryl going to be rolling forward, Gadget being popped as well. Jay keeping him at bay, though. And at least Carl can keep the distance. That's something Pratik doesn't have as a shotgun brawler. Invisibility, though, Captain able to get a sneaky takedown there. About 40 seconds to go. 7-star lead for Team Wood.
Wow, the damage there from Razel picking up the elimination onto Captain. Ayush trying to go aggressive, needs to be careful, but again, you know, he tries to dodge some shots, tries to dodge that Grom super, and that opened things up for CZK to line up the angle. That movement being a little bit too predictable. I think Razel trying to bait into, you know, pretending CZK is not in that bush, not quite gonna pay off, but a 13-star lead is a very dominant one, and that angle is very awkward for Ayush to deal with. He's gonna try his best. We'll see 2 takedowns, but it's still 5 stars, and I don't think they can turn this one around. CZK will get to live as well, and FA Team Wood are going home with this match.
Yeah, I gasped there for a moment just out of how quickly some stars turned around, but they were still sitting pretty comfortable. I think they knew it. I think a very good showing for Serenity, though, but of course, the addition of CZK is looking pretty good for Team Wood, the 2nd place seed in the region currently. Gonna be moving on to our semifinals.
Yeah, that is a very good performance on their end. It is a 2-1-2-1, but I feel like those games that went the way of Serenity were kind of like, you know, games where a team would just kind of choked a little bit or struggle to really get warmed up and into their element. Once they had a little bit more of control and focused up, they did a really good job. And I like their approach with the Grom as well, which I still think is not the greatest brawler at this time. Like, I would have probably preferred the Tick still. But just the fact that they were able to funnel and make the movement much more predictable on the side of Serenity, because they had to dodge those Grom shots. You can't tank them anymore. They do too much damage. They make your movement predictable. CZK was able to capitalize every single time, connecting some big shots and securing those takedowns, which went a very long way for them to pick up that set.
Agreed. CZK was a huge factor there. I mean, he was absolutely tapping on the bell, and hitting those damage amplifiers too is a very big deal, especially going into Daryl and for a team that doesn't necessarily have the highest DPS, especially dealing with a tanky brawler like that, which really exploited them in game 2. I think that was a big takeaway for me, is that was one of the big factors, and CZK immediately making an impact on that one. But moving forward, we're going to be watching Blitz versus SESA Lifelines. What can you tell me about these two teams, Teddy?
Well, not the most, to be completely honest, Kenny. They're much lower in the leaderboards as well. Some first monthly final appearances, I believe, 2. So teams that I'm not the most familiar with, but that's what I love about the Brawl Stars Championship. It's our opportunity to catch up with, who's doing well, who isn't. And right now, with double points, Blitz and SESA, if they want to make a big impact performance in this monthly final, it's their opportunity to do exactly that.
Yeah, Blitz going to be a team that's their second appearance in the monthly finals for 2022. I believe the last in April, so it has been a little bit since we've seen them. However, they did have a strong showing in qualifiers. They did beat Monarchy, who's one of the teams here today, and the previous Serenity roster, which has had a lot of success. In the past, they didn't make it past the quarterfinals. However, I believe their opponent was Free Win Agents, so very understandable to get taken down there. In SESA Lifelines, also, first appearance was in May. We got to see a little bit of them. They fell to the former Serenity Esports roster as well, so they definitely have a little experience here too. Is there a team that you're favoring going into this matchup?
I think it's a pretty close goal overall. I'm gonna go with Team Blitz, just based off the leaderboards and their performance in the monthly qualifiers. But it's a very close goal for me. As I told you, those are not the teams I'm the most familiar with, but I'm happy to be proven wrong or shown exactly why I should be supporting either one, because I love when the gameplay just speaks for itself.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you made too. Even though some of these teams have not shown up every single month, it doesn't mean they're not qualified to be here. They're still some of the best of the best. After all, it does take a lot just to make it to this stage of the tournament. Only 8 teams get to do it a month. So the fact that they're here, I think, is a testament to how strong both these teams are. For me as well, this was a tough one to predict. I think Blitz is doing pretty well on the leaderboards right now, around 6th place. SESA Lifelines didn't look too bad to me in the previous time we saw them. I think overall, this is one of the closer ones that I was debating here too, and I think one of the things that can make SESA so interesting is just how competitive some of these teams can be. I think despite whether they're an upper bracket or lower bracket team, I think things can get really interesting and competitive. I'm going to go with Blitz here too, though. Ultimately, they are doing a little bit better in the standings. I've seen a little bit more from them. I think Blitz will barely win this one, but I definitely think this has the potential to go to all 3 sets.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, there are 2 teams with a fair bit of question marks, a bit of irregularity in their performance so far this year. I think inconsistency is more the word I should have gone for, easier for me to pronounce. So yeah, it's very tough to call on this one because they haven't been performing in the most consistent way this far this season, qualifying for some monthly finals, but not quite all of them. So yeah, it's going to be important to snatch those points. You said 6th place for Blitz. That's still quite far behind when you think about it, because I think starting in the 3rd spot, we're already getting below the or 4th spot below the 100 points on the leaderboards, which is not a whole lot of points. So they haven't had the season they were hoping for so far, but double points is their chance really to shine and come back and get way higher in those leaderboards, close the gap with Free Win Agents, because there's only 1 spot at the end of the day for the World Finals. So it's going to be very, very challenging to qualify with a team like Free Win Agents dominating so far in this BSC season. But I'm hoping to see some fresh, if not fresh faces, at least some fresh action and a bit of a renewal for those teams that so far haven't had the season that they were, hoping to get coming into 2022.
Yeah, now that we're in the second half, it is really interesting, especially for SESA's current leaderboard. Like you mentioned, we have Free Win Agents who are sitting at the top very comfortably, but after that, there's a lot of teams within 20, 30 points of each other. And now that double points are hitting, things can get really intense. For map number 1 for this match, though, we're going to be hopping into Safe Zone. Teddy, can you name a few brawlers that you could expect to see here? I know we've mentioned Penny a lot already today, but Eve is very strong in my opinion here. There's also Janet and Bonnie who have gotten a lot of love in the meta. Are you looking to take out all of these brawlers in the ban phase, or are you trying to get them on your team?
I think it really depends on what sort of drafts they got lined up on both sides. I still think that sharpshooters do really well on this map. Something like a Brock, really valuable because opening up the top left or bottom right set of walls is very, very useful to just have a little bit more control and easier access to the mid. So I think this is something that might be, you know, we might see. I do actually like the Rico ban a fair bit, because even though it's not necessarily the most dominant brawler on this map, it still has a lot of range, and it's able to deal with any brawlers that, you know, try to hide behind that very awkward line of walls close to the safe, where you can kind of just stay in that position. Piper, you know, talking about sharpshooters, absolutely gonna be a dominant pick, but it relies a lot on your mechanics. You need to be hitting those shots, and it's not the easiest when you're playing max range. Colette, also very viable option. Maybe we'll see the Byron paired up with it as well. Byron did get nerfed, but I do feel like he's still in a pretty good place overall. So definitely a combination I would love to see being brought in here by Blitz.
I think that would be a really solid combination too, because one area where Piper can excel over Colette, traditionally in the past, what Colette struggled with the most, she deals really well with tankier brawlers. That's kind of her purpose, but she does get outranged quite a bit by somebody like Piper, the Bells of the world, and those can be very tough matchups. They're gonna have to find a way to compete against Piper, and of course Byron and Colette, a long-time synergy in the game, especially when you have that shield for Colette running into the safe. That's a minimum of 10% onto that safe zone every single time. I think that can be very pivotal, especially in Heist, where the objective is to get as much damage as possible. I think that would be a really excellent shout. Byron did get a nerf, but I still feel like he's very solid, just not necessarily the one-man army he kind of used to be.
All right, well, we're jumping in game. We'll see the 8-bit brought in by Ashking, a very interesting brawler that we don't see a whole lot in Heist, just because it's hard after you get kills to, you know, have the movement speed to get near the safe. But if you can set things up with a nice damage booster, there's definitely value to be had. So I am looking forward to see how it fares, as so far White is going to be able to clear up Phoenix on the right-hand side. Trade is there from Ashking. The movement speed from the damage booster is very, very needed as well. But in this case, as so far was a lead, and I have to say, on paper, I think their comp is just a little bit more consistent. We need to see more aggression from Phoenix on that there, while getting some great walls could really turn things around.
Yeah, they're really going to have to rely on the Daryl here. That makes a lot more sense now why they banned B as well. 8-bit in the past is traditionally very solid in the Piper. However, Piper sitting comfortably on this right-hand side, getting some nice tags, extending the lead now to 27%. Ash King actually going to fall here too. Phoenix trying to approach and play some defense over the side of Case's Lifelines, doing a good job of continuing to press. They really haven't been able to leave their spawn too much or make any attempt at taking down the opposing safe for now. Case's Lifelines sitting comfortably with a 38% lead.
Yeah, it's hard for the 8-bit to retake control. Damage booster aggressively plays, will be taken care of. Doesn't have the walls here for an aggressive damage booster either, and we do see some nice damage now coming through, but at what cost? Magma down to 98 HP is going to be giving away a lot of control as he falls back, but Cases are struggling to retake the mid. Ashking is holding on very nicely to it. At last, Cases get into some good positioning to deal some extra damage, and they'll be extending their lead furthermore, 20% in their favor. Nothing that Blitz can't come back from, but they need to do so in the next 20 seconds.
One of the problems is going to be when Phoenix doesn't have his role. There's really nothing he can do against these long-range brawlers. Now dashes forward. I believe actually a misconnection there from Magma into the safe. They get a few tags, but is it going to be enough? No, down 3%. And now Case's Lifelines marching forward with only 4 seconds to go. No Daryl rolls available. It's going to be a clean win there. Case's Lifelines going to be taking game number 1.
Yeah, it's close in percentages, but I don't know. That Colette super was maybe a little questionable towards the end. Instead of going for a takedown, which is what I think they were going for, probably should have just connected with the safe, gotten that, you know, secured damage. Would have made the difference here, actually. So, yeah, maybe, you know, the nerves or a bit of a judgment call that went wrong on the side of Blitz. We'll have to see if they can make up for it this time around, as we have a very nice takedown from Aegis, but he does get traded out by Ashkin, so not the most control of that, as Cases are quite low HP. The jump to break those walls, and I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that Brock is not picked whatsoever. Well, it's not banned either. I think it's such a good brawler on this map. I would maybe even prefer it over Piper. Just there's a little bit more consistent damage on the save. The destruction is more consistent as well, as you can just use the rocket fuel to go that route and open up some of those walls that you realistically just really want opened up in the first place. Great tap throw from Farron, and you know, the duelist aspect is where Piper is going to shine, winning those duels, but it's not going to deal as much damage to the save.
Yeah, I just feel like Blitz's comp is a very interesting one, a really risky one at that too. Phoenix electing to go for the other gadget as well. It's going to limit how much damage they can do onto that safe. Nice takedown to Ash King. Case's Lifelines continuing to press. However, Blitz is going to have Phoenix escape. He's going to be moving down this right-hand side. If he presses forward too much, they're going to be able to have a nice offensive. Spike doing a good job of keeping the opponents at bay as well. And it's not too often I feel like I see Spike here, but I think it's actually going to be a very solid play into Daryl, and not a bad pick on this map by any means, but given the circumstances, I actually like this choice from them.
Yeah, me too. I like that, you know, it offers a fair bit of versatility. The curveball, it hits hard, you know, when you're a somewhat squishy brawler. Obviously, everyone is somewhat tanky on the side of Blitz, as they don't really have any traditional sharpshooters. Even an 8-bit just has a ton of HP, but Farron has been connecting his shots very consistently so far, and they're trying their best to make it work. It's still a big lead for Blitz into this game. We'll see if they can turn things around on the side of Cases, as they have as much control as they could ask for, but they got to do it now. There's only 15 seconds left.
Countdown's begun. Phoenix without a roll, just going to be left to stand in body block. Dash in from Colette, actually going to connect to White. Good takedown, another one onto iJust. And some clean kills there. It's going to lead to a Blitz victory. Game number 2, very different than what we saw in our first.
Yeah, great stuff on there, and then I think their dodges were a little bit more on point. That's the thing, you know, with a brawler like Piper, it relies very heavily on mechanics. And in game 1, he was tapping, man. He was actually hitting like 1 shot out of 2 or something, which is a lot, you know, a lot of damage overall, winning a lot of those duels and interactions. In this game, a lot less, just a much better setup on the side of Blitz, able to close the distance, get up close, and that's where Piper is going to struggle much more. So I like what I'm seeing from Blitz, a much more convincing game this time around. And I mean, Cases in game 1, they won by like 8% or something. Blitz very dominant in that second game, was almost 50% lead towards the end.
Phoenix be going ahead and rolling forward. However, Farron going to be able to take care of that very quickly. White and iJust left to play some defense here. Now the entire side of Case's Lifeline is going to be moving forward as Phoenix charges up another roll, but going to be taken down very quickly. Ash King going to be connected with by a gadget. Now they're going to be continuing to get some damage. No conversion there from Magma either. This is a continuation of Case's Lifelines getting plenty of takedowns, and we'll have an opportunity to do some damage on the safe.
Yeah, another miss super from Magma, which there's been a couple already, and it is going to be hard to hold on to that defense with those misses. The homemade recipe is not going to find a connection on the side of Farron, but look at this position from Kaz, so aggressive. iJust in the backline as well, and every shot he connects on Shay on the safe is going to deal a ton of damage, as he can get 3 spikes to hit the target as well. Down to 27%. What a dominant start here from Cases, and a very welcome one as well, as the previous game was a whole different story.
And finally, they're able to push forward just a little bit. 50 seconds to go, though, and Phoenix going to be instantly taken down. Ash King, although he is very slow as an 8-bit, still going to be trying to continue forward. Nice connections there, as iJust did a great job of getting very aggressive in the bottom left. Stayed up for way too long. Was able to convert a ton of damage, and now with 30 seconds to go, Blitz is going to need everything they've got in order to come back from this very difficult lead.
Yeah, this is a great position for Cases, and Ash is just kind of struggling to set things up here on the map. Those damage booster either not staying for long, or he can only really utilize the movement speed, because it's still a little bit too predictable for the Piper to connect those shots to be under the damage booster, and they know it's over for this one. What a way to turn things around for Cases. It seemed like game 2 might be looking a little bit scary, as Blitz were very dominant in that one, but this time around they make things work very, very nicely, and Cases Lifelines are going to be taking the set.
Yeah, every single one of those games really felt like it played very differently. It was very interesting to see how that transpired. And I don't know, it just felt like a very unorthodox comp for me from the side of Blitz. All three of the brawlers I can see showing up on that map, but there were really no synergies. I think that the side of Case's Lifelines had some pretty decent counters as well. I know 8-Bit can be pretty solid in the Piper, however, they did pick up the Spike with a lot of high DPS, traditionally does well into tankier brawlers like Daryl. I still felt like they were able to find ways to really deal with Blitz. And it was a lot of back and forth. I definitely want to give credit to Blitz, but I would like to see a more consistent comp maybe on the next one. That could have been something they were lacking, at least on my side.
Yeah, I just can't help but wonder, you know, if maybe a Byron would just have gone a long way in that matchup. You know, synergizing very nice with the Colette, has a decent matchup against Piper as well, as they have about the same range. So I don't know. I feel like, you know, you have the opportunity. You're given a free Colette Byron, which is a very dominant strat. It's not quite as quirky and original as the Ashe, and I think there is some potential for, you know, if you get a Colette super while being in the damage booster, you might be able to get a very big amount of damage very safely, but I didn't see that happen a single time, which was kind of what I was expecting. I was thinking, oh yeah, probably the damage booster on a Colette super can be very nice. It's a lot of damage on save, but we didn't get any of that. So I don't know. I feel like maybe their expectations versus reality sort of thing was just not exactly, you know, the plan that Blitz came with. Just didn't really hold up in practice as nicely as they expected. And I don't know how much they've scrimmed this comp, but it was a challenging one to bring in. But they tried to bring something original, and I'm hoping to maybe see some more of that, but in a more successful way as we move towards Gold Armor Gulch.
Yeah, I feel like they did do a good job. I don't want to discredit it. It was a very intense set. We'll see what they choose in Gold Armor Gulch, though. I feel like there are a lot of solid brawlers on this map. I know one that you're in general a fan of is Rico. Are there any other brawlers that you kind of tend to go with on this map and feel like could do a solid job here?
I think there's a lot of options actually on this map. I think that, you know, droids like Sprout and Tick are very good, as you said, you know, something like a Rico or Rush, just because of the sheer amount of walls. There's a lot of different bounce opportunities, but brawlers like Pam, Lola, Bo, Jean do fantastically well on this map as well. And obviously, you know, kind of the big meta heavy hitters like Bonnie and Janet still do here really fantastically, and Eve too, and we'll see plenty of those banned. Penny rework still threatening. I wouldn't say it's her best map, but it's still a pretty good one. So I like what I'm seeing on both sides regarding the bans. I mentioned every single one of those brawlers, so I'm pretty happy about what I'm seeing on both teams, as we'll see the Jean first pick from Blitz, the Piper on the side of Cases, which I like as well, but I feel like you do need a very a good setup. You need some of those walls removed to really have a chance to shine, because it can be threatening if there's some more aggressive picks and they close the gap and get up close. So yeah, I'm thinking that's maybe, you know, something Blitz should consider going for, something like either a Pam, that healing station is so dominant in the later stages of those rounds, or something more aggressive, maybe even like a Daryl again could work out quite nicely.
Well, they're actually going to be going with Grom here. Very interesting to see. They're going to be picking up that other thrower. I would like to see a Pam here too. That's another brawler that's going to counter Piper really well. And like you mentioned, the healing station does a great job. They've already got Jean, which traditionally is a counter into Piper as well. I like the Sprout pick from Case's Lifelines. They need to be careful though. If they get a really aggressive, you know, Daryl, or a strategy that we've seen more recently, somebody like Mortis, and Fang's going to be kind of that substitute here too. I think that's a really solid balanced choice, but also going to do great into these lower HP brawlers like Sprout or Piper, who don't necessarily deal as well with that. They may go with something like a Gale to try and protect themselves from this Fang. Really curious to see what Case's Lifelines does here.
Yeah, I think they might have to be honest. Either Gale or Pam, I would say, at first glance, would really go a long way. But it's a good comp from Blitz so far. I like what I'm seeing on there, and it's hard to really counter too much, because every brawler has just very different dynamics. 2 is an interesting way to go. I think the Jean has some potential to be very dominant in this game, as there's just really not much to bait out pools. Obviously, a 2-dash can do it, but usually if you're using a 2-dash to dodge a pool or try to bait it out, you only got one shot at it, because you know you'll be out of range to get a shot down and work towards another of those dashes. So I don't know. I'm very curious on how this is gonna go down. I like to come more on the side of Blitz. We'll have to see how White is gonna handle, because I think in the later stages of the rounds is where he can shine, especially against the Fang, and just stay you know, at a distance where he can't get that over 2k damage per attack.
We'll start things off. Everybody staying to their respective sides. Left for Blitz, right for Case's Lifelines. Everybody trying to make some connections. Charge up those supers, which are going to be very solid towards the later stages. I think I'm very curious to see how Stu does too. This is one I almost never see on this map, and even though Stu's a very solid brawler, like you mentioned, it's going to be very difficult to charge his super at all. And that's kind of where Stu excels at getting the chip damage in and out. He can dash forward whatever direction he chooses. I'm kind of with you. I think Blitz is a more comforting comp for me, very well balanced, and also addresses some of the brawlers on Case's Lifelines. And everybody continuing to just aggress as the storm closes in. Now a gadget being popped as well. Not too many connections. A Sprout Wall, though, going to cut Ash King off. Things are going to get tough here. Grom Bomb inbound, though. And that's going to be a double kill. White going to be quickly taken down by Magma. Round number 1 going to Blitz.
Yeah, a good round overall. Maybe a little bit of a waste of a Fang super towards the end, as it's a super that, you know, is very nice to be able to carry over to the next round, as it can make things much more easy and dominant. Let's see the pull connects from Magman. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know about this 2-pick. I feel like it has a decent matchup against everyone on the side of Blitz, but not really like a particularly dominant one against either of those 3 brawlers. So it's hard to really do all that much, because the gene pool, you're gonna be dead no matter what, you know, unless you manage to bait it out, which is really not that easy to do on a Stu in the first place. It's gonna be a struggle, and look at that, already a 2-man advantage for Blitz. This is looking very nicely so far for them.
Yeah, and Blitz with domination so far. A good turnaround from set number 1. I think this Stu's questionable for me too. I just don't know if this is the best map for them. I'm a believer in Stu as a brawler. I know he's very solid, but I just don't feel like as that choice. I'm curious to kind of see what interaction they were looking for to take advantage of. I feel like Stu's not providing them any disadvantage in any of these brawlers, but I don't think he's necessarily winning them a set here either. We'll see if they change things up though in game number 2. And to start things off, Magma, Phoenix, and Ash King are going to be on this left-hand side. Nice connection from Sprout there. They're going to be trying to pinch them as much as possible. It's Piper now returning to the mid. Great tag onto Ash King on both sides, just looking to charge up those supers.
Yeah, definitely. So White, very low HP, just barely survives. Does manage to heal up a fair bit. Farron, very low HP as well. Spartan Wall's going to isolate Ash King a little bit from the rest of the bunch, but really, I mean, as a thrower, he's happy about more walls, and iJust is gonna take it back, as he doesn't want to give him too much of an advantage either. So far, not too many supers being fed. iJust still has that Sprout Wall, but now a gene pool available too on Magma. He's gonna connect it as well. Beautiful pool that is surely gonna be giving a big advantage to Blitz getting into the later stages, and with a great super from the Grom as well, they'll be able to clear it up in no time. Beautiful execution here from Blitz.
Yeah, it's been super impressive. I mean, this has been a very convincing set. I think all the questions we had about this comp so far have not paid off. Actually, be a dash forward from Phoenix very early on. Not sure about that one. Wasn't quite in range of Stu. Tried to get up close, but Stu again, all he has to do is dash away. Big roundhouse kick, though, and he's actually going to trap his teammate, but they get 2 takedowns anyways. It doesn't matter. Ash King's still the only one left standing. iJust, though, with a great tag. Finally, Case's Lifelines with a little bit of life in them going into round 2.
I have no clue how Case's got that round. To be completely honest with you, I feel like White got stuck due to the Sprout Wall as well. And I thought surely at that range, Phoenix is going to be able to dispatch him quite comfortably, but it seems like he wasn't. Magma does have a pull now, and a bit of an emergency Piper jump from Farron. But so far, things are evening out very nicely for this game. Still Blitz, if they take this round, they'll take the entire set.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think here too, if Case's Lifeline end up getting this one just from the domination we've seen, they can actually get themselves to a match point. But Phoenix gonna be dashing forward, tying things up. Case's Lifeline now a big dash in, gonna be a 1v1 situation though. White's actually gonna fall here, and it's left to Magma and Foreign to go against each other. Traditionally, Gene is a great counter into Piper. However, when the walls come down, things can get a little trickier, especially with Magma closer to the zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be the easiest to navigate around here for Magma. He's taking a bit too long as well. Yeah, I feel like he had a decent matchup, but not if he played it that safe and waited that long. That made his movement very predictable, and that's the part where, you know, he has a slight edge over Piper, is that he, you know, Piper doesn't have shots that spread out, that are easy to hit to reset those heals. So if you're able to dodge them, you can actually make it work. But I think he just played a little bit too safe, and I can't blame him, man. I would be nervous as heck if I was playing in monthly finals. So a good attempt, but Case's Lifeline's now on match point.
Now kicking things off for game number 3, very competitive set. Phoenix gonna be getting a nice roundhouse kick though. White gonna fall instantly, and it's immediately a 3v2 situation. Once again, things looking up for Blitz.
Yeah, a gadget for a kill is something that in knockout is always very, very nice, and Phoenix did a very good job on the left-hand side at finally making that matchup work, because up close, if you get the roundup kick against the Stu, he's dead. There's pretty much nothing he can do about it, especially if you have any sort of assistance from your teammates. They'll be able to dispatch with that situation in no time. Farron in a tough position, trying to maybe get a super or something before going down, but he's gonna run into the gas, and that is again Blitz a round away from taking the set. But in the previous game, they were not able to make it work.
Phoenix once again charging forward, a little stun there, plus the dash. What a conversion. It's still going to end up being a 2v2 though. Nice wall to block him off as well. Magma with a pivotal dodge there, and they're going to be backing off instantly, as now Stu is going to be looking to try and charge up his super. Nice recovery there. That could have been very devastating for Case's Lifelines.
Yeah, I don't know how they turned things around into a 2v2. I feel like Blitz had the opportunity to get an extra kill, but the Fang was kind of on its own, and I mean, as good of a play as it was, he did get traded out in the end, so things are rather evened out. Magma does have a pool now, which we've seen him connect quite consistently so far. If he can get it on target again, that could be the opening that gives Blitz the set.
Just continuing to push forward. Ash King does have a super. Magma has been holding on to this pull. The zone now closing in. They would be sitting comfortable if they won this one. Gadget being popped. No conversion there, though. Ash King taking some heavy fire. Grom Bomb inbound. Sprout gonna get taken down. Pull comes through for Magma. And Blitz are gonna keep the match going. We will be hitting a set number 3.
Wow, beautiful way to close things out for this set on the side of Blitz, showing some more life in this set as well. Great action overall there, and maybe like some still somewhat questionable decisions, I would say, from Cases. The Sprout had some gadgets left, which I feel like some walls here in the later stages would have been very, very nice to utilize, but you know, it is what it is. Now they're gonna reset and focus on that third and final set, as we will be moving on to Sneaky Fields for some cheeky Brawl action.
Yeah, I think just given how crazy this past 2 sets have been too, Sneaky Fields is an excellent candidate to keep the madness going. I just feel like there's so many different strategies right now. A lot of times it's revolving around control brawlers. However, there are some crazy ones that get in action here. I feel like strategies have really changed up in several of the regions. I'm seeing a lot more max compositions now, and now we're adding into the mix Penny, who's being really strong right now. Bonnie, Janet are now in play too. I feel like there's just a lot of different directions here, and just given how creative and unorthodox a lot of these comps have been so far, I'm curious to see what both of these teams come up with.
Yeah, I think they're, you know, comps that focus a lot on defense typically have been doing quite well here. Like brawlers like Gale, very, very threatening. You can block off huge areas of the map with a twister. I think Sandy is still a very valid pick here as well. Just the opportunity to get that sleep-in shot that goes through the enemy and just is a free goal. If you get the positioning right, with Sandy, you can get absolutely free goals, and there's not much you can do about it. If your draft, doesn't really line up to deal with that sort of situation, which most brawlers don't. So I think there's some potential there on that brawler too. I think going still into defensive brawlers, M still does a pretty solid job, but brawlers like Crow very solid as well. I think even Jean with vision gear is something to be considered as well, because those bushes, if you're tagged up, it takes a very long time until the vision gears goes off and your location is no longer revealed. But still, brawlers like Leon as well, I absolutely love here. And I think Carl has some good potential. I haven't watched too many scrims on Sneaky Fields yet, but I feel like the left and right lane just set up very nicely for his pickaxe mechanic, because he covers basically the entirety of it, and he can cover some of those awkward angles where most brawlers wouldn't be able to hit their opponents. I think there's some big potential with that brawler on this map.
I agree, and I like you mentioned vision too. It's such an important thing, and why so many teams elect to go with brawlers like Squeak, Crow, Ims, ones that can scout out a lot of the bush. Also protects you from the anti-tanks a little bit too, just to get rid of some of those tankier options like Ashe and Rosa who run rampant here. This is also a region that does run Leon and Sandy a lot earlier. A lot of other regions gonna tend to go with something like a Squeak, a Crow, and Ims with their first pick, but they're not afraid to really stick to their guns and go with somebody like Leon, who's an assassin brawler, as a first pick. That's something that we've seen in past monthly finals. And Sandy, even though he did get a nerf, I'm really not that worried about it. I don't think his damage has really ever been the reason Sandy has been super meta. He's very quick, has great mobility with his speed, and also the visibility you get from his super is a huge factor, and not to mention his gadget is very great at getting you some good goals if you position yourself properly.
Yeah, definitely so. We're seeing some of the bands slowly come up here, as on the side of cases they have an Eve, Janet, and Bonnie. For Blitz, I think we have one missing band for now, but Crow and Max are going to be confirmed. We're already seeing the Gale and the Ems that I mentioned, and yeah, I didn't go for the whole story. You actually explained things very nicely. Kenny, tanks are a threat on this map, which is one of the reasons that anti-tanks are going to be so dominant in the meta.
Well, it seems that Colonel Ruffs is the other band that we're missing, and pick number 4 going to be Penny here. That's going to do quite well into the life plant, and I am curious to see how Penny does. This definitely is not a map in the past where Penny has been chosen or shined, but maybe she's just such a strong brawler at this moment that it's worth running anyways. And Squeak going to be rounding out the Blitz comp. I love Gale. I think he's the greatest goalie in Brawl Stars, given the Twister, the stun super. I think he can play some excellent defense, combining that with an area brawler like Squeak, who can really gain some control of the map, and Penny being strong. I do like the start here for Blitz, and I think this comp is a pretty solid one.
Yeah, I love Squeak on this map. I think it's such a great pick. Obviously, with the residue gadget, you can just, lock down the lane and slow things down so heavily, get vision too, but just the slow is so good, because with Squeak, if you don't directly connect your shot, it can be a little bit challenging at a pro level to, get damage output onto your opponents. But if they're slowed down, I mean, it's free value. The super is super strong as well. I like Sprout as a final pick. I think Sprout can do some good work here. It is very draft dependent, but it's been a while since I've seen it brought in onto Sneaky Fields, and there's so much potential for great walls to block off entire areas. So far though, a dominant start from Blitz, and that should be an early goal. Yup, Phoenix already slots it in.
I mean, he owned his lane. Squeak also a great counter for Spike as well, for the life plant too. He's going to be able to connect to that for free. Nice super though, can at least keep Phoenix at bay for now. Ash King sprinting towards the mid, going to be able to actually connect to White there and get a takedown. Once again, very advantageous positioning. Good takedown to Ash King. Magma still handling the ball though. Bounce pass to the self, trying to take down Far, and then they're not going to be able to get it quite yet. White able to take advantage of that bubble and really be able to walk through those walls, make them less valuable. And Magma putting that new gadget to work as well. It's good to see the Penny rework get a little play here, and I think it is turning out to be a very strong brawler.
Yeah, an aggressive residue from Phoenix. White gonna be very vulnerable because of that, and the opportunity to get the shot and knockback with Ash King's super on that Gale. Great way to take that first game, a very dominant one, as it was all only aggression on the side of Blitz. They had all map control the entirety of this game, and I mean, Gil was the super, you know, you can get free goals, you can get free lane if you knock back and stun your opponent. So great value overall, lots of situation where it's just incredibly strong. And already off the bat here, Magma shoot. Oh, it actually gets cleared up by White on the right-hand side. It does get a little bit messy. Still a 2-on-2 in the end, and it's so hard to build up any sort of map control for the side of Cases.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to find enough takedowns. They finally get one onto Phoenix, though. This is going to help them for now. I feel like this farm pick, going with Sprout, can be very tricky. I like it in theory, and I think since they don't have any super tanky brawlers, it could provide a lot of value. But game number one, they were just being dominated in the lanes. Nice connections there. Ash King with only 12 HP going to go ahead and preemptively drop this Twister to help them play some future defense. Magma going to be put in the corner as well as Phoenix tries to step up and help out. Orin going to be moving to this right-hand side. Great tags on the Squeak Super coming in, though. That's going to be a tag onto Farin and a wall coming through. Not quite connecting the way I imagined, but I'm sure they will reset it, and there it is. Magma, though, going to be able to walk straight through it. Going to be recovering from the respawn area. And now a pass over. They're going to be picking this off to the left-hand side, trying to play some solid defense as Ash King gets a much-needed takedown.
Yeah, it's tough for KZ's comp to really open things up and find big opportunities. I just up close there, gets reset in his heal as well by Magma, and eventually cleared up by Ash King. Magma trying to lock down nice elimination onto Farron. It's taking a while, but it's feeling a lot of super as well, and I don't remember seeing any mortars until now, so this one is going to be very welcoming for the side of Blitz, as it will definitely help them solidify their positioning in the mid.
Yeah, Penny gets a lot of value out of that turret too. So much extra area control, the incendiary kicking in as well. And actually tag there too. Good stun coming through too. Sprout gonna fall. Ash King with another stun coming through. And White gonna be able to stay up due to the super, and nice connections there. Magma back in action. However, Squeak gonna be pinned in the top left hand after some good aggression. Now Magma gonna still be controlling the mid for his team. However, not gonna be as easy when Sprout is full HP. 15 seconds to go. Still 0-0. We are approaching overtime.
Yeah, overtime is not going to be too bad for Blitz's comp. A nice stun as well. Perfect timing on that kill. He's not going to be coming back until those walls are fully down. And this is a big opportunity to score the knockback as well. Surely going to be the goal for Blitz. And they will close it out right here, right now, as they'll take the match 2-1 and secure their spot in the semifinals.
And well played to both sides. This was one of our more anticipated close matches, and I think it fully delivered too. It was a very interesting match to watch. A lot of interesting comps there. I think the Sprout pick was one that stands out to me a little bit. It's not something I was really expecting or seeing a lot. Again, I think the idea was solid. However, it is really tough to get some conversions there in terms of takedowns, but the walls can be super great for defense, I imagine. I'm sure that was part of the game plan, but I'm not sure if the Sprout ended up being my favorite pick there.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was setting up for as well when I said, you know, it's very draft dependent, because I didn't necessarily feel like the draft was setting up for a Sprout very nicely, you know. And I mean, you know, in drafts sometimes players are going to be freezing and hesitating and not too sure what to go for, especially when things go south and unexpected compared to your scrims and your recent experiences. So I get it 100%, but yeah, Sprout was a little bit underwhelming as a final pick, and I think in general the Gale was just so dominant, man. Every time he got a super off, it was either a goal that followed up or a free takedown on his lane, giving so much control away, helping out so much, you know, for that defense to hold up as well. Because in that second game of Brawl, they started getting a little bit more threatened, and there were actually some chances for Cases to take that match home. But you know, the defense held up, and just pushing through a Gil is super hard, and he did a terrific job at that.
Yeah, I think both teams did a really good job, and despite, you know, some of the questions about some of the comps I saw, even with that, both sides were very close. Heavy contention for this. It was really impressive to see both of them. We'll see Cases Lifelines in the future, I'm sure, but for now, Blitz is going to be moving forward. Now hopping into match number 3, we finally get to see the MSI representatives. It's going to be a 3-win Agents taking on Monarchy. What are your thoughts heading into this one? How heavy of a favorite do you consider 3-win Agents? I know it's somebody we mentioned before. All the matches got started that we anticipate to still be on top here today, but do you feel like Monarchy has a chance here?
I mean, I'm never gonna say that a team doesn't have a chance, because upsets and underdog stories are literally what I live for. But you know, it's their first time appearance ever in a monthly final for this team, which means, you know, not the most experience on their side. And on the other hand, you have the titans of the region. You have 3 win agents. They've won 3 out of 3 monthly finals so far. They got some, you know, world champions on the roster as well. Some very, very strong players, and probably some of the most experienced players across any region in that 3 win agents roster. So it's a bit of a scary matchup on the side of Monarchy. I mean, it's definitely, you know, one of those situations where you have your biggest challenge at the beginning of the bracket almost, you know, but best of 3, you know, it's very volatile. We've seen big upsets in the past. I do think that Monarchy would need somewhat of a miracle to make things work here against the Titans of 3 win agents.
Yeah, this is about as tough of a debut as you can get for all 4 of these players. And again, to make it this far, it does show that they've got it in them. But taking on 3 win agents, like you mentioned, somebody with a lot of experience. Again, this team went to MSI, and although it probably wasn't the showing they were looking for, again, it wasn't the same consistent roster we've seen be very dominant over these past 3 months. They haven't lost in monthly finals yet. And for me, until I see that day, I'm pretty much always going to be picking 3 win agents. I have no reason to bet against them. Additionally, they beat Blitz and Reconyx 2-0 each to qualify. So even the road to get here, not necessarily the easiest. Our first map is going to be Canal Grande here. This map has recently been reintroduced in the game. There's some popular brawlers in the past, included growers like Tick, Sprout, Gene, brought for the wall break over the long period. But in today's game, you know, who are kind of the brawlers you're looking towards, considering there's so many new ones that are in the mix now?
For me, by far, the best brawler on Canal Grande at the moment is Eve. Just, like, it's ridiculous. There's so much. Like, it doesn't look like water right now, because otherwise I would be very worried for the state of this boat. But, you know, and she can hover over that gap all across the mid, gives her so much of a free lane, really, because she's the only one that can be on that lane. And it's ridiculous, and for me, it's my must ban on the map. I think there's opportunities to bring in some really fun brawlers like Mr. P as well, which I played recently on this map and found to be quite successful. So I think there's definitely room for options, and some of the big names like Janet. I mean, we'll see it banned out here, and Penny. We'll see the Carl ban actually on the side of on the side of Monarchy rather. So I like that. Tick and Byron also very good brawlers, but yeah, Eve is not banned, and that's I would say, I don't want to say quite like a free set for 3 win agents, but this brawler is just ridiculous on this map, and the fact that it escaped through the ban process is a big mistake for Monarchy in my books.
Yeah, that's a free pick in my eyes, too. I really don't see any other way around it. Even though Eve did get a nerf recently, you can't forget about her some, I guess, in the ban phase, but this is going to be a map where she excels. Like you mentioned, she has a unique mechanic where she can control all sides. She can float on top of the water, what it is normally, but of course on the boat. It's going to look a little different, but the same principle. I do like Bonnie, I do like Bo. However, having Eve and that extra mobility goes a long way, and to pair that with a Gene, which is a long-time solid brawler in this map, and Colonel Ruffs too, I think a really good comp for 3 win agents.
Yeah, I love the Ruffs as a 5th pick on the side of 3 win agents, because that would have been a great counter to that Gene and try to deter, you know, some of those pools and get them to connect on sandbags rather than players. So having it on their side just locks that option completely out for the side of Monarchy. And I like Bo, I like Sprout, I like Bonnie, not Sprout, Squeak rather. So I don't mind this come from Monarchy, but man, I think the Eve is a big mistake to leave it open when you don't have first pick. And Gene and a Ruffs to pair with that's a very deadly comp on the side of 3 win agents.
Yeah, it seems they're valuing Carl a lot, and for me, I think Carl is very solid, but if I have to choose between Eve and Carl, I think I'm banning Eve pretty much every time on this map, but maybe a testament to how strong Carl can be in this meta. Coupe Day is going to be picking up this blue star to kick things off for game number 1, and Darky being tagged up multiple times by Instinct Sergeant, still commanding this mid area. Right now, Squeak just trying to gain his team some control. Instantly, though, the entire side of Monarchy being forced away due to the control and amount of damage. A dive in from Darky not going to be able to convert there. Instinct getting a little low on HP. Big pull coming through, though. They're going to get another takedown there. It's going to be a 5-3 2-star lead for Free Win Agents.
Man, I love the confidence from Instinct, and also he was tracking and counting the ammo count very nicely of his opponent, because he was one shot if you know, he shot after his opponent, so he needed to make sure that he would get the connection first. Great work from him, and so far a nice 4-star lead. Make it now 6 in favor of Free Win Agents, and Stran is very low HP as well. Coupe is trying to clear him up. Not able to do so just yet. Some nice connection from Ari on the left-hand side. Gets the super off as well, and the final takedown on Instinct. Only 2 stars now. Make it again 4, as I just can't catch a break to read the score.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the biggest factors here is, again, having Eve with full mobility. That's one of the biggest problems on this map. And having somebody like Bo and Squeak on your side for the mines and just the Squeak normal shots. Big pull coming through, though. Now 17-10. Had to hold my breath with how many takedowns were going down. However, that is a big factor, is they now have full mobility, and you can see that reflected in the 6 stars now on Sergeant's head. Countdown shortly to begin. Comfortable lead now for Free Win Agents.
Yeah, I said it earlier, Eve is insane on this map, and the fact that you leave it open, especially, I would say, when there is, this skill gap already between both teams, I think that almost, settles it. I saw the Eve pick, I was there all right, well, they just did a big blunder, and they should not have let that happen, and I think that at this point, they can try their best to turn things around, but I said it earlier, Eve is literally the only one that can play that lane, because usually you have to play 2 on one side and 1 on the other. Here they have a proper mid, which is just ridiculously strong.
Yeah, and it's a free blue star every time, but when you add that with the takedown, it's now going to lead to a 3-0 lead. Great connections coming in from Instinct. Coupe de Ace also landing a connection there too. 5 stars to 0. Sergeant continuing to push forward, and it's so easy to get spawn trapped on this map. Darky thankfully has a way out of it with his jump, but wasn't able to land too many connections with the first one. Sergeant picking up another one here too. Dive in from Darky does manage to get the first takedown from Monarchy. However, Instinct quickly putting that to rest. 10-3. Free Win Agents with a big lead.
Sergeant is just vibing at this point. Instinct doing a really good job on the Gene as well. 11-star lead, and there's still a minute left on the clock for Monarchy to turn things around, but I'm gonna be honest with you, Kenny, I'm a couple seconds in, I already felt like FW, and I hate it. It's something I never say, but this time it kind of feels like it. A couple of takedowns actually going the way of Monarchy, and some good connections overall from Ari, but things are still really tough, and pushing Surgeon, you don't get that spawn trap effect either facing an Eve, just because she can go through that middle. That is, the biggest challenge for a lot of those brawlers to be facing.
Yeah, Monarchy's really going to have to take advantage of both sides. There's going to be a takedown on the left, though. Now 17-14. It's as close as this game has gotten. Wall break coming through for Coupe de Ace. Only going to make things easier for Sergeant. Darky is holding on to his super. There's bow mines available. Ari going to be charging up for a final push here. And a big takedown for both sides. Dive forward. Sergeant actually going to be very weak here. 25-22. Squeak shots raining in as well. They need one more big-time takedown, though. And unfortunately, they're just not going to have it in them. All the brawlers from Monarchy outside of Squeak go down 2-0, and things were close towards the end there. However, Free Win Agents were sitting comfortably for a large duration of set number 1.
Yeah, I think there's very rarely, to my eyes, situations at a pro level where a draft just wins a set. But I think this is one of those rare occasions where, you do a blunder in your draft, you gotta try to work around it. It's very hard, and I think that they did a pretty surprisingly good job in that second game. Only a 3-star difference from what, draft-wise was just very much a win on the side of Free Win Agents. So there's some work to do there. We'll see if they're able to adjust things in dueling beetles, but you can't give away freebies like that. Yeah, you can't tell me that Eve is not in your top 3 priority bans when you don't have first pick on Canal Grande. That's just a big mistake, and maybe just something they overlooked, but yeah, they need to have that on point for the next set, because those sort of mistakes, if Free Win Agents have a big impact pick on their side like that, they're gonna capitalize on it, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair, and Dueling Beetles is certainly a map in my eyes where there is a clear first pick, or at least one of your 3 bans if you don't have first pick. For me, that's Penny. Penny with the recent buff. This was already a map where we've actually seen her run occasionally, even when she wasn't that strong. SK Gaming, of course, in the big exhibition match against AQM debuted that, and it worked really well. You can really position that turret on the left or the right-hand walls, very protected if they don't have a thrower or an easy wall break to get to that. Penny, a great area control brawler, long lanes for her sharpshooter abilities, and of course she makes one connection, anything behind her too it's gonna hit as well. The new gadget also very interesting. So for me, if Monarchy doesn't get this first pick, you gotta throw that in. You gotta be very selective with it. I think this is definitely a map as well where there's a clear #1 brawler that you gotta watch out for.
Oh, definitely so. You know, it's like anything. It's literally the same situation as Eve just before, right? It's a brawler that is great on this map and great in the meta. And that just makes them so deadly overall, because they win so many of those, you know, specific interactions, and they have the map to, you know, truly shine and play that brawler at the full potential. So I think that Penny is a very good shout from you. I think a lot of defensive brawlers and just zone damage brawlers do really well in hot zone, obviously, especially with one zone. So brawlers like Gil and Ems can be very deadly as well. Even Sandy, if you played aggressive enough, can put in some good work here. So I think there's a lot of different options overall, which makes the draft even more challenging.
Well, these bans are going to be a little bit interesting. It's going to be a Grom, Janet, and the other brawler is going to be Sprout for free win agents. On the other side, we see a Squeak, a Penny, and a Janet. Definitely a good call on eliminating the Penny and the Janet in my eyes. Squeak, another one that does super well. Very good in the meta right now, but especially on this map, going to be an absolute problem. First pick overall, going to be Bo.
Yeah, I like Bo. He's been in a pretty good place overall. And again, you know, those mines are something that is going to buy time. And when you're not careful, they're going to give you a free kill. An absolute freebie. So I like it. I like Lola here a lot too. It's so good at just holding on to either lane or the mid. Can get some really solid positioning and just lock down areas very strongly. Bell, I like as well. I feel like it's, you know, not as good as it used to be on this map, just because there's a lot of very strong picks that are viable. So I think it can still work, but yeah, I prefer the Leon, for example, that free win agents are bringing on their side. The lollipop drop still very strong. If you don't have anything to deal with it, that's a lot of free control.
I think Bell is somebody who's a very safe pick. I don't think it's going to lose them this set by any means, but it doesn't necessarily have that win factor. Somebody like Leon, who has some invisibility as a factor, you know, he can get very aggressive. Bo's got the mines for control. I think Bell's a great brawler, but I'm kind of with you. I do like how free win agents are going for brawlers with very distinct purpose. I think Stu here is going to be an excellent choice too, to add some aggression. I imagine they'll probably roll with the speed zone as well. And that's probably why they end up banning some of these throwers too. I was very curious at the start of this draft, because it's not too often you see a double thrower ban, especially somebody like Grom. Not very often we see him in that ban phase. Clearly there is something that free win agents were trying to take off the board, and this is a big part of their strategies to get those brawlers out of the way.
Yeah, I think the big strength as well from this comp from free win agents is that they have a big setup that takes very little setup time. You know, brawlers that need to place down damage boosters or healing stations or stuff like that, or a penny turret. It takes a while because you need to get that super. But here you get the free speed zone that, you know, is the gadget of Stu. And same with the lollipop drop, which just gives you a huge advantage early on. I like the roughs as a final pick. I think, you know, some supply drops can go a long way to open up the map and remove some of those spawns. But yeah, here you go. On each side, there's utility that's going to help free win agents win their lanes. And so far, I mean, it's working out quite nicely as they are in a 2-on-2.
Instinct able to step forward. They're now approaching at 20%. Going to get a little aggressive there. Actually going to be taken down by Airy. And Coupe Days with a nice shot landing there. Finally, though, Darky able to step on for at least a little bit. Sergeant going to be very aggressive here as the Stu. They've already got some walls broken down, too. This is going to allow Colonel Ruffs to take advantage of that extra range compared to somebody like Stu. And again, Colonel Ruff's going to be a pretty good counter into Stu as well with those sandbags. Even though they did get a nerf, it's still going to be a great option to try and play into Sergeant, who's more of a single-shot brawler.
Yeah, I love this comp from Free Win Agents. I'm gonna be honest with you, I like it a lot. It's very, very clever, and it's not necessarily, you know, something that you're gonna be too aware of until they actually, you know, pick it. Sort of thing. Like, it's hard to read that this is going to be their plan, and so far the results really just speak for themselves. Is they have an extremely dominant performance early on, as I sort of predicted. You know, those gadgets are so good, and Monarchy, I think they needed a way to deal with those gadgets, which their comp just doesn't really offer them, and this is why we have such a dominant and one-sided result so far. At last, a little bit of control from Monarchy, but it's a little too late. There's almost a 90% lead for Free Win Agents now.
They only need a few more taps. Sergeant going to be stepping forward to try and get those 95% down. Quick takedown over Instinct. Game would get sneaky on this right-hand side, 99%. And all Coup de Ace has to do is step his pinky toe in there. And now they're going to find themselves with a match point.
Yeah, I love this comp. I can't say it enough. I love this comp on the side of Free Win Agents. I think it's very smart because you don't necessarily think about this synergy at a first glance. You know, that's what I meant earlier. Like, you're not going to read it through the draft thinking, oh, they're going to go for this. But a very well spotted opportunity to have that setup going. And so far, yeah, the results speak for themselves, really. What a way to go here for Free Win Agents.
Now Sergeant being tagged up, nice damage amplifier, should help them out a little bit here. However, the speed zone plus the invisibility is such a good combination. Able to avoid that bounce shot there. Look at the dashes coming through for Sergeant, just excelling right now as Coup de Ace picks up a takedown on the left-hand side. Now another one, Ruff's is going to fall here too. And Sergeant trying to position themselves very aggressively to try and keep the enemies back. Over the Lola, Ego, and the Gadget are going to allow Monarchy to push forward just a little bit. Coup de Ace, the only one left standing as Instinct recovers.
Yeah, that's kind of the ridiculous thing as well, you know, is that Sergeant is going to have those speed zones just constantly. Like, it's his second gadget, you know, but it's going to take a while before they manage to take it out. They basically need a supply drop to take it out, because even any bell gadgets are not really going to be able to find a bounce that connects them to this one. So, once again, I mean, Monarchy, they're doing a lot better, but it's still a very challenging draft to deal with.
Well, they're hanging in there for now. Now over a 15% lead. Instinct, though, able to convert a takedown. Airy quickly getting a kill, though, as well. Sergeant and Coup de Ace are able to step forward. Now recovering in less than a 10% lead. Darky being backed away. Trying to land these shots. Sergeant, a little dash back and forth. Going to be taking advantage of the Gasso heal, which is going to allow him to heal up every time he dashes. Instinct with another one. These Leon takedowns have been so pivotal, and now a team wipe coming through. Monarchy all going to fall, and Free Win Agents sitting comfortably with Coup de Ace on the hot zone.
Wow, Instinct just getting 4 kills in a row there in the span of like 20 seconds. Super impressive stuff from him. And I mean, it looked much better from Monarchy. I'm gonna be honest with you, much better, but still not nearly good enough, as it is going to be all Free Win Agents for this match as they secure their spot in the semifinals as well.
Well, nothing less than what we expect from Free Win Agents. Again, it was going to be a very uphill battle for Monarchy. Definitely want to give them credit. This is their first monthly finals appearance. They are a brand new team to the BSC, and it's very tough when you're exposed to your region's top dog. I think overall this is going to be some great exposure for them, a little bit of experience. And next month, you know, if they get a more of, you know, even leveled alignment for the bracket, you know, it could very potentially lead to them gaining some more points. I think any experience is good experience. They know how it feels to go against literally the best of the best in the region. I think better days ahead for Monarchy. Still, though, Free Win Agents looking very good, despite what many thought was not as good of a performance as it could have been from MSI.
Yeah, I think Monarchy did really well for their first showing in the monthly finals, because they're facing the best team of the region by far as well, the best team in the region. They lost both drafts, and they still had some fairly competitive games both in Bounty and in Hot Zone. So I think they did a remarkable job, and so far from what I've seen, nothing that they can't fix by their next appearance. So hoping to see them again next month. But unfortunately for them, it's going to be the end of their journey for this month. Free Win Agents, yeah, going to the semifinals and showing up very, very nicely in this matchup. Didn't really need to, you know, go all crazy and show us their most impressive stuff, but everything was on point. Good drafts, good execution. They did a good job.
Yeah, I think their preparation was clearly shown there. I was really impressed by, especially the second draft, when I saw that both Grom and Sprout being the other one, two throwers off the board. That was a little peculiar, and my Brawl senses started going off. What could they possibly be picking? And it makes a lot of sense, you know, when they're putting up a lot of those turrets. You know, throwers are going to be the best candidates to take those out, but that's definitely not what I would have expected. I didn't know what they were going to do, but that was clearly a strategy that they wanted to play. It's not something that the other team could predict, and I think that just goes to show how strong not only Free Win Agents are mechanically, but also how they're doing it their time beforehand, making sure they know exactly what they want to play and implementing those strategies. I think a very well job done, and of course, getting even that first one was huge for them on Canal Grande.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, their drafts were just much better. You could see the experience just through the draft. You know, the slightest slip up on the side of Monarchy, and it was over. You know, in the draft, and suddenly big advantage for Free Win Agents. I think they still battle it out nicely, but yeah, Free Win Agents on top.
Well, now moving on to match number 4. This is going to be the final of our quarterfinals. We've got Madoppen versus Reconyx Esports SESA Edition. And it's good to see Madoppen back in a monthly finals. This is their second time, with their last appearance being in March, which was our first monthly finals. They've still got Wiggly Spook. They've got WP, who remain on the roster from before. And now they've added 2 new players. It's going to be Vex and Tenghung. Vex, first monthly finals appearance of 2022, but it's been around the scene. A few monthly finals appearances last year. And also Tenghung previously played 3 monthly finals in 2022, all for free agent Upper Moon. I think this is gonna be a great pickup for them.
Yeah, definitely. So I think they are positioned on Reconyx Esports a bit more challenging. They're coming in 8th and last seed this month, but you know, they've had a pretty decent run so far this year, to be honest. This is their 3rd monthly final appearance. They just missed out in May, so great to see them back. It's one of those scary things, you know, when you don't qualify a month, you don't want to make it 2 months in a row. You know, that gives you too much catching up to do to really get back to level. So I'm happy they made it now, and it's going to be their chance for some redemption and try to secure some more of those points as well. I think this is potentially a pretty decent quality matchup we got here for this final quarterfinal. But if I personally had to go for a favorite, I think I would go with Madoppen, just because, first of all, the name I think is very lovely and I like it a lot, and their name just rings a bit more of a bell to me, and I'm a bit more familiar with their team, so I'm gonna have to go that way. Which way would you go for this one, Kenny?
We're going to be 4 for 4 in terms of predictions. I'm going with Madoppen. I do think this is another one that's going to end up being very competitive, though. I love their pickup. And Reconyx Esports have had a lot of different shifts in terms of rosters throughout this season. They still retain a lot of their core coming into this month. However, we'll just have to see what happens. I think the ceiling for the side of Madoppen is fairly high, just like Reconyx. However, we've seen a little bit more, at least in the 1 month that they excelled at. Their ceiling was very solid. I like what I've seen from Madoppen, and they're adding a very solid player that previously played for free agent Upper Moon, which had a lot of success. We'll see how much of a difference maker it ends up being, but again, I really think this could be one of the more competitive ones too, especially in a best 2 to 3. Really, anything can happen here, and I don't expect that to be an exception here.
Yeah, exactly that. I think the potential is here for it to really go either way, but I would give a small advantage to Madoppen just for, you know, consistency's sake. I feel like they've been looking a little bit better overall this year. We'll have to see. It seems like Hot Potato is where we will be kicking things off, which is a map I love. And you got it right. I love Rico, and this is, you know, the map for him as well. So hopefully we get some Rico action at last, as we've seen him banned a couple times already today, and I don't think we've seen him played whatsoever. I still think he's in a pretty good place overall in the meta, so hopefully this is some time for some Rico action.
Well, this match is going to be a perfect candidate for Rico to show up. We've got Hot Potato now, Hard Rock Mine coming up soon, and I think some other brawlers we got to watch out for. I have seen a decent amount of Bonnie here. Wouldn't surprise me to see that get banned. Obviously, Eve, Janet, very strong brawlers. I know Penny hasn't necessarily always been on Hot Potato whatsoever, but I mean, if teams really feel like she's that strong, they may go for a ban, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. It's going to be Penny and Crow on our left-hand side. one missing for now. And Crow, going to be an interesting one here too. On the other side, we're going to see Ruffs, Surge, and Imps.
Yeah, I like the series of bans. I mean, you know, at least this time it is gonna open things up for a nice squeak first pick. Yeah, I like that a lot. It's so good in the mid here. Can just completely lock down that lane. It's good against Lola too, which we're gonna be seeing picked by Reconyx, which is a little bit of a risk in my opinion, because I do feel like Squeak can deal with her pretty nicely. So far, I like what I'm seeing on the side of Madoppen, just a little bit more BB. All right, that is going to switch things up quite a bit. A lot of tankiness, obviously, and speed to try to close the gap and get straight into the action. But on the side of Madoppen, I respect the Griff, man. It's a brawler we don't see nearly enough, and it has so much damage, has destruction, free destruction, as a matter of fact, with those gadgets, the piggybacks, and the super deals so nicely with tanks as well. And the Primo is not to be completely unexpected either, as it is a pick we see quite often to counter somewhat tanks as well, get some destruction in the mix potentially with the Meteor gadget as well, and the Colette. I mean, it just kind of makes sense to deal with that Primo. So I like what I'm seeing on both sides, but I do prefer the comp a little bit from Madoppen.
Yeah, and Askachad, a longtime player there, looked a slight shrug there. He looked a little caught off guard, and this definitely isn't a traditional comp we're seeing from Madoppen. I've definitely seen all of the brawlers we see here played. And BB, I think people forget Zeta Division 1 made it work in MSI, and also somebody that used to be a very meta brawler on this map. We'll see how it fares into Wiggly Spoo's El Primo. And for now, things will be opened up immediately. I like this pick of Griff. However, Bear on the Colette gonna fare much better, I would say, into El Primo. I think that's gonna be the matchup to watch out for, as Colette does a lot of damage on the high safe, but also is a tank counter.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Wiggly Spoo with some great dodges as well. Bear just a little bit too focused on trying to spot him, and Vex gets a free elimination due to their jungling pushing forward. Takes a lot of damage. Super as well now from TH, and very low HP players. Vex just dispatches both of them smoothly with one super, and we got a bit of a base race, but it's a 3v1 base race, and look at the damage on that blue save, on that red save rather. So much value of that one push from Madoppen.
Well, big lead coming in for Madoppen now. Squeak getting a nice tag onto Bear. The Griff super, just so much value. I think that's one of the reasons that he's so powerful. Going to be converting another one there too. Askachad going to have nowhere to go. Going to get taken down there. However, a big comeback here for Reconyx Esports. Both sides have so much potential to do a lot of high safe damage. And that's going to be a huge factor here. It was a little bit of a base race earlier, but now it's Reconyx Esports laying on the pressure. Another Colette dash coming through too. And now things going back and forth. It's truly going to be a base race. Lola gonna be able to shred through this safe, though. It's gonna be a close call, but it's gonna come down to the wire. Reconyx Esports get the job done.
Wow, I like the confidence to go for that base rush and win it as well. Beautiful stuff from Reconyx. Exactly what they needed as well. They had a really rough start. They were behind by like 70% or something, but they were able to, you know, with some patience and some very clever decision making, turn things around. So great work overall from them. Let's see if they can make it 2 in a row.
A little contention for the mid now. Bear going to be flanking right as Vex tries to defend. He's going to go ahead and just open up. Nowhere for the other side to hide. Bear with a dash forward. That's going to be 10%. Askachad trying to deal with the Squeak. Nice takedown there. An El Primo jump as well. And Wiggly Spoo's just completely ignores Ling pushing forward. They're going to be trying to get some extra high safe damage in here. Griff super going through as well. And another early lead here for Madoppen. We'll have to see if they can hold on to it, unlike they did last game.
Yeah, I do have to say I love this Griff pick. I think it's doing such a good job. I also love this Squeak being able to just wait for Bear to, you know, go for a super and then put a bunch of shots where he's going to come back. I think it's such a funny interaction. Overall, so far things are starting off quite nicely for Madoppen, but we saw in the previous game that Reconyx, they're able to turn things around all the way until the end, so they need to be really careful though, as there is some really good positioning. That super is going to be dealing a ton of damage, nearly closing out this game. but TH not able to find the final connections to end things now. Wiggly Spudo gonna go for a bit of a jump, gets a meteor as well, but not really gonna find too much of a target with that.
Well, they still need to get the job done. And now Reconyx Esports lining up for some big time damage. Jump through for Wiggly Spoo. Going to be a takedown to Askachad. And now they're going to be waiting for the teammates to return. Vex does have a super, which with one nice connection to do about 2,500, at least from the distance he was shooting at earlier. Barely going to get there too. 7% left, 3%. Will the squeak shot cover it? Yes, it does. Grass Madoppen held on to that lead very well. And I feel like Griff is a large contributor for that.
Yeah, absolutely so. You know, we saw the value, you know, getting constantly just supers that connect onto 2, 3 players, just safe in the mix as well. Like, that's so much value, and being able to cycle those Griff supers is really, really good. And I like the idea of it a lot on this map as well. Just the angle is really great, and those gadgets to open up the map also proving to be very, very valuable. And you know, Grass Madoppen, they won the previous game despite I remember a bit of a bad gadget from TH early on. So they've done a really good job. We'll have to see though, as this far, this is Reconyx's best start into any of the games we've seen of Heist.
Lola was just laying damage onto the high safe. One of the reasons she's going to be so strong, it's kind of where her meta journey began. As a high DPS brawler, she's going to be able to do a ton of damage, and plus having the gadget with the shield can protect from damage as well as just allow you to get some free tags in that high safe. Forces the other team to use a lot of energy. Bear, nice connection there. Wiggly Smoo is going to fall. Vex trying to get a pinch there too. Bear's going to fall. Zinglin still creeping down this left-hand side, but a big Vex super coming through, and he's been cycling those all match long. And some good back and forth here. Bear going for a little bit of a risky play there, trying to trust the game awareness, but the Squeak super still going to be tagging up that safe. Wiggly Smoo has a jump as well, not using it quite yet. There's plenty of opportunities for aggression, and it's actually going to lead to him getting a takedown of Zinglin despite having low HP.
The fact that he gets the kill on the BB without taking a single little bit of damage is super impressive. And yeah, they have so much damage on this comp from Grass Madoppen, and every time they have control, they're gonna capitalize. But the comp from Reconyx definitely has a fair bit of damage themselves, and they're able to get the takedown onto TH. Vex was a very important trade, might still be able to get a super onto Askachad, but Askachad is able to clear him up despite a very narrow angle.
And Grass Madoppen still need to be careful here. Reconyx Esports does do a lot of damage, however, Vex gonna clean that entire team up outside of Lola. Now Wiggly Spoo diving in as well, and the remaining damage has all been done. Grass Madoppen with a nice game number 3. And Wiggly Spoo, look at the excitement on his face, knowing he did a good job. Not too often you get to see El Primo get a win in the BSC. I really like the comp from both these teams.
Yeah, I like it a lot as well. It's just really good fun, you know, and still very much competitive. Don't get me wrong. Like, I've seen Primo here in other regions as well, so a lot of fun to see some of those brawlers come up, and you gotta respect the passion from Wiggly Spoo. I think it's just says a lot, you know, to see him this ecstatic and happy about a set win in the quarterfinals. I mean, it's great, because if that was a reaction from the winner of the monthly final, I would be there like, still a very good reaction. So yeah, the passion is there. I met him at Worlds last year as well, and I've rarely met someone that was so down to earth and just so passionate about the game. So I'd love to see him with some success, but it's only set 1 so far.
Yeah, very competitive start, just kind of how we anticipated him. I love seeing the passion from these guys too. It makes what esports are so special for. You know, there's a lot of drive, a lot of hard work goes into that, and even taking one set that's very close can go a long ways. Now we're hopping into Hard Rock Mine again. This is a map you mentioned before. I said it was the match for Rico's to show up. He didn't show up in Hot Potato. I think he would have been an excellent candidate there too, but I have really no complaints. I think that was a much more unconventional comp from both sides, really, but it was one that kind of worked. I think Griff was a huge factor there, somebody that shows up from time to time on that map, but certainly not enough in my opinion. I think Griff provided some extra value there too, into somebody like Lolo for the interaction of his super, which can shred through anything. It could go through the ego and Lola as well, providing a decent counter there, a nice way to break open some walls, and a lot of damage, constantly cycling that super too. I was really impressed with the Griff plays.
Yeah, I love that some point how he waited for the Lola to place down her super before he uses his. Like, he had a free takedown on her, but he just had the patience to make sure that she wasted that super, which I think was just so fun and so interesting. So yeah, great stuff overall, and I completely agree with your argument. I think Griff was probably the MVP for me in this one. I think Wiggly Spook played ridiculous primo as well, honestly. Like, he was owning that matchup against the BB and showing exactly why they brought in that brawler.
Yeah, I agree, and it was refreshing to see some of these brawlers that we don't see too often. It's nice to see BB get in the mix a little bit, a long-time brawler that used to be very solid in the blind format on this map. Kind of lost her way a little bit in the draft. We haven't seen her too much, but it's good to see a team like Zeta Division 1 show up, obviously on a different map for MSI, but at least bringing to light that this is still a very solid brawler. I think that's been one of the nice things about the change in format, as the brawler pool so much higher now. There's so many more options, and teams have really been able to cater to that as well. Now hopping into Hard Rock Mine, though, what are some brawlers that you anticipate seeing here in the mix? You know, we've mentioned Rico a lot. We know we love that as a great lane option here. I love seeing it in action too. However, are there any other ones that you're kind of keeping your eye out for?
Well, where there's Rico, there's Ruffs in general. I think that looking at the very recent meta, I think there's some big opportunities for Carl to be very strong here. I think Penny is honestly a brawler that you should still absolutely consider for this map. On lane, though, obviously not in mid, just doesn't really have the range to do that. I think in the mid, my favorite gem carriers are going to be 8-Bit, Eve, and Jean, as I feel like they're just very consistently good. There's other options. You can always, you know, go for a Piper or maybe a Bell or you know, a Byron. But I think overall, for me, the mid is just 8-Bit, Eve, and Jean are really the most competitive options in my books. We'll see the Eve banned out because of that.
Yes, and that extra ban that we're not seeing there is going to be Surge, which is a really interesting one. I feel like Surge has shown up a lot more recently, but this isn't one of the maps I tend to see him played. First pick overall, Lola, of course, and Bo getting a lot more love recently due to his buff. They're going to go with Squeak on the other side, and a very animated reaction from Wiggly Spoo. He's going to be picking the Stew. We'll end up seeing what that pick number 5 is in just a moment, but I do like what Reconyx Esports has started with.
Man, I just love the different dynamic, you know, the different like level of tension and just smiles on both teams. Like, Askachan has showed like no emotion, so just yet, you know, like focused as ever. And Wiggly Spoo is like having the time of his life, and both can be just very valuable to your team, really. But yeah, I love the energy from Wiggly. I just want to point it out one more time. We'll see the Stu and the Bonnie on the side of Grass Madoppen. Reconyx going for a Tara last pick. I like Tara here. I like that we're not seeing any of the mids that I mentioned earlier. I mean, some of them are banned out in my defense, but very interesting ways to go. I mean, I'm guessing Bonnie is gonna be the mid, probably. No, they're going for the Lola mid. Interesting. I don't think it's the best option here, but I mean, I do like the speed zone from the Stu. Obviously, it seems like it's a gadget that you know, the region is really happy to overuse, and I like it a lot, so I don't mind that.
I think this Tara last pick was one that I actually really like. I feel like Tara is often forgotten, but has a super that's very pivotal, especially in a mode like Gym Grab, where you can reset a countdown based on one kill. I think it's going to do really well into the Lola Ego. It can deal with multiple brawlers at once, and also Tara is known as a counter for Stu due to the extra spawners that she can place down. However, Wiggly Spoo, along with Vex, getting a nice takedown there. Bear going to be the only one left standing, and now a clean sweep there for Grass Madoppen. It's going to be an 8-0 lead. It looks like Squeak's not even moving here. Maybe an issue there with the internet or something along those lines. But either way, very well respected for Grass Madoppen. Great start.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing a lot from Grass Madoppen. So far, it's going to be a countdown that will get interrupted. Wiggly Spoo not willing to overcommit for that one gem. So they'll play it a little bit safer, but wow, that is going to be a nice takedown. TH gets stunned as well, so surely will be cleared up. But that gives all 9 gems back to Wiggly Spoo, which is exactly where Grass Madoppen want them in the first place. All they need now is 1 gem to start that countdown again.
Well, a fantastic recovery for Reconyx Esports. They've now pinned Grass Madoppen closer to their spawn. They've still got bow mines to work with as well. Vex going to be perplexed here as he is going to be trapped with that nice Tara pool coming through too. All those gems spilling out. TH going to be left to defend. Jump towards the mid though. No connection onto Bear. It's going to be leaning left now. They do pick up 2 gems though as a result. Nice diversion there as Bear had to protect his life, and TH was able to claim these final 2 gems. 10 seconds to go. Sitting comfortably. They just need 1 takedown. Could be on any of the brawlers for now. Huge kill though for Vex, and TH is going to do his best to connect a Wiggly Spoo, but to no avail. Grass Madoppen end up getting the job done in game number 1.
Yeah, really good stuff from them. The one thing I do want to point out is I think Lola here only really works if your lanes are winning. I think that if your lanes are losing their matchups and you can't go aggressive like that, you're struggling a lot, and it's really not easy to retake any sort of mid control. So I think that this is what Reconyx need to work on. They need to make sure that at least one of the lanes is a clear victory for them, and I think this is also why Wiggly Spoo went so aggressive onto the right lane rather than committing too much to the mid here in the early game, because he knew that they need to win at least one lane, and that's exactly what they do by, you know, bringing in and forcing in that 2v1 encounter.
Vex making a nice dash there. Having a little bit of trouble. They end up getting a takedown on the right-hand side as well into TH. Good tag there. Super going through. However, Vex is still able to get the best of the situation. Bow mines going to be carefully placed there. Going to be trying to disrupt the visibility, and now they're going to have a lot more access. Going to be less places to hide. You can see exactly where the side of Grass Madoppen going. Askachat in a very aggressive position, along with Bear who's pressing forward. Is able to claim a 4th gem. However, still a lead here for Grass Madoppen as Vex getting very aggressive to try and find this takedown. Not quite yet. Tara Super coming through too. Vex gonna fall. And now a lot of back and forth as Reconyx are trying to expand out of their spawn.
Yeah, it just shows how threatening Vex is when he's that low HP and still justifies a full-on Tara pool. And look at him go, just absolutely clearing through the entirety of Reconyx roster. As we get the countdown now for Grass Madoppen. It is a weak countdown. It's spread across all 3 players, so some kills could go a very long way, but there's not going to be any kills here for Reconyx. Grass Madoppen will take the 2-0 in sets, and that means that they'll be facing free win agents in the semifinals.
And there's the continued animation. We love to see it. I think they did a great job. I think set number 1 was a little bit closer in set number 2, but overall, Reconyx Esports showed that they're still a very seasoned team, a lot of potential for them, and right back to the semifinals once again for Grass Madoppen. Very excited for him as he's clearly showing he's happy about it too.
Yeah, just the level of emotions, you know, that translate through that. And this is why I love player camps, really. You know, you can really get like an understanding of the emotions that the players are going through during those matches. And yeah, I mean, you always gotta love a smile, but the amount of smiles and laughing we've seen from Wiggly Spoo was just so wholesome, really wholesome. Really excited to be here and to make it to the semifinals as well in such a dominant fashion, only dropping a single game in this match. Looking really good so far. I have to say I'm impressed by the level of play they're bringing in here.
Yeah, I think overall, very solid play for them again. I think Reconyx is still going to continue to perform well. I think they even did today. I know it was 2-0, but I feel like the score overall didn't really reflect what was going on inside each of the sets. I think it's going to be really interesting to see as they continue forward as well. And again, they've had a lot of roster changes too. I'm sure they'll figure out the right combination here soon. But Wiggly Spoo and his squad are going to be doing it very well. A lot of our matches here today have been quite interesting. And, you know, looking back a little bit at our quarterfinals here, here's what's happened so far today. Free agent Team Wood took a 2-0 victory over the new Serenity roster. Blitz and Case's Lifelines fought it out. 2-1, very close call. Free win agents with a very convincing win against the newcomers Monarchy. And of course, we just witnessed Grass Madoppen play against Reconyx Esports. What are you looking forward to about these semifinals match, Teddy?
I mean, I think both are pretty stacked, all things considered. I think the bottom one is gonna be really fun, just because of the history as well between Wigglyspoo. He was coach for Team Flash last year, so getting him to play, against some of his former teammates is definitely always fun. But Teamwood versus Blitz might just be very competitive as well. So overall, I'm very happy with how the day's been going so far. We do have 3 2-0s, but as you said, some of them were actually a little bit closer than what the scoreline seems to show.
Agreed. It's been very entertaining. I feel like there's been no real absolute blowouts. Even somebody like Monarchy was very impressive in their debut. I think the expectation, of course, was that 3-win agents who have won every single month facing the newcomers, it was going to be a very sided one for 3-win agents, but even then, they showed a lot of potential. I think even all these 2-0 kind of matches have been really exciting to watch. Definitely be sure to stick with us here as we continue forward for our semifinals. We'll be back in just a moment, and absolutely watch as we reminisce on the MSI winner interviews. We're going to see some exclusive Zeta 1 interview in just a moment here, but I think it's really exciting. I think a lot of good stuff, like you mentioned, coming forward too. I think SESA is a lot more fun than people give it credit for. It is a smaller region and with a lot less teams, but there's a lot of conversion. There's a lot of all sorts of different teams that are competing at a high level. I think it's been really awesome to watch here today.
Oh, certainly so. I mean, it is a region in development, really, with tons of new players still joining the scene. And I think that the energy and the passion that we've seen so far says a lot about how cool this region really is. So I'm so excited to get to our semis.
Well, we'll be arriving in our semifinals in just a moment. Stick with us for some more exciting action and, of course, to catch this first-time exclusive interview with Zeta Division 1.
Zeta are all over the spin. 5 seconds, and Zeta Division are going to be the LSI 2022 champions.
決勝で結構接戦だったんですけど、なんとか粘り強いところが出て勝つことができたんで嬉しいです。SK ゲーミングがその個々の能力も高かったりだとか、チームとしての連携もあったんで一番強敵でしたね。はい、今日無事に優勝できたんですけど、やっぱり危なかった、決勝が危なかった場面が結構あったんで、そういうところを今後改善していきながら最後までやりきりたいと思います。世界大会には出れると思っていて、最後の世界大会も優勝できると思っています。観戦していただいてありがとうございます。これからも頑張りますので応援よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。What
a fantastic result for Zeta Division. They continue to reign supreme, our MSA champions, and deservedly so.
It's here! The ultimate comatose collaboration from Poco and Sandy, featuring hit tracks Tired of Losing to You,
I'm tired of losing to you.
Dying for a Lion,
No more fiesta. Por favor, give me siesta.
and the number 22 hit single, The Sleepy Tune.
Hush, little brother, say no word. Sleepy too.
Sleepy Tunes.
Are you tired of not winning? Fed up of dying? Want to make it to the championship finals just this once? Fear not. Byron's Snazzy Snake Oil can help. Carefully crafted by Mr. Byron himself from nature's finest ingredients, including essence of real snake. 50% of the time, it works every time. Byron's Snazzy Snake Oil can cause twitching, excessive hollering, flatulence, and in 50% of cases, death.
Shake out those sombreros. It's the Fire Fiesta. Featuring Ember, the high flyer fire supplier for hire. Poco and Frank perform a brain-melting medley of the sleepy tune. And what's a show without a topless appearance from El Primo? But now, it'll set your fans on fire.
Welcome in to the Brawl house. The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it! No way this one! And that is that! What an insane moment!
Welcome back, Brawl Stars and Nation. We're going to be continuing the SESA and ANZ finals for this month, starting off split number 2 very hotly. It's going to be me, Kenny, and Teddy. It's going to be a really good one for us for the rest of the day. The semifinals are coming up, and this bracket has been super awesome to see it play through for the day. Teddy, why don't you go ahead and break down what we've done so far?
Well, so far, it's been going pretty good for our predictions, Kenny, as we are both 4 out of 4. But now it's going to be the much more challenging moment with FA Team Wood versus Blitz in our first semifinal. That's going to be our next match here coming up. But right after that, we'll also have Free Win Agents versus Grass Madoppen, which is a match I'm really excited about. As I said earlier before the break, we have the little history between Wiggly Spoo and this Free Win Agents roster, as some of them have played on the same team before as he was coaching. So I'm really excited to see how that one is going to pan out. But so far, I would say the results were fairly predictable, but I've been impressed how some of those 2-0 matches and some of those, less experienced teams like Team Monarchy, for example, were able to still hold up quite decently against very, very strong opponents, of the likes of Free Win Agents that have been so dominant so far this year. So I'm excited to see if this is going to be a 4th monthly final win for Free Win Agents, which sounds ridiculous when you think about it, or if we might have a new champion this time around.
I think that's a good point too, and hopefully your predictions are going as well as ours at home. Remember, you can play along at event.brawlstars.com, answer some trivia questions, and try and earn those exclusive pins. We're doing a good job so far today. Me and Teddy definitely making some solid progress. Hope you copied our homework at home. But in terms of predictions for the rest of the day, now we're approaching Free Agent Team Wood versus Blitz. I think we've seen some good stuff from both teams today, but Teddy, we got to pick another winner here. Which side are you going with?
For the most part, I followed seeding and leaderboards as my main tool to decide for my predictions. I'm going to do it again, and that means going FA Team Wood for this one. Blitz looked good, but a little bit more clunky, I would say, than what FA Team Wood showed in their quarterfinal match. So I'm a little bit more convinced as well in general from today's performance that FA Team Wood, on paper, seems to be at least a slightly better team.
I think that's fair. I mean, Team Wood are currently the 2nd place team in the region, and all 4 of these players have been very solid. Again, having a really nice pickup for themselves too. I think it displayed in match number 1 for them that it worked pretty well. I think this is a team that has a lot of potential, and if there's one team that probably has the best chance to take on FWA and claim that title, I think it's Team Wood. I think Blitz has played super well, though. I think nothing to take away from them. This certainly isn't a walk away for Team Wood, in my opinion. I think this will be a very contested match as well, but if I have to pick a side as well, it looks like we're riding together once again with Team Wood. Now hopping into the stunt show, it is going to be a pinhole punt. Your home region of EMEA has seen a lot of Carl and, other third-party events, and I've seen a decent number of scrims where, with the projectile speed buff, they're really running Carl. Are you convinced that he's a worthy pick for a map like this?
I think it might very much be. Just for context as well, Free Win Agents actually rocked the Carl during MSI on this map. It went terribly bad for them, but it was before the buff. So I can definitely see it being a variable option here. Absolutely. I think Penny definitely is as well. I like Ems here quite a bit as well. I mean, Crow also very threatening in that mid area. Lola, very solid option at 2. Even something like Ruffs can be very, very strong. If you can get some good supply drops, open up the map in key areas and time it with some pushes, you can get some really nice goals leading up to that. So I like it a lot. I think there's tons of options here for both teams to bring out, and tons of threats too. Brawlers like Janet, Bonnie, Eve, still very good. Not necessarily their best maps, but there's such threats in general that I wouldn't be surprised to see some of them taken out of the picture. And yeah, indeed, we'll see Janet, a Crow, and Ems, a B, and Penny ban. B, which is probably an interesting one because we have a double anti-tank ban on the side of Blitz, maybe showing some signs that, we're going to see a first pick Rosa. That's bold.
I agree. That is a really bold decision, and it does depend what this other ban is for free agent Team Wood, but a simple Gale can really suffice. I think it's going to be an interesting choice of draft here. Our other ban seems to be Leon, that is off the screen. Lola, going to be pick number 2 here, and that's not going to be a direct counter into Rosa, but certainly high DPS does help. And they're going to be pairing that with a Max. Very interesting start for free agent Team Wood and Blitz.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I like what I'm seeing here from Team Wood. I would maybe have liked the Gale, and yeah, Blitz are going to pick it now. I think they should have gone Gale on the side of Team Wood. It's just such a free counter and interaction against the Rosa. I think this is scary for Team Wood, honestly. I mean, I love Lola, I love Max. I think they do really good on this map, but looking at this particular draft, I think it's a missed opportunity to not go for the Gale. And Blitz, they know they have to go for it now because they don't want to leave it as a last pick option on the side of FA Team Wood. And with the Bunny as well, this is a scary comp from Blitz.
I agree, and I think Pam's a decent way to try and address Rosa, but Gale is a direct counter. I think that would have been a really nice pickup for them, and maybe they just are trusting their mechanical skills. These are brawlers they're all comfortable with, but definitely no max synergies of long time that I see here. Pam a solid brawler, Lola a solid brawler, but not very typical in max combos. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out in game number 1 of our semifinals. To kick things off, CZK going to be running the Pam. Nice gadget there, though, going to completely erase Phoenix in any push he had. Magma with the super as well. They're going to be left to defend along with Gale, who in personal opinion might be the best goalkeeper in Brawl Stars due to the nice Twister gadget. Plus, he's got that stunning star power. I think going to be a very excellent brawler, even though it's not directly countering any tanks.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And right now, this is a great start for FA Team Wood, though, as they're able to shut them down. And I think that's the challenge with this come from Blitz, right? Is getting super available on the Rosa, and that can really turn things around. They're not playing the slow either on the Rosa, which is an interesting decision. I mean, obviously, with speed gear and her star power getting that HP regen in the bushes, it's great. But look at that, man. FA Team Wood making quick work of it. And I respect it because they don't have any really big counters or matchups where you're there okay, they got this as a free lane, and still they're cleaning it up really nicely. Solid work on their end, just winning every single fight so far.
This interaction with Pam reminds me of really an early on season for the year kind of transaction, which was when Daryl was really, one of the more powerful brawlers. Pam was brought out with the gadget to try and siphon off those shots, and that's kind of what we're seeing going into this Rosa. However, a much better start here for Blitz. Brazil does have a super trying to help CZK out, and they're not going to be able to get the job done. Ash King going to pass that ball forward. A catch by Magma and a score. Blitz with a little life in him.
Yeah, definitely turning up the pace on the side of Blitz, and something that they really needed to do now as well. Let's see how FA team would approach this, as they still have plenty of time to work with to try to turn around this game. But they do need some supers to make that happen, and Ash King still has a super of his own. It's very low HP. The Mama Squeeze from CZK not gonna secure the elimination, but he survives off the stun, gets the follow-up kill. Magma has very low HP as well, and surely this is gonna be a goal for FA Team Wood.
Great recovery by Team Wood here. Going to be a nice little reset in the mid. I hear some max speed coming through too. Very exciting to see ZZK and Jay press forward. The Lola Ego already being put down as well. And Phoenix just kind of forced to hang around again. Rosa first pick is a bold strategy. It's a brawler that does great here, but they can't have a super in play. There's just going to be some free tags for the other side to charge those supers. Nice placement of the healing station now too. Magma has a super of his own. An escape strategy, if possible, not going to be able to do so yet. Pass through, trying to get a goal. CZK doesn't have quite enough health to take on Phoenix all by his lonesome yet, though. Ash King going to be weak and recovering too, and now Blitz just trying to hold on for dear life to not lose this set.
Blitz need to be very careful. No room for mistakes anymore. But they did manage to find a goal earlier. Could just do it again. Let's see now how this defense holds up on the side of Blitz. They have two supers to work with, which is definitely going to be a fair amount, but Ash King uses his, doesn't really get the most value out of it as he goes down, doesn't find any kills off it. Jump in from Magma. Let's see if he can take down X9J, but J is going to stay up, and it seems like overtime is where we're heading, which is definitely not where you want to be bringing a Rosa. This is why they're turning up the pace now, trying to capitalize off the early overtime, and the positioning is good here for Blitz. Let's see if they can score off it.
And a big pushback. Can they thread the needle? No, CZK in a perfect place there. And now it's going to be a full momentum shift here for Team Wood. We're now going to be crossing midfield. CZK walking forward. Phoenix left to defend. And it's going to be an easy walk-in for CZK. That's going to be a set number 1 going to free agent Team Wood.
That was a bit of a choke, I think. I think they should have scored that. Honestly, just taking a bit too much time maybe to line up the shot, and it gave too much away, too much positioning to try to defend that goal. But yeah, they know they messed up. They know that game should have been theirs. It was a really strong push just before overtime, but they were not able to capitalize. And yeah, that is definitely something they'll be regretting as we head towards our second set. But man, one away here for Team Wood to make things work, considering like that Rosa matchup. I thought, Rosa first pick, surely they were going Gale, right? Like M's and B are banned. Like, we know they want to play that Rosa. It was clear as day. Go Gale. They didn't go for it, and I was scared. I thought that could have been a big blunder. I thought that could have been, just a way to lose that set. And still, with the Max, Lola, and Pam, they were able to make things work very nicely, and it just shows as well how good their mechanics are, because that's what you need with brawlers like Max and Lola. You need to hit those shots very consistently to get the most use out of the big damage output you got. That's your only way to melt down through the Rosa, and they did a fantastic job at that.
Yeah, I think that was a great example of them trusting in their mechanical skills, but also I think Pam was somebody I didn't necessarily think of as being a immediate tank counter there. Gale, just because of how good he is in Brawl Ball, the utility he brings to the table as well, like I've mentioned previously, and I think overall Pam did the job just fine. I think for that map, it was really hard for Rosa to push forward since it's such a wide open midfield, and just popping that gadget basically eliminated any chance of Rosa really getting any tags or charging that super. Pam, along with that healing station, was able to just get the job done. And again, it reminded me some of the early interactions that we saw with brawlers like Daryl, who used to be, very prevalent in the meta very early on in the year, and Pam was kind of the way to address that. So I think overall, I think that was a really smart play. I think a brawler that already does pretty decently on that map anyways. I think they stuck to their strategy and it worked out really well. I'm very curious to see what they end up choosing in Double Swoosh. I feel like a lot of the drafts today have just been so interesting to watch.
Yeah, definitely so. We've seen some very interesting picks, and it's one of the aspects I prefer of the regional metas. That we get to see from the different regions. Is everything is going to be a little bit different, and depending on what you're scrimming, the meta is just gonna be adjusting, and what you think is good at home is not necessarily what is the most efficient solution. As regards of counters and comps, there's just some interactions that go a little bit differently just because the culture is different as well, and each meta really is regionalized, and there's still going to be some of the same heavy hitters, and I think on double swoosh we can go back to brawlers like Eve, for example, that I think could be quite threatening. We'll have to see if that is something they're willing to consider, but by the looks of it, Blitz are going to be banning out Crow, Penny, and Mr. P. And then on the side of FA Team Wood, I'm not sure which Brawl it is instead of the Penny, but we'll definitely have the Penny banned again, just for safe measure, as well as the Janet.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a Crow as one of those duplicated Penny picks. And the second I saw that Mr. P, I just knew with the first pick, they were probably going to go with Gene as Mr. P. Very solid on this map, but also a long-time counter to Gene. I think overall, if it's the brawler they want, they almost have to eliminate Mr. P to get the maximum value out of it. The other Lola pick for FA Team Wood here, they're going to be choosing Stu to pair alongside it.
Yeah, I think it's a Lola lane and it's 2 mid so far from the looks of it on the side of FA Team Wood. We'll have to see if, they get another mid potentially as their third pick. We'll have the bow on Blitz also going to be lane, as it is quite obvious that Gene is going to be their mid player for here at Amber. I like this draft a lot so far from Blitz. I think it's looking pretty good on their side.
I think Jane has proven time and time again to be a very solid gym grab brawler, especially on a map like this. Bow mines can really trip up the visibility for the other side, along with Amber too. And as the final pick, they're going to be going with Eve here. I can really see a scenario where any of the 3 brawlers for Team Wood end up playing the mid. I think it actually might end up being the Stu, but I think Eve being a very interesting choice along with Lola, as Amber can shred through any spawners or egos. So I think Amber actually going to get a lot of value out of this no matter what lane she ends up playing.
Yeah, I think it might be an Eve mid, to be honest. We'll see. Yeah, they're going Eve mid, and I prefer that, to be honest, because I think that, with her HP and her gadget, she can often survive off those gene pools, which is definitely going to be a big threat for her on that lane, or anyone that is going to be playing mid against a gene. So I like this approach from CZK. It's still dangerous because I think Gene is probably overall the better mid, and there's a lot of situations where he can turn around the game more so than I would say the Eve pick. But so far, yeah, look at that pull on CCK. He doesn't have time to jump, though, and that means all the gems are going to be dropped down to Blitz.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be one of the challenges, and one of their win conditions is going to be playing Stu. Since he's not in the mid in those shorter interactions, he's going to be playing the long lane versus Amber, who's going to have a full range to deal with him, and now extra visibility as well with that grass being burnt up. I think this draft overall paying off so far for Blitz. However, Team Wood coming back very fiercely. They now have 4 gyms on their side and complete mid control.
Magna low HP gets beamed down, that's big. Phoenix does get the trade, gets the double, but Razel has so much mobility, he's going to be able to steal quite a couple of those gems. Does need to be careful, and yeah, he can't be on both sides. Big double takedown from Phoenix there. That's basically what keeps, some gems on their side and doesn't give an instant countdown to Team Wood.
And Magma still holding on to his super. Good tags from both Brazil and CZK. Now Phoenix trying to back them away. A lot of visibility on the map right now. Additionally, the bow mines on the right are going to prevent Jay from really pressing forward. It's going to be a good maximum range fight. Magma trying to extend as far as he can for these gyms. It's now going to be 8-8 as FA Wood ties things up.
Yeah, Magma still sitting on that pool, has had no opportunity to really get it yet with those hatchlings coming in aggressive. Ash King is holding on to 2 gems, really important gems as well, but Razel is just not able to find a connection. He's going to go for the duel against Phoenix, wins it with the help of Jay getting involved, and now Magma is a little bit too aggressive. Those hatchlings do a great job at dealing with those bow mines as well. The takedown is there on the gem carrier, and that is a big countdown starting as Razel is sitting on 12 gems and they need a kill onto him, which a Stu is hard to take down, man, when the countdown starts. Just so much mobility, and Blitz, no, it is over for this one. That's going to be another game going the way of Team Wood. I believe 3 in a row now as well, or not far from it. So they've been doing really good, and they're a game away from picking up a second set.
Yeah, Stu didn't necessarily start as gym carrier, but he sure finished that way, and I think that's a nice thing about all 3 of their brawlers. Any of them can really do a decent job. Enough HP on Lola, plus the ego for a little defense. Brazel with the quick mobility, and of course CZK with the gadgets always has an escape plan. No matter how you spin it, there's going to be a way for Team Wood to get out of some very tough situations. Magma, I feel like he's going to have to really try and find ways to keep taking advantage of that pull. We saw one really solid one to start off the game, but after that, they just kind of held on to it. Really didn't have an opportunity due to Team Wood playing very well, keeping a safe distance. And a good start on this right-hand lane, too. Gonna be taking it down some of that push there, but Jay not able to push forward really at all.
Yeah, I think Razel really doesn't have the worst matchup. Obviously, if those walls get removed, it's going to be much harder for him to close the gap and have much impact against Phoenix. But besides that, I think, you know, Stu, obviously, with this much mobility, can do a great job at dodging some of those amber, that amber fire. We'll see how things move on from here, as Magma is still sitting on that pool. He's had it for so long, but I like it. I don't think he needs to waste it. I think he can just wait on it, and eventually if CZK does a mistake, he's getting pulled and he's taken out, but he's had some hatchlings this time around to help him reach some of those gems in the mid safe.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is some very seasoned play from Magma. Sometimes just holding on to the Gene Super can threaten away the enemies. They have to tread more lightly. They can't press forward as much as they would probably like. I think Magma really hasn't felt the need to. They haven't need to convert a big-time kill yet. They've been sitting comfortably. They now have 8 gems, slight lead for them. CZK being pushed back as Amber gets very aggressive here. Gonna have about half his HP left. Gonna be moving forward, and Magma gets shredded by that Eve shot there. Really good connection. Magma gonna be tempted to go for this 9th gem. Hasn't stretched for it quite yet, knowing CZK can deal a lot of damage. They finally take Jay down. Phoenix gonna be continuing down this right-hand side. Super going out. Stu getting taken down, and Blitz just looking for any opportunity to grab these final 2 gems.
Yeah, he gets to 11 as well, so this is going to prevent FA Team Wood from an 8th gem, which would have gotten them in an area where they could get a countdown reset. Right now, they need the kill onto Magma, and the positioning is just not right here, as FA Team Wood is not going to be able to make it work. And I mean, I think it just showed the constant threat that Gene is with that pull. Just the presence that he has on the map when that pull is available is unreal. And maybe to a certain extent, free agents at Team Wood were respecting it even a little too much, not able to get rid of it, which just, you know, was so problematic, as Magma had so many free gems in the mid.
Well, a complete change of lanes here. It's providing very well for Team Wood so far. Brazel winning out on the left-hand side. Amber getting shut down very early on too. CZK, as a result, is going to be able to pick up 4 of these gems. A very solid start here. The deep spawners will be hatching in just a moment as well. Another takedown onto Phoenix, and things continuing to go well for Team Wood so far in game number 3.
Yeah, and CZK here just trying to bake on that Gene pull, but Magma is patient, he's disciplined, and he doesn't want to waste any of that utility he got. Still sitting on it now as well. But this time around, Team Wood, they have a massive gem lead, which means they don't need to, you know, overextend and reach those further gems. They can play it a little bit safer, try to sync up some pushes, maybe with some hatchlings to be safe. Or when Magma is low HP so far, they haven't had any opportunities to do that just yet.
Good attempt at an extension there from Phoenix. Stu being shut down by Ash King as well, but Lola just dealing so much damage, especially with the extra damage gear on, and now an actual huge takedown here on the CZK. And Jay can have to make the decision whether to defend or pick these up for himself. There's going to be enough time. CZK, if he would like, can pick all these up. They're going to elect to go with Jay. A barely missed pull there from Magma. It was a close call. However, Jay's going to be in trouble. You're actually going to fall in these mines. They must have forgotten about the Magma. Going to be pushing forward instantly. Grabs just enough and some extra along the way. CZK in the back lines now looking for any opportunity to take down. countdown has begun. 10 seconds to go. Rizal on the right-hand side trying to dash forward. Magma going to be weak here. Nice connections. 48 HP going to be the difference maker, though, as Jay gets tripped up by a mine once again. And Phoenix able to stand comfortably. Blitz are going to be taking set number 2.
Wow. I mean, Jay, like, the mine's not once, but twice in that game. That is going to be heartbreaking for any Team Wood fans, as I feel like they had this game. I feel like they really did, but yeah, getting a little bit careless. And I mean, it's definitely not ideal to get stunned by the mines, even less when you're some sort of emergency gem carrier that had to steal some of the gems from your teammates that went down. So yeah, things went south here and got out of hand really quickly for Team Wood. I still feel like they look pretty good overall, but that gene pick, and they were able to dodge that gene pool in the end here, but still, man, just the presence that it has with that pool and how scary it is to have any sort of aggression to go towards those gems. I like it a lot, and yeah, something they maybe overlooked in this matchup.
Yeah, it's very hard to deal with Gene. Again, once you see the Mr. P ban come out, it really is one of the best counters. And I think even having the spawners on the side for Eve is actually going to do pretty well into Gene, as that's one of the reasons why Mr. P is run against Gene. It's those spawners that deal so well with Gene, and despite that, they still ended up playing very well. It was right down to the wire, though, and it's so easy to get lost in the mines after a while. You know, when you're going against, especially pro players, they've occupied a lot of your brain space just trying to dodge some shots, so it's certainly possible for anybody to really get tripped up by those, especially a pro player. I think that's another reason why Bo can be really solid in the map, too. Not only for the totem to charge up passive supers like Gene's, but also to, again, more visibility for your side. That's what Amber brings to the table. It's what Bo can bring to the table if you charge up those mines and get them laid down. And I think overall, very solid job there. This has been really competitive so far. What a fun one to watch.
Oh, definitely so. I've been loving the comp so far, and you're completely right. You know, especially at pro level, I think that the mines are something that you're so used to dodging and dealing with, and they actually rarely catch you. You know, if you think about it, in the end, like, mines maybe stun someone like once or twice per game, big maximum. You know, most of the time probably even less. But they buy time, they create space, and sometimes, you know, when everything is making you very nervous because of the high stakes and you know, level of play and focus you need to bring in, those small little details like a bow mine can absolutely ruin your day. And we had a perfect demonstration of that in this previous set.
Well, now moving on to set number 3, it's going to be Kaboom Canyon, recently reintroduced as well, and it's been really awesome to watch. I think it's been one of my favorites as of recent history, just for the variety of sharpshooters that can be brought to the table, along with some really out-of-box strategies, kind of like we saw at MSI, where Gale was run with the slowing star power along with the launch pad. I mean, what brawlers do you really think are best suited for this map, Teddy? Because it feels like there's a lot of different options.
Yeah, I still like any sort of comp that involves breaking your side of the mid, so you get that free access to the mid. So I think a brawler like Brock probably does that best. But there's tons of different options. I mean, we see obviously sharpshooters because of the long range aspect of the map, but brawlers that have nice zone damage, like, you know, something like a Lola, really good here as well. Colette also, you know, a bit of a traditional pick on this map, especially paired with a Byron. It is going to be double banned here. We'll see the Crow, Penny, Lola, and Bonnie ban as well. And yeah, Eve is really good. It's basically going to be that free access to the mid. Make sure that you don't need to destroy the walls either, which sometimes can be at your disadvantage a little bit. I do like... we're going to see the Darrow Gale. All right. So jump out action inbound here, and I'm all down to see it.
Yeah, I was actually discussing with Tribe Corey the other day. That's the team that ended up running this combination. They were inspired by Navi, who are known for their very creative plays. They saw them run this comp apparently, and they really liked it. On the other side, though, they do have some really excellent brawlers, so maybe try and deal with this. Eve going to be a sharpshooter, Griff going to open up some walls, B going to be a great tank counter, and to answer it as the third brawler, it's going to be F18 Wood picking Piper, who I do think can outrange B a little bit. The extra damage you get from that distance too can be nice. I think overall, both sides going with some very interesting picks. They're going to have to be really careful about this Darrow Gale, though. I'm very scared for them given the Griff and the B on the field.
Yeah, even the Eve, you know, has quite a decent damage output. So we'll have to see how they are able to make this execution work. Not going to use the jump pad early on so far. Phoenix is going to open up the walls on their side of the mid as expected. There isn't the most range on the side of Blitz. They definitely have range, but they can't like just freely dish out tons of damage on the save either when they have control, which is pretty much the saving grace so far for FA Team Wood, as Blitz have full on map control.
Yeah, this is a boomer bust type of composition. Jay just going to elect to leave and try and get towards that safe. Not able to convert there. Over CZK with some nice takedowns. Remember, not going to be running the stun star power. Corey told me that you just have to allow enough time to try and stop the enemies and allow Daryl to go forward. Part of the inspiration for why they run that other star power, which isn't nearly as popular as it used to be, but still has a lot of value. Very solid one, as Gale has multiple great options. And now it's left to Blitz to play a little defense here. They have a 19% lead. Phoenix diving in to try and get a takedown. That's no avail, as Jay is going to be trying to hang on for dear life, as Magma, the hard counter, is going to get that takedown.
Yeah, great stuff from him. Gonna have to place in honey molasses, but gets greeted with a homemade recipe. Jump in from Jay. Doesn't quite make it through the line of defense of Blitz. Still leading by 19%. FA Team would have yet to really get any damage on safe, and so far the Daryl has been a little bit underwhelming, but you just need that one push to really turn things around. Phoenix getting tapped is going to be low HP, but it doesn't mean damage gear gets enabled, and that's a big damage boost that gets them all the way to a 35% lead. Only temporary though, as it's FA Team Wood was full on mid control map.
Rolling coming in from Jay. Big time damage coming through too. He is going to be taken down, however, does manage to get a ton of offense in there. Phoenix going to fall as well. Now Rizal forced away as both teammates have been taken down. Jay back into action now, though, very quickly due to that launch pad. One of the reasons for it being placed down in that area so they can get right over that wall into the mid very quickly. Phoenix continuing to be slowed down by the CZK shots, and now 15 seconds to go. Connection coming in from Rizal. Jay hanging around the mid. Nice connection from B there. They have to act fast. 11% being the difference maker. They're going to instantly drop a launch pad as their last hope. A nice tag, and the rolling from Jay. Will they have enough time? And they do it! They actually managed to get there. The tag from Rizal and the dive in from Daryl in the final moments. The strategy paying off in game number 1.
Ridiculous stuff, man. Against what is pretty much a triple counter on the other side. You love to see it, man. Great work on their side, getting that win by only 2% as well. Beautiful stuff, but they'll be very happy about it. That's gonna rise their confidence quite a bit, and I think they needed just that after that previous set. Let's see how they make things work now, as so far they have a really good start and have a lot of control off.
Jay going to be dashing in, even though Phoenix does have a nice super for him. They couldn't get it off in time. Jay getting a couple extra tags in there too. Nice takedown by Ash King. However, it is still going to lead to a free agent Team Wood 20% lead. Much better start for them in game number 2.
Yeah, I do like the slow as well from CZK that you mentioned earlier, which is a little bit more atypical, but with the open nature of the map, it's going to provide more value than the stuns. Nice stab from Razel. A needed one too, as it's going to enable them to keep some sort of control. Griff Gadget to remove some of that grass, but right now it's a 46 lead in favor of FA Wood, and Blitz have yet to get a single tap on that blue save.
Another roll forward, going to lead to Jay falling very quickly. Magma getting taken down by Rosaldo, who just isn't seeming to miss. Another victim there too. Phoenix is going to fall, and it's going to allow for CZK and Jay to get back in action very quickly. B doing her best to try and deal with Jay. Nice super connection there. Honeypot's going to provide a nice shield, going to protect from one Piper shot. However, Rizal just continuing to strike. 2 more go down, and Ash King is throwing in the towel, shoots at his teammates even, looking very discouraged there. And B giving up on this as well. What a conversion here for free agent Team Wood. Blitz throwing in the white flag. This one is going to be all Team Wood in game number 2.
Wow, they were not able to deal with that comp, and it's something that is not shocking, because I've seen this comp being played against double, triple counters before, tank counters, I mean, and it's just so hard to play out as the jump pad and The Daryl rolls is just so much value overall to just try to disrupt the pacing of the game, and yeah, they did a phenomenal job. I really enjoyed this one thoroughly.
Yeah, game number one, it really felt like they were trying to find their footing with this new strategy. And again, the other side had some great counters for them too. I really like the comp that they ended up picking. You know, it is really risky to run Daryl and Gale as your picks 2 and 3 because there's no secret. They know exactly what they're going to run, which is, I'm sure, where the inspiration for picks like B, who's a long-range sharpshooter, deals well with Daryl. I mean, that makes a lot of sense why they end up picking that. Griff, of course, for similar reasons, and we saw him earlier in Heist succeed as well. I think overall, one big takeaway for me, Blitz really showed some emotion there, you know, giving up very early on there. There was, you know, a very good chance that Team Wood wins that, but still around 50% of their heist safe left there. I think for me, if you're fighting yourselves, there's no chance you're going to be able to beat the other team when you're also, you know, dealing with your own emotions. And I mean, you can't win if you don't even put up a fight.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I thought it was interesting that they gave up this early on because it was only a 46% lead. I mean, it's a big lead. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying it's only, but it is early for me to throw the towel. So I don't know. A bit worrisome that, you know, it gets you there. At the same time, if you think you've lost it at that point, I mean, you can always, you know, you want to reset and focus on to the next set. But I still feel like they stood a bit more of a chance than that because the first game was pretty close. So I don't know, not the most certain about that. What I did really like about this comp from Team Wood was the Piper, actually, because you have, you know, the Daryl and Gale mechanic that we've all seen and loved, but the Piper was tapping, man. Razel was absolutely on point with his flicks and his shots, just getting constant connections and tons of damage output, and it's a very different dynamic than that Daryl and that Gale, which just gives you, you know, a bit more versatility and makes for a very complete comp and hard to counter comp overall. So I wanted to mention him particularly because he had an amazing set on the Piper.
I agree. Some very impressive stuff coming out. Now we're going to be hopping into Shooting Star. Given the kind of the changes that we've seen in the recent balance update, are there any brawlers you're particularly looking out for here? I know somebody that's gotten a lot of love today is somebody like Penny, but Shooting Star not necessarily going to be her traditional mapper mode. We're not going to see her in this ban phase. It's going to be Nani, Piper, and Bonnie on the left-hand side, a Sprout, a Max, and a Tick for Team Blitz.
Yeah, the Eve first pick makes sense. It's just a very dominant brawler. They had it in previous set on the side of Blitz. They didn't manage to make it work. But yeah, traditionally, Nani, Piper, any sort of sharpshooter, really, Bell, Brock, all very valid options. Jean is another way to go, though, and it seems like that's what the FA Team Wood are going to be prioritizing as their first pick. I'm thinking maybe, I was going to say Max, but she is banned out, so that is not going to be the case. Byron, I like it. You know, it's going to be double healer. You get a lot of versatility of that. Maybe a Crow with some anti-heal could be a wise decision on the side of Blitz, as Troyers are not going to be too present since we have a double Troyer ban from the side of Blitz.
Yeah, and I'm still really liking this Eve pick. Jean traditionally doesn't do super well into spawners. And another counter that they could end up picking, not a traditional one I would say these days for this map, but given that there's so many sharpshooters off the board, Mr. P could definitely be a candidate here if they really want to remove any factor for Jean. I think Byron's solid, good long range, especially considering the bans here. I don't mind this comp from FA Team Wood at all. I don't think they're outnumbered by any means, but I think this is kind of continuing to be a very solid Eve pick here. We're going to see Lola pick number 4 come in and is shortly awaiting for pick number 5.
Yeah, so far it seems like there's going to be quite a large amount of spawnables on the side of Blitz with both the Ego and the Hatchlings. Bell as a final pick, no big surprise here. First of all, it's a pretty good counter to Lola and does alright against Eve as well. So I like that they secure it on their side because it covers one of their weaknesses. But overall, being a sharpshooter, it's obviously going to be pretty good on this open bounty map. So I like what I'm seeing from the side of Blitz. I honestly really don't mind what I'm seeing on the side of Team Wood either. And we are going to see a Troy in the end. It's going to be a ground.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of Grom on this map. You know, for Bounty and Knockout, I get it. Grom is going to be the next best thing compared to somebody like Tick and Sprout, but this is a much more open map. And if anything, I feel like it's going to be a little bit easier to dodge those Grom shots. However, this is now multiple times we've seen Team Wood pick this Brawler and even choose it over Brawlers in the past. So it makes sense to me that they continue to go with this comfort pick again. It's something I saw them practice a good bit. And it seemed to be successful with them earlier today. Why not now? We're going to be hopping into game number 1 of Bounty. This is going to be set 4.
Yeah, they have a lot of ways to reset the heals as well on the side of FA Team Wood, which I like a lot. I think in Bounty, disrupting the pacing and making it harder for your opponents to reset is very valuable. A big pickup, though, from Ash King. He's going to survive the engagement as well, just ever so barely, as a matter of fact. But that 1 star does give the lead to Blitz for now, which means that it's going to be FA Team Wood that needs to go on the hunt.
And the Lola Ego not going to be able to push the enemy team back too far there. Some good taps coming in from Phoenix, though. Jay receiving some heals, a gadget going out too. Lola able to dodge all of that, though. And now the spawners inbound. CZK forced to use a heal on himself there in order to stay up. And a lot of back and forth right now. 2-3, 1-star lead for Blitz.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single super from Jay yet on that Baron. He does unlock it now. That could be a very nice way to open things up. Quite low HP on the side of Phoenix as well. Eventually the connection from Jay. And now it's 1 star in favor of Team Wood. And that Grom super is so good in defense as well at slowing things down, getting that knockback, and basically confirming a kill. Gets the connection onto Magma. He's low HP, but able to jump out of the mix. Will take a while to heal up as we head towards our final 20 seconds of this game.
It's going to be up to Blitz to make a move here. Ash King trekking down the right-hand side while Phoenix and Magma try and go down the left, looking for some kind of pinch play. Evil Spirit's going out for some extra damage. 8 seconds to go. Phoenix going to be very weak here. Going to dwindle down due to the Byron. And Magma getting pulled in there too. Raziel with a clean kill. Ash King left all alone. And an 8-3 victory. Team Wood now on their first match point.
Yeah, very clean game from Team Wood, like what I'm seeing on their side. Let's see if they can secure the match here, as they have secured a match point. But I have a feeling that Blitz are not done fighting just yet.
And certainly made this competitive. Definitely agree with you. I think they've still got it in them for sure. However, Raziel going to start with a clean takedown. And that's going to be some nice plays there. Phoenix pressing forward to Jay. Going to be in trouble here. Good gadget coming in from CZK. It's going to force Phoenix to go down as well. Magma getting very aggressive here too. And the Byron tap should take him down as well. That's going to be a clean sweep there for Team Wood. A hot start here in game number 2.
I love how Blitz went all in for this one. They were hoping to get at least a kill or two out of it, but they got nothing. And they lost every single player on the map, despite getting that early blue start. Great stuff, and Jay is even gonna dodge that mark from Phoenix. Everything is going wrong right now for Blitz.
A minute and 10 seconds to go. At least they got a decent amount of time to work with. However, CZK having a nice pull there as well. And CZK has a super to work with too. Raziel can be very weak, managing to stay up even if Jay goes down. Not the end of the world as Raziel able to pick up another one. It's going to be 10-4, and Team Wood continuing to sit comfortably as they now have a full roster with supers.
Yeah, that mark on Jay is nice for Blitz, but yeah, ideally they would have had it onto Raziel. Magma gets melted down, and it's only Phoenix left alive. 8-star lead in favor of FA Team Wood is a very dominant position to be in, especially when it's match point.
30 seconds left to go. 11-star lead. Plenty of room to work with here for Team Wood, as now Ash King going to be throwing down the Lola Ego. Going to be making a little bit of a surprise factor, taking down the Brawlers on the right-hand side. Phoenix doing his best, going to get taken down by Jay once again. He's doing a great job today on the ground. Big pull coming through. It's going to help save Jay. What dodges coming through, stays up a little bit longer. 11-star lead. And this is going to be a clean set from Team Wood. They will be moving on to our monthly finals.
Wow, great work from Team Wood. They are going to the grand finals after a very smooth performance here. The second set went south for them, and things looked a little bit more rocky there. But I said it earlier, I still felt like they looked pretty decent in it. But set number 3 and 4, I mean, They came in dominant, and they came in here with one purpose. That's going all the way to the grand finals. Now, they might have the, final boss in free win agents that they need to face still, potentially. They still have to play their semi-final match. So it's definitely not the end of the day yet for Team Wood, but they've gotten the run they were hoping for from their side of the bracket.
Yeah, they've done everything they're supposed to up into this point, and I think they've been very impressive along the way as well. Their first match went very solid, and now going against Blitz, a team that made it all the way to the semifinals, has had a great performance so far today, and even kept things pretty competitive for the most part. I mean, Bounty got out of hand a little bit there. Heist was a little tricky in game number 2, but overall, they kept it very solid. I think Team Wood can have a great chance for whoever ends up playing them, as you alluded to. Likely going to be free win agents just because of the history, but Wiggly Spoo and his roster have done a great job so far. Grass Madoppen going to be taking on free win agents here in just a moment.
Yeah, I just want to point it out from the scores we just saw. The only set that really was somewhat close on the scoreboard is the set that Team Wood lost. The other ones were all 2-0s, which is quite a bit of a statement, I think, on their end for semi-final match. So yeah, solid work on their end. They're looking really fierce, and if there's any month where they can take down the likes of free win agents, I think this might be one of their most dominant monthly finals so far. As we already mentioned, both free win agents are not going to be their opponents just yet, as they have their semi-final match against Grass Madoppen still to get through.
Let's take a look at where exactly we got to so far. We're about to anticipate a free win agent and Grass Madoppen match. Grass Madoppen making a return to the monthly finals. They did beat Reconyx Esports to get here. A very solid team, I might add. And free win agents, of course, getting the job done per usual. They have not lost yet in our monthly finals brackets. It's going to be a very tough one here. Grass Madoppen, though, have fought very admirably before in this spot. Now Team Wood, who came out of the upper bracket, going to be waiting to see who emerges from the lower bracket. Again, who do you think is going to come out on top? I know we've kind of talked about it a few times, that free win agents are the favorites here. I imagine that's what your prediction is going to be along with mine, but how much of a chance do you think Grass Madoppen has here? I definitely think they have proven to be a very solid team here today. I think they have a great chance here, and I don't think this is necessarily a blowout coming in from free win agents.
I'm completely with you, as usual, Kenny. I really am with you, because it goes without saying that free win agents is the favorite. But I'm expecting the polls to be like 90% in favor of free win agents. I don't think it might be that one-sided, honestly. I think Grass Madoppen have shown the signs of life today and motivation that they could make it work, and I'm still gonna go for free win agents because I like to get my predictions right. But I think that if any team can do it, it might just be Grass Madoppen. They've been looking really solid, and no team is gonna know free win agents as good as they do. So I think they stand a decent chance, a better chance than most of you guys will give them. But I'm gonna go for free win agents anyways. So yeah.
I am too, but it's been super enjoyable, of course, to watch Grass Madoppen. Every time we see Wiggly Spoo on camera, he's super energetic, and I love seeing the emotions come out of him. I think, a lot of the times I totally respect being very conserved about your emotions, not sharing any information. There's something to say about that, but I also love just seeing the complete opposite too. I think it goes to shows that, they're humans too. A lot of the times we look at them as some unreal players out there, which they are, but I think it's also nice to see them enjoy themselves a little bit too. I think Grass Madoppen, of course, like you mentioned, is somebody that's going to be very familiar, as they have an old coach facing off against their former players.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, I'm genuinely cheering for Grass Madoppen. Like, Wiggly Spoo just convinced me, like the vibes and the energy and the passion, it's all there, and it's super important, to succeed, because those guys are playing Brawl Stars every single day for hours and hours, right? Because that's what you need to do to be relevant and competitive, and having that passion behind it shows that you're willing to be putting in those hours, and that goes a long way. And the amount of players I've seen that were burnt out or just not really feeling their game or not feeling like they were at their prime or in, the most motivated anymore. It's definitely a problem, and that motivation from Grass Madoppen on Wrigley Speed, that is going to be contagious towards his entire team. And I think it like we pointed it out already multiple times, but it is a big deal because when you're nervous and you have a big match like that, having a positive mindset can definitely go a long way. So I like this. I like this a lot from their end, but they are facing the Titans of the region, and those Titans, they have not dropped a single match in monthly finals this year, which is very scary.
Well, fortunately for Grass Madoppen, they do have a nice pickup on their side. A little roster change. This is the last time these two teams faced off. To start things off, we're going to be on Ring of Fire for game number 1 here. Some brawlers that I'm looking for, I think Eve and Penny are certainly two that I really expect to be banned here. Janet, somebody that's very strong. And I just think given the recent Penny buff, this was already a map that she did really well on. She's excelled in the past. For me, if you do not have that first pick, I'm looking to ban Penny.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I think Penny is a very valid shout. I think there's a lot of different options available on this map. I like Pam a lot. We've been seeing quite a bit of Lola here as well. Bonnie, I think, is a bit of a threat herself. We will not see her ban, so potentially in play. Penny, yeah. Eve, very, very good ban as well. Janet, obviously, too. Belle, sharpshooters are going to be doing fairly well in general, and it makes sense to ban Belle when you want to go for first pick Lola, for example, because Belle deals fairly well against Lola. That can be a bit of an annoyance. The Ashe ban is what I'm a little bit more curious about. I've very rarely seen Ashe being brought into Ring of Fire, but if it's the brawler you fear and you fear it over most other brawlers, just ban it out. But anyways, yeah, we'll have the Surge as the final ban from Grass Madoppen. As I already mentioned, first pick Lola on their side. 3-win Ages now going for Bo and Squeak.
Yeah, I think the Ashe ban's really interesting too. I wonder what provoked that, or if there's a strategy they have in mind that Ashe might deal really well into. I think Bo and Squeak are going to be two excellent choices here. I really like Squeak on this map. It looks like to answer Grass Madoppen, I'm going to be picking up Bonnie. I'm a fan of the Lola too, very high DPS. This is a brawler that's gotten a lot more playtime throughout the pro scene. Just because of the gadget play, the shield helps out a lot, plus the high DPS. A lot of good things going for Lola. And Bonnie, of course, going to be new this month, at least in terms of BSC. And I think proven herself to be a very solid brawler, having a very tanky build, plus the long range. I think you go a long way to round out their composition. They're going to be picking Fang.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I mean, we've seen what Fang can do on this map over and over again. It is a bit challenging to play, I would say. I think you do need, to pop off a little bit to make it work. But I respect it a lot because, Grass Madoppen, they know that in the first place, they need to pop off if they want to win against 3-win Agents. So might as well give yourself the brawlers that can do that. It is risky to pick, before when your opponents have the final pick and Gale is open, because that means that now they'll have to deal with the Gale. But I still think overall it's not a half bad comp from Grass Madoppen and a winnable matchup for them. Although 3-win Agents, mechanically they're going to be favorites. So playing routine is more along the lines of what they need to do here.
All right, well, we're going to be starting game number 1 of our second semi-final. Instinct can be taken to the right-hand side while TH can be popping a gadget there, trying to create some space for his team. Coupe Day is going to fall low here, 156 HP, nearly being taken down. Going to be seeking some refuge in these bushes now. His response going to be throwing down a shot to the left-hand side, trying to keep Vex at bay on the Fang. Going to be a very aggressive brawler, and if he can get close, either Bo or Squeak, it's going to be a really optimal situation for them. Wiggly Spoon now connecting to the hot zone a little bit. Instinct answering with his own, though. A big dash forward for Fang, though, and that's going to be a takedown onto the counter of Gale. Good start for both sides.
All right, well, so far 3-win Agents have a little bit of a lead, nothing too significant. A nice connection of that super from Response, and that's going to be the follow-up to secure the takedown onto TH. 3-win Agents, it started off very close, but they're really taking over the lead now. Stun from Instinct, but Vex just barely goes down to that Squeak shot. Still, Grass Madoppen with a player advantage, have a nice positioning in the mid. They're doing a great job at retaking now, as we do see the jump in from TH, finds an elimination as well. It's a 2v1, Response get dashed on by Vex, and Vex is gonna get to do a decent bit of damage before going down. Thing is, Free Win Agents now back with more control of the zone, and they already had the lead, so they're in a good position right now.
Even though things are great at closing out the distance between enemy brawlers, they've got 3 decent choices here to try and gain area control at any given moment. They've got the bow mines, which can cut enemies off. They've got Squeak's gadgets, which can really push enemies away. And not to mention Instinct displaying it there. They can stun enemies with the Gale Super. 3 great options, and why they're all very optimal choices for this map. Now Response and Coupe is taking over the hot zone, while Instinct plays some great defense against Vex using the Twister. Nice dash forward, though, and Vex able to find 1. However, Coupe and Instinct are still able to hang around the hot zone very much in their favor.
Yeah, big lead now for Free Win Agents. No more room for mistakes here for Madoppen as they are behind by 40%. The jump in from TH. Respawn should get cleared out by Vex, but Coupe is going to be there for the trade. Once again, Mines plays down, and they buy so much time in the zone. Actually going to go for a gadget. Gets a stun with it as well, and that is going to be Free Win Agents taking the first game fairly convincingly. Definitely a fight from Madoppen, but we need to see a little bit more. And I think the Fang needs a little bit more impact. Like, he had some decent interactions, but a lot of times he had to use a super just for a 1-for-1 trade, which seems a little bit less than ideal to me.
It's very similar to my impression as well. I think they had great moments for Madoppen, but it never really felt out of Free Win Agents' control. They're going to be using that Squeak gadget once again to try and gain themselves a little momentum and hold on to this hot zone for a pretty solid amount of time, already at 25%. TH doing his best to try and land some very long-distance shots. However, Response just continues to connect as the Squeak and all 3 brawlers still remaining for Free Win Agents as they're already climbing to nearly 50%.
Yeah, this is a completely different story here. I mean, the outcome might be the same, and it's a win for Free Win Agents, but the way we get here, we went from a very close game to an absolute stomp. Almost a 70% lead now. That is ridiculous stuff from Free Win Agents. Really showing how it's done, as at last we have somewhat of a clear up, but still, it's trades, you know, it's not really a clear cut here for Madoppen, as they do have some control now, but again, Coupe 1-for-1 trade, making sure that there's never too much of a man advantage for Madoppen. They can never set up nicely in that mid, and Response is such a threat on that Squeak. Free Win Agents should be about able to close things out here.
And a great job overall, finally striking 100% Free Win Agents with the very convincing second game there. Set number 1 going well, and it still continued to be smiles for Wiggly Spoo. I think overall, they had some moments in game number 1, but game 2 was just really all in Free Win Agents' hands.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, they looked very, very confident in that one, and yeah, I think probably what Wiggly Spoo was saying while laughing was, we just got clapped. You know, like, we really just got clapped, and that happens, and that's all right. You know, you're facing the best team in the region. They had a really good performance in the first game. I thought they were very competitive, and if some plays went the other way, they could have made it work. But this time around, Free Win Agents just much more dominant, and every single time, and that really was for the entirety of the set. Every time that there was a kill from Madoppen, Free Win Agents somehow were able to trade it out. You know, be able to find a kill of their own, even the odds out, and that means that Madoppen, they don't get to rest and heal up. They don't get to take too much control. It's a constant fight, and that just doesn't leave them a single break to breathe and set up nicely.
Yeah, game number 2 is just super impressive. I think it just goes to show how strong of a team Free Win Agents can be. Madoppen are no slouches. They're obviously a semifinal team, but to just see a performance like that from a squad from FWA, it's just impressive. I mean, it goes a long way. It really reflects how strong these guys are mechanically. And again, their composition was great. I really feel like they had a great answer for Fang with the Gale pick, who's already pretty solid on the map as it is, and now they have a counter into that. I also really like Bo on that map, and especially Squeak. Every time you pop that gadget, that's 10 seconds of control you have on the map, and if they dare touch down on that Squeak shot, they're going to get slowed down. So I think there were a lot of win conditions for the side of Free Win Agents with that comp. Really impressed with what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I love Squeak against Lola as well, man. I think it does so well. If you can get the shot that hits both the ego and the Lola, the value, you know, is just really there. And it's one of those brawlers that does a really good job at dealing with her. And Lola is a threat, man. I think she's really good at the moment. But Squeak absolutely shut it down in this game. Just no opportunities to do all that much. Pinhole Punt is where we're heading next, and this is where I'm kind of hoping to maybe see some Carl action again, because I know free win agents love their Carl. It's gotten buffed. This is their chance to show it to us.
Yeah, I think that's a great point too. Again, we mentioned it earlier, but this squad played it at MSI before Carl was buffed, so why not now if it's a brawler they think's very solid and good at? They brought it out against Colonel Ruffs, which I imagine was an attempt to counter the sandbags, but even still, I think Carl's certainly gotten a little more love with the recent buff to his projectile speed. I see no reason why Carl can't be a viable option here. It's been a little more proven to me throughout time as well. I was a little more cautious about it because, again, in the past, Carl's been a tough brawler to balance. He's either been very prevalent or very much not in the meta, and right now I feel like he's in a happy medium kind of place. I certainly see a reason to play Carl right now.
Oh, definitely so. I would say probably a little better than a happy medium, really. I think he's in a pretty good place, honestly. He's definitely not like, you know, an Eve or a Janet or some of those brawlers that we've been not seeing today much because they were banned so often. But we'll see the Squeak, Janet, and Bonnie bans from free win agents. Grass, Madoppen going to be banning out Penny, Bonnie, and the Lola. In a first pick, Crow is very traditional to what we'd expect on Pinhole Punt, as it has traditionally been one of the most successful brawlers on the map. Lately, I don't know if it's as good as it used to be. I like Bo a lot. I think it's a very valid pick. I like Ruffs a lot too. Let's see if maybe we see the call from Grass Madoppen then.
Yeah, I certainly think it's a good candidate, especially if they want to try and deal with those sandbags, which are going to do really well into both Leon and Crow. And as we mentioned earlier, Leon is a very popular pick for Pinhole Punt for this region. They do have one more place to go. I feel like they almost have to grab something that could kind of deal with the sandbags. You know, there still is a chance they could run Rocket Rain.
Yes.
There is the Carl. I'm excited to see it too. I think it's going to be a good way to pivot them off the sandbags, which Crow and Leon were not going to do well into. I think it's going to be a very good test to see how well Carl can do, especially into a team like Free Win Agents.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I honestly like it a lot. I think the potential is really there, and it's a good setup for it too, right? Because now the Ruffs might even have to just scrap the sandbags gadget, go for the tiny supply drops, as I like to call it. So I don't know. I think it's a very valid option. I think that Penny could even have been an option if it weren't banned. But Pam as a final pick here is interesting for the least. I mean, it's not doing too bad against any of those matchups, so I don't see why not. I wouldn't say it's like super dominant against any of those matchups either. So rather, you know, consistent final pick here. Very versatile and lots of options to work with so far, though. Control is looking pretty good for free win agents.
Beck's going to pick up the ball, kick it off towards the mid here. Response now grabbing it and putting it right back where they found it originally. Getting very sneaky here for TH, who's going to get quickly taking down the healing station happening out there. The Pro Poison going to take Response down as well, now opening up the map a little bit. Nice connection from Vex, though, really making the Carl pay off there. It's going to be a 3v1 scenario now. A little bit more breathing room for Grass Madoppen as they will have an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, a good bit of control here for Grass Madoppen. Jumping from Wiggly Spoo is on point. Gets the connection on Instinct. Vex clears up the second and the third. And that's going to be Grass Madoppen with a very early goal, 45 seconds in. Great stuff from them.
Yeah, what a great conversion there, especially having some trouble really early on. Coupe Day is going to be recovering nicely, though. Wiggly Spoo going to be a tough spot. TH, though, the one grabbing this ball, he's going to have a free goal here. And that's going to be a game stolen by Grass Madoppen. What a clean play there in game number 1.
Wow, beautiful stuff. Really like what I'm seeing so far from their side. And I mean, the Carl was definitely not looking bad in that game. It was definitely not looking bad.
Yeah, and I think I forget too of how much mobility Carl can have with this gadget. He can really make some clean plays once there's, one takedown on the other side. They've got a 3v2 scenario. All he has to do is pick a lane, get the ball past to him, and kind of walk it forward. I think they did a great job there. Coup d'Ace in an aggressive position. Instinct gonna fall. Response does have a healing station, gonna try and keep himself out. And now Vex getting a very nice play on this right-hand side and a good opportunity. Once again, Grass Madoppen finding themselves in a very advantageous position.
Yeah, Vex has been playing that Carl amazingly well. As a super now as well. Probably going to try to pass the ball over to one of his teammates. Goes for the super onto response. Jump in from Wiggly Spoo. That's the team wipe. And Grass Madoppen are not slowing down anytime soon. 45, 50 seconds again to find a goal. Beautiful stuff from Grass Madoppen.
And I'm loving what I'm seeing from these guys, making things very exciting. Coup d'Ace gonna fall once again. TH does have some invisibility on his side. Wiggly Spoo with a jump in hand as well. Vex with a nice connection. Now all three have supers. TH activating his, getting sneaky here. Response able to scout it out. Doesn't matter though. Gonna get taken down instantly. Wiggly Spoo moving forward along with Vex, and that's gonna be a clean goal to add on to a clean set. Grass Madoppen dominating set number 2.
Wow, the level of aggression that Carl pick enabled them, and it's never just about the picks, it's about how you play them out, and Vex did an amazing job on the Carl, getting so much value, whether it's the Pam that's sitting on her healing station, getting connection onto both targets, or committing to, one of those plays that were slowed by the Crow gadget. Overall, the value from the Carl was just amazing, and yeah, we mentioned the Carl getting into the set. I think, it's right, we mentioned it getting out of the set too, because that was a fast one, and to do it against free win agents, that's impressive.
Yeah, and maybe even having a little information just based on their past picks. Maybe they won like Carl, but also didn't want free win agents to get their hands on it. I think it worked really well. I actually think the synergy between Crow and Carl was a pretty decent one. The slowing Toxin gadget, while Carl can make a quick escape, go for a ball, go for takedowns, go for his super. Really easy lining up shots there. And I actually think that's going to be a synergy I'm looking out for in the future. I really liked how that transpired over on Pinhole Punt.
Oh, I really liked it as well, and the aggression you can bring in with Carl is ridiculous. Like he dashed with a flying hook gadget onto the roughs, and just like you auto aim twice, he's against the wall. That's instant like 4K damage or something. It's ridiculous. Like, yeah, I really like what we saw here from Grass Madoppen, and they showed how deadly they can be on that draft as well. That if there's a bit of a slip up and free win agents give them the wrong pick, that's a set that easily goes in the hand of Grass Madoppen, and that's the traits of a very solid team.
I agree. Wiggly Spoo, remember, does have the coaching history, so clearly going to know his stuff about the game, and really paying off as that whole team had a very solid draft last time round. And we'll see how it goes in Canal Grande as well. A lot of different options here. We've seen anything from Groms even get picked up here. Very interesting choices here today. Again, this is something we're going to reiterate, but Eve cannot be left untouched here. Free win agents absolutely excelled with this pick early on today. And for both of us, I think it's the 1.1 if you have it available. Just so much more mobility for Eve that she can take advantage of when that is already such a problem on this map.
I'm expecting whoever has second pick to just ban it out. Like they've got it. I feel like at this point we saw what happens when you don't, and I don't want to see it again, Kenny. I'm traumatized. I still have PTSD of it. Like I'm good. Yeah, it's double ban. Thank God.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. I mean, it is kind of interesting to me that Grass Madoppen actually end up banning the Eve. Maybe there's a brawler that they value even more, and it looks like it's going to be none other than Carl himself. I don't mind this pick as a first selection either. Makes things more difficult if they want to go with the Colonel Ruffs, which is a popular brawler on this map, and free win agents is clearly comfortable with. And they're going to be picking Squeak. I like Squeak here too, though. I think this is a great response and one of the better brawlers available.
Oh, definitely so. A very, very solid option. Deals pretty well with those, situations that usually can be a bit awkward around the walls in the mid, because, you can get into some very close range fights otherwise. So having a Squeak helps, prevent that from happening too often. Both good option as well. I would like to see maybe something like a Jean or a Mr. P make an appearance. I feel like they're brawlers that are definitely valid on this map, and I haven't seen any Mr. P so far today, which leaves me disappointed because I feel like he's in a decent place. He's not like amazing, but on maps like these, so like where it kind of works, I think it's a solid option. Brock, okay, going for destruction. Also the first Brock we see today, so a brawler that I think is in a pretty decent place that we have yet to really see in action, so I'm all down for it.
Yeah, I think actually grabbing a wall break here with Brock is going to be very solid in the Squeak. The more they can open up this map, the more mobility they have. And I think one thing to add on too is Carl with the flying hook can really get from side to side very quickly. He's also got his super, which moves very fast as well to get out of situations or aggress. And it's actually going to be a max to pair this off. This is a very interesting comp from Madoppen. I'm intrigued, and I think I kind of like it.
It feels very random, but maybe that's kind of the goal as well, you know, because even though they don't necessarily synergize the most directly, like any of those brawlers, they do cover each other's weaknesses all right, you know. They have a fair bit of range, they have a little bit of everything. They have mobility, they have range, they have team utility, they have individual, like, you know, gadgets and supers that really are about you. So there's a fair amount of a little bit of everything. But it's really the case for free win agents as well. That Stu is going to be a deadly pick if he manages to chain those supers and just, you know, fly from one side to the other. I think there is potential with that Stu pick, but it's definitely going to be challenging to play. We saw earlier that it's not the easiest to bring in this current meta.
Wiggly Spoo taking advantage of that flying hook, I imagine. Got to the blue star very quickly. It'd be a 1-0 lead for Madoppen to kick things off. Response, though, doing a great job in the Stu so far to try and get a little control. Nice shots in there, too. Wiggly Spoo trying to get very aggressive onto Instinct and pops that super, unfortunately, with so little HP. Not going to be able to convert everything there. Vex forced to use a phase shift. However, Response still manages to get the takedown. TH now closing the gap, pressing forward. It's going to be a 6-2 lead for Madoppen. Good start here for both sides.
Yeah, a nice situation for Madoppen. They really needed this to start off well, and so far it definitely has. Vex going very aggressive considering his HP situation, but seems like it's paying off. Response is one shot, nearly goes down, not able to really commit here for a trade, and he's still peeking it as well, just giving an extra free 2 stars to Madoppen. This is a stomp, and I didn't see this one coming.
I didn't either, and it looks like they're getting a good amount of value out of Carl at pick 1 overall, but the real unsung hero here is TH with 5 stars on his head, and Vex playing Max, who isn't the most normal brawler here, I'd say, but excelling pretty well. That's going to be the final phase shifter, though, and they're going to have to be very careful here. Response pushing in now, getting a takedown of his own, 4-12, and TH going to be pushed into a corner here along with Vex. They're going to be in a tough spot. Good shots coming in from Coop to Ace, and a stun actually coming in the Wiggly Spoo. This is going to be a clean sweep here, and Carl forced back due to low HP, and now things have turned around. Free win agents with a 1-star lead.
My goodness, beautiful stuff. Response is quite low though. They're hunting for him. Oh, nearly gets the follow-up onto Coop the Ace, but Coop is still standing, and they're not able to take him down just yet. He does go down now. 1 star in favor of Madoppen. Vex is so low, but he's getting away with it. And that should be the game going the way of Madoppen. They're going to be taking over the lead.
So many lead changes. There was just so much going down there, and it all came down to the wire with a good max dodge from the Stu shots. Very low HP, used the extra speed coming in from that super and made a quick getaway. Nicely done. A lot of back and forth here, and to be honest with you, Madoppen are really keeping up well with free win agents.
Yeah, I said it earlier. Madoppen have been looking really good, and the odds are not as much against them as it might first seem. Match is still far from over though, and there's plenty of room for free win agents to turn things around. Let's see if they're able to do so now, as Wiggly is quite low HP and should be heading backwards to try to heal up. TH, yeah, he gets caught in an awkward crossfire and will get shut down. That's going to turn around the lead in favor of free win agents. Very temporary.
Very true. Wiggly Spoo going to be weak once again, though. They're going to be able to try and pin Response here. And Vex going to be weak. TH weak. And finally, Wiggly Spoo healing up just a little bit. Brock Super raining in as well. And Grass Madoppen going to be pushing back. This is where things can get tough. However, Wiggly Spoo does have a gadget available. Going to dash forward to try and give his team some space. A swift takedown, though. Instinct remaining up. Response taking down that wall to try and have more opportunities at the opposing brawlers. And a lot of back and forth right now. Instinct doing his best to try and pin Wiggly Spoo, who's back against the wall right now, doing a good job to dodge these shots. They're going to have to be very careful. They're only up 3 stars.
Yeah, Wiggly Spoo is going down, only a single star now. Vex trying to get the trade onto Coop the Ace, but a nice gadget from Coop is going to catch Vex off guard. He goes down, and then Response is able to get the follow-up onto TH. Now suddenly what was a small lead in favor of Grass Madoppen is a pretty significant lead in favor of Free Win Agents.
And countdown beginning. Vex pressing forward. Speed coming through. Wiggly Spoo now traveling down the left-hand side as well. Vex gonna fall weak here as Response gets aggressive on the right-hand side. Dash forward from Carl. 2 takedowns though. Make it 3. And Free Win Agents showing what they've got. It's gonna be a tie ball game in set number 3.
Well, I think that Grass Madoppen pissed them off, Kenny, because they looked a little weak in the first game, but in this one, they were not messing about, getting kill after kill there and building up a massive star lead towards the end. Again, that blue star, a bit of a freebie for Wiggly Spoo, but he does get greeted by a pretty big amount of damage, which keeps him out of the fight, nearly goes down as a matter of fact, and that is going to isolate TH as well in a weak matchup against the bow. He gets taken out. A nice early 3-star lead for Free Win Agents.
And I agree, a huge start for them. Wiggly Spoo's actually forced to get very aggressive here. Does have that blue star, needs to be careful. Forced away, does give them a little bit of space, but they're immediately forced away. Some really solid landed shots here from both Instinct and Response, and a very interesting thing too, Instinct's actually running the other gadget, I believe, not the slowing down, and look at the clean sweep there. Free Win Agents are not going anywhere. Never underestimate the Giants. They've now got an 11-4 lead.
Wow, great work from Free Win Agents. It was a massive lead already. 9 stars in their favor. Instinct sitting on 5, Response on 4. He does go down, so that is going to close the gap just a little bit, but still, I mean, they're not complaining about this one, and the mines catch Wiggly Spoo off guard as well. He gets shut down. Instinct is going to be traded out, but Vex also falls to Response, and Response has been amazing on that too. He will get shut down now, but it's still a 1-star lead in favor of FWA.
And just when things were looking good for Free Win Agents, now it's Grass Madoppen in the driver's seat, going to be advancing forward the Wiggly Spoo Super, and they've actually taken a lead now, 20-19. What an insane set. And for now, it's going to be Grass Madoppen with a 1-star lead.
Let's see if they can hold on to it as we head towards our final 15 seconds of this game. Wiggly Spoo was a super trying to get out of the mix, but this is going to be very complicated. He gets shut down in that lead. That's not something that Grass Madoppen are going to be able to come back from at this point, and that means that Free Win Agents, they turn things around again. But this time, it's going to win them the set, and they're going to be sitting in a very nice 2-1 situation in sets.
And that was such an eventful set there. So many lead changes, but at the end of the day, it's Free Win Agents who were able to hold on. I think this was a big confidence booster and honestly a very pivotal set in my eyes, considering how close it was. Both sides had really solid moments. And I mean, we were praising Grass Madoppen. They've played phenomenally. And the fact that Free Win Agents could recover after such an intense game number 1, hold on in game number 2, and then game number 3, get that last second kill onto Carl, who was caught out of position for just a second, couldn't escape to their spawn in time. I'm very impressed by both teams. However, Free Win Agents are the ones coming out on top in set number 3.
Yeah, this match makes me really happy, you know, because first of all, Free Win Agents is a team we haven't seen lose this year. They've won every single monthly final match. And sometimes when, you know, teams are on the back foot and losing and getting caught off guard like that, they don't really know how to react. We've seen things like that happen with Na'Vi, for example, in the past, but many other teams too, where once they start losing after a very dominant year, they don't really know how to handle it. Very nicely done here from Free Win Agents. And at the same time, you know, with FA Upper Moon being out of the mix, which was pretty much the only team that was really even trying to compete with Free Win Agents this year, I was scared that this region would just be all FWA. And right now, even though this set went their way, I feel like Grass Madoppen are showing that they are a fierce competitor and they're aiming for that top 2, top 3 in this region. Eventually, maybe even trying to get that top 1 because they're doing great work here. And I mean, so far, they've only really won 1 game less than FWA, and you definitely see that in game.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons I really like them coming into today. Look, they haven't made it to every single monthly final. It's tough to do that as it is, but when they've been here, their ceiling has been so high. I mean, we see it here. They're toe-to-toe with 3-win agents at time and keeping up very well. I mean, 2-1, that's respectable, to be honest with you. The Brawl Ball set was mind-blowing in the sense that it was such aggressive, so out there that it worked so perfectly. And then in Bounty, they kept it up too. They had game number 1, which was really impressive, and they kept it very intense in games 2 and 3. I think overall, it's looking like they have a very good shot here to take things to a set number 5. However, it is 3-win agents. They haven't lost yet. It's going to be a tough one to overcome.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's been nearly a 50-50. So even in this match. And I mean, it is FWA that is leading by a set, so they definitely have the advantage by now. But I would not be ruling Grass Madoppen out just yet, as they've definitely shown they have what it takes to win some games and even some sets against 3-win agents.
Well, we're hopping into Hard Rock Mine. A lot of good options here. I think Eve's somebody you have to look out for. We haven't seen a lot of Janet today. It seems to continue to be a brawler that enemy teams are very much not wanting to play against. I think somebody else that could show up here too that we've seen a lot today is somebody like Jean, who's provided as a very solid gym grab mid. Not as traditional for Hard Rock Mine necessarily, but certainly a fine option here. I could expect Bonnie possibly being banned here as well, and they're finally coming in. It's going to be Bonnie, Byron, and Janet on the left-hand side. On the right, Penny, Surge, and another Janet.
Yeah, well, we'll see some Rico at least, so still no Janet appearances. It's been banned pretty much everywhere all the time. But we'll see the Rico, and where there's Rico, there's Ruffs. That's something I really like to say, because usually they have a very similar map pool, because, you know, they share the bounce mechanic very closely, and Ruffs deals decently with Rico. So it's a good counter measure. So I like this draft so far from 3-win agents, but yeah, the Ruffs, that's the instant cue for the for the Carl again, and Grass Madoppen, they're willing to bring it back.
Well, sandbags are going to be tricky to run now, and Carl has provided a lot of entertainment tonight. We've seen him in 2 sets in the past, and they're going to be running 8-bit as their final mid option. 8-bit, a very solid mid here, not used necessarily everywhere across the world, more normalized in places like NA and Latam North, but I definitely think is a very strong mid here. You can take advantage of that teleport if you set it up properly, and you can get aggressive several times a game for some extra kills, for some extra gyms, which makes 8-bit a great gym carrier.
Yeah, I think it's the best mid in my books. I think Bo deals okay with it, because if you can get some mines on the damage booster and remove those walls plus the damage booster, it can be really nice to clear all of that up. And it can be problematic, because if the 8-bit TPs onto a mine, that's not ideal. That's definitely not ideal, because with the low movement speed he has by default, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit scary. It's a little bit scary. The damage booster usually still stands by then, so it's alright, but they need to be careful about how they handle those sort of situations. However, Instinct just W keying through the mid, really getting so many gems off the bat, gets his third before Wiggly finds his first. That is an impressive commitment, and he didn't get punished for it, so it was a wise decision.
As a result of the Carl choice, it's going to be Kuptes running the Rocket Rain gadget, which I think is going to be a very good choice for them. It's going to help him gain some control as well. Vex actually getting tagged once by that, but more than anything, these forces him away. However, he's going to get very aggressive with the gadget of his own. Flying Hook coming through. In response, now the only brawler left standing for his side, trying to deal with both Wiggly Spoo and Vex as they pick up some gems. And there's the TP play. That's why Wiggly Spoo on the 8-bit can be so valuable as a gym carrier.
Yeah, Vex kind of hesitant on that gadget, but the gem still gets picked up by Wiggly. That means countdown for Grass Madoppen. Let's see if they can interrupt it, as there are 2 plays that can potentially go down here to interrupt it. But wow, what a beautiful team wipe. And I have to say, man, TH on the Rico, massive value. like such aggressive pushes, being able to steal those gems as well from their mid. Just super solid work, and just showing how impactful this brawler can be on this map. He's done a fantastic job so far.
And I like the comp for Brew and Agents, but I feel like just all 3 picks from Grass Madoppen were very valuable. They didn't need to stretch for their mid. They got 8-Bit late, who's already one of the better mids on this map. They didn't have to take Carl with their first, and Rico didn't get banned, so they could select it early as arguably the best lane on this map. I think overall really good choices from Grass Madoppen, and now excelling here once again. Coup d'Ace gonna fall, and not nearly as much aggression early on from Brew and Agents as they're gonna be pushed back to their spawn, and Vex gets a final takedown to pick up these 2 gems.
Wow, I love the aggressiveness from Grass Madoppen, almost spawn trapping Freewin Agents, which is just a sight to behold. The Titans of the region definitely struggling against Grass Madoppen as they're getting closer and closer to securing their second set, pushing things all the way to a 5th. Coop is gonna go down, and gem-wise, it's 2 away from a countdown now for Grass.
Another solid game here so far. Wiggly Spoo in a little bit of trouble. Remember, does have that gadget if he absolutely needs it. Electing to just walk it back so far and finally doing it with 82 HP. I think a good call there, as going down would be catastrophic for his roster. Vex with a clean kill onto Coup d'Ace, who's not going to get the maximum value out of that Rocket Rain.
Yeah, Coop has been having a pretty bad game so far, and Vex is definitely one of the reasons for that. Freewin Agents so far behind in gems. It is a bit of a weak gem situation, as it is split amongst 2 players, and slowly Freewin Agents are going to be catching up, especially if they're not able to deal with response. They almost take him down, though. He's very low HP. That might create the space they need to go for a couple more gems. Let's see, they just need the 1 more, but now that Instinct is on 8, that means that Freewin Agents, they could interrupt it, or they could just stay in the mid as well.
And a great comeback here, making things very tense. 1.5 left, still plenty of time. Vex actually electing to just get very aggressive using that flying hook. However, now a 9th gem for Instinct. They don't necessarily need a takedown. They can just kind of hang around the mid, pick up this 10th gem and interrupt countdown that way. And a nice added bonus response, getting a takedown to TH as Vex going to be forced away.
Yeah, he repositions as well. Wants to get back to his lane against Coup d'Ace, which was his most dominant matchup. 12 gems now for Freewin Agents. Only way to interrupt it is with skills. There's going to be 1, but Instinct is running away with this one. Gets some gems as well. He is low HP. Is there a way to shut him down? No. He is going to live, and that means match point for Freewin Agents. But man, what a close match between those 2 teams.
Just an incredible match overall. What an entertaining one to watch. And now, first set point and match point for Gem Grab. This is going to be a really close one. I think if Freewin Agents get away with this, obviously Grass Madoppen with a lot of respect still, but I certainly don't think they're out of this yet. I think this is still going to be a very big fight for both sides. So far to start things off, Vex getting very aggressive. Going to be forced a flying hook away. Response, though, still able to connect, though. That's going to be a takedown as TH is left to try and get the aggressor out of their side.
Yeah, beautiful dodges from Response. He does go down eventually, but look at the space it's created. Not a single gem picked up by Grass Madoppen, and that is the weakness of 8-Bit. It's the early game. Until you get a damage booster placed down, it struggles a little to, you know, have the movement speed, the damage, and the positioning, really, the safety net from the cheat cartridge to get back to safety after you get pushed a little bit too much. Great defense here from Freewin Agents. Still no damage booster for Wiggly. He should be close to it now, but it might be a little too late as Freewin Agents are leading by 8 gems now.
Yeah, and having that damage amplifier is a very pivotal part. However, Vex does get a takedown, going to make things a little trickier. Response dashing forward, though. Wiggly Spoo has to line up these shots perfectly, and he does. He now has the super as well. Can't quite advance forward for all of those gems, but going to get very aggressive knowing he has a teleport, and now things looking much closer. It's going to be Grass Madoppen tying things up, and they control mid.
Yeah, that is really big, and the damage booster being down, going to be wasting a bunch of ammo from Coop as well, making it harder for him to stay competitive in his lane. But a nice little push there from Instinct and Response. Going to get them all the way to 8 gems. There's a 9 from their side as well, and that could be so difference-making if Wiggly is not able to get a hold of it, as that 2-gem difference, yeah, it's really big. Now we're all tied up. Grass Madoppen with the positioning on point, another TP back to safety. There's still one left for Wiggly, but that pickup, it's going to give them a countdown. They need one more gem, though, if they want to make sure that it cannot be interrupted.
They're going to have a great opportunity to do so. Vex going to pick it up and use his super along the way, and actually going to fall there. Instinct's going to go down too, though. They need to pick up every one of these gems very quickly, and Wiggly Spoo needs to be careful as well. It's going to be a close call. The timer runs out, though. Wiggly Spoo with 354 HP will help extend his team to a 5th set.
Wow, what a performance from Grass Madoppen, especially, you know, after that previous game that was a loss and where FWA secured a match point. I thought maybe that, you know, that would be enough to shut them down, but the team spirit, the motivation, the passion still absolutely there on the side of Grass Madoppen, looking absolutely phenomenal so far today. And I mean, you can see it just from Wiggly Spoo's smile, you know, that they knew they were capable of making it here. They believed in themselves all the way, but they also know that they're kind of blessed to, you know, have such a terrific performance against the titans of their region. This is looking like a grand final quality match, and we're still in the semis.
Yeah, I have to keep reminding myself this is only the semifinals. There's still a very strong opponent waiting for either of these sides, and it's kind of crazy to me. I mean, it feels only right that Free Win Agents and the Grass Madoppen match we've got going on right now would go to a set 5, just considering how well both sides have played. It would feel almost wrong to do anything less, and it's all going to come down to Flaring Phoenix. It's going to be knockout to decide everything, and honestly, it's going to be hard to make a call here again. I feel like I almost have to continue with my pick of Free Win Agents again, just until I'm proven wrong. I think that's what I have to go with. However, I'm certainly not as confident. I'm as least confident now that I've ever been in Free Win Agents, just considering how well Grass Madoppen has played.
I'm absolutely with you. I mean, you know, overall, FWA, even if Grass Madoppen win this match, FWA is still the better team. Like, an upset doesn't, you know, set up a new rule or anything along those lines. But it's very closely matched, and this feels very close to a 50-50 for this particular matchup so far, where I think, you know, FWA, they're not even playing bad or anything, you know? It's one thing if they were the ones choking and having an off day or just having some terrible drafts. They're really not. But Grass Madoppen is just that good that they're able to compete with them. And now, as we move on to Flaring Phoenix, it's going to be an interesting set to close things out. And I think, yeah, that's for the least.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a true testament to both teams. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. It really isn't Free Win Agents lacking. There's been no chokes really for either side. It's just been straight up competition, solid drafts both sides, a lot of really excellent plays. I mean, both of these sides have just put it all on the line. And again, it's crazy to think this is only the semifinals. I mean, we very well could have another match like this for our grand finals against Team Wood. And now entering the Flaring Phoenix realm, we're going to get our minds geared towards knockout. Teddy, are there any brawlers that you're anticipating here? I know Penny is somebody that's been recently buffed. We haven't seen any Janet. We haven't seen a lot of Bonnie here tonight. Eve is somebody that could still shine here. Are any of those brawlers ones that you're looking to ban or play here?
I think that Trollers are very good on this map, so whether it is going to be Tick or Sprout or maybe even Grom, I think they're very valuable brawlers to either bring in or out of the mix for Flaring Phoenix. In general, obviously, you know, you got the classical sharpshooters like something like a Piper, a Byron, or even like maybe a Brock can definitely work here very nicely as well. And you got everything in between as well, you know, Jean, a very viable option. I would say even Lola or Bam can be considered. Crow, I think, is a decent option as well. I like Amber here a lot too. So I think there's a very wide array of brawlers that are available here for both sides. And we'll see a bunch of them banned out. I mean, I didn't even go over the go-tos of like Janet and Bonnie and those sort of brawlers. Eve, same goes, as they're not necessarily very map specific, you know. But obviously very valid bans here. I think Bo is a brawler I forgot to mention as well that is very good here. Also banned out by Grass Madoppen. And we'll see the Piper first pick and the Lola second pick. So not the biggest surprises so far from a draft perspective.
Very interesting. This seems like the longest Carlos survived without being picked. We'll see if either side ends up selecting it on this map. Definitely in the past hasn't been run very frequently, but I think you mentioned a lot of really good brawlers. And to pair up the Lola, it's going to be 3-win agents selecting the Leon, who I also think provides a lot of utility on this map. Very safe option. I think having an assassin brawler on your side certainly doesn't hurt them.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot too. I think it can be very threatening, and especially, you know, up close is where Piper is going to struggle. I'm not teaching anyone anything about Brawl Stars when I say that, but Leon is a really great option at closing the gap with the Invis. Lollipop drop still very valuable gadget too, and with something like a Sprout ban, there are some chances, well, I was going to say there are some chances we don't see a single thrower. Seems like that is not going to be true, as Grom is going to be brought in again here by Madoppen.
Very interesting here too, especially considering that Tick is still available. It seems that buff is very appealing to a lot of the rosters in SESA. And I think having a thrower here is nice. I definitely see it. I'm still not 100% convinced on the Grom, but it's worked really well today. I really enjoy having Tick just for the sheer amount of area control and such that you can get. I think overall a very safe and solid thrower, but we've certainly seen Grom shine here today. And again, he has gotten that base damage increase, so maybe I need to be putting a little more respect on Grom's name since the balance changes. To finish things off, though, they go with Gale, who I think is a fine brawler, but not necessarily countering anything so far for 3-win agents. Very curious to see what the last selection is here.
Yeah, we'll see what they actually go for. I do like the Gale, you know, at shutting down any sort of Leon aggression. The Tick is going to be the way to go. Not the biggest surprise there. Pretty standard pick on this map. And also, you know, having a thrower to deal with the Grom is going to be a good option. And I like Grom. I think he's in a pretty good place. But I still think Tick might be the superior pick. And still a very, very strong brawler overall. Is more consistent to hit your shots. A bit less of a payoff when, you know, the Grom is able to hit his a lot, but it's still a good option. So we'll see how they actually decide to approach things here. As so far, 3-win agents, they're starting things off fairly confident with just a little bit more map control.
And Piper going to be playing in the mid here. Going to be a great sharpshooter brawler. Instinct getting very aggressive here. They're going to need some immediate help here. TH is going to fall very early, and that is a very huge blow to the Madoppen chances here. And now some invisibility for Instinct. Nice connection from Vex, but I don't know if it's going to matter. It's going to be a 3v1 situation, and 3-win agents have cranked it up to start things off on Knockout.
Man, I just love how the homemade recipe went like into the Leon that was like a meter away from Vex. Like that was just such a sad homemade recipe. Did 0 damage. Great stuff from 3-win agents overall. A good read over there, and yeah, very, very dominant first round.
Wiggly Spoo this time going to be playing on the right-hand side. Instinct trying to follow Grom, and I imagine this can be a pretty good matchup for them. Having an assassin brawler who can go invisible, if he can get those sneaky takedowns onto a lower HP brawler like Grom, it's going to be very nice for them. Wiggly Spoo now trying to scout things out. They don't know quite where the other 2 brawlers are. Response has a super, Coop Days has an ego available as well, and both sides just trying to charge those much-needed supers as this zone will be closing in very shortly.
Yeah, Grom has the upper hand in the matchup against Tick because it's a 2-shot sort of situation, which is very scary as a Tick because, you know, you don't have a lot of HP to work with, and definitely want to avoid going down. Oh, that was a close goal. The response does fall. Vex is low HP as well. Gets cleared up. It's only going to be TH. He gets shut down, and that means that 3-win agents get to match point once more.
And this time, this might be one of the more convincing games that we've seen so far. I think this is really the first time that one side has had a clear advantage, and early takedown in game number 1 really led to that so far. Game number 2, though, there's still hope for Madoppen, who have fought their hearts out the entire day, and certainly won the hearts of many. Going to be kicking things off here. Grom once again taking to this right-hand side. Instinct immediately identifies this. He's going to be pushing that lane. Remember, Grom is not going to do well up close at all. His shots take a very long time to connect if you are up close to him. Vex trying to fend off Instinct for helping out his teammate. Wiggly Spoo getting aggressive to try and branch out their team space a little bit. However, they're not pushing back at all. Instinct is now on their spawn side. Big takedown to Lola, and this is the first signs of life here for Madoppen. They're up in a 3v2 scenario.
Yeah, this is looking good for them, but the positioning is still not even the greatest. Response in a bit of a dangerous position so far. It does seem like things are setting up nicely for a round going the way of Grass Madoppen. It's only Instinct left alive. He gets shut down, and Grass Madoppen get a much-needed round, but they still need another one if they want to even out the match point situation.
I think that Piper super is going to be huge for them. Just opening up this wall on the left-hand side is really going to limit where Tick can go. They're going to be playing on the right-hand side. Now Leon forced to play on the left. It's going to be a thrower versus thrower battle on our right-hand lane as Piper looks to connect some shots. Coup de Ace was forced away as he became very weak there. Instinct trying to land any connections as well, but it's going to be a lot harder to press forward when there's so little walls to work with. It's just a lot of back and forth right now. Still no supers for Free Win Agents.
Yeah, Vex not able to connect that shot is gonna give away a bit of ground in the mid. They're trying their best to not feed a super to Coop, but he does get one now. You have two supers on the side of Grass Madoppen as well. Can be very useful in those later stages. If a stun connects, that would be a free kill. But so far, no opportunities to do that just yet.
The big shot coming through for Vex. Make it 2. Grom Bomb inbound. Coup de Ace is going to fall. It's going to be a 3v2 scenario, and Leon and Tick shortly fall after. We couldn't have it any other way. Grass Madoppen survive another match point and now force one of their own. Double match points for the finals in our semifinal.
My goodness, Kenny, whoever wins this game is going to take the entire match and their spot in the Grand Finals. What a journey it's been here for Grass Madoppen, and what a match. Let's see if they can make it happen. One of the biggest underdog stories of the year here potentially unfolding, but they still need one more game, and they can't afford to lose it either, as Free Win Agents is equally much on a match point.
And Wiggly Spook choosing to get really aggressive there. I'm not sure he was aware of Coup de Ace being there too. Normally, if it was just response, that would have been a fine scenario, but now a very tough spot for them. It's going to be a 3v2 in response, getting aggressive, pushing forward for this wall. And if they had a Vex super, it would help them out just like last time. However, it's going to be a takedown, and it's left to Grom in a 1v2 scenario. It's going to be Instinct and Response both up.
Yeah, he's trying not to feed that Leon super. They know it's something that is very threatening to their comp, and I think that Free Win Agents just came in with a genius move on the left-hand side. They only showed Response for a little bit, which once he got tanked up and spotted, Wiggly thought, okay, this is a free lane for me. I can W key that. I can just push forward and go for the kill. But suddenly Instinct comes out of nowhere, or I think it was Coop came out of nowhere and completely caught him off guard. So a bit of a mistake there from Wiggly, but just a very smart bait from Free Win Agents.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Grass Madoppen are going to be trying to fall for it twice. However, they do basically eliminate Vex here with so many walls. Really, the only viable lane for Piper is this mid option. And now Tick's going to take to it. And typically, throwers do very well into sharpshooter brawlers, just hiding behind this wall. They've now flipped Coup de Ace onto the left-hand side. And a lot of back and forth right now. Very tense situation. Grass Madoppen need 2 straight rounds if they want to survive. And Free Win Agents continuing to lead with this match point. Grom Bomb going down, and it's going to be Instinct in response getting weak. Instinct invisible though, but a push away from Wiggly Spoo's going to save his teammate's life. Coup de Ace going to find a kill on Vex, but it's going to be a 2v2 scenario.
Wow, this is so close. A super from TH. His only Response left alive. He finds the one. TH gonna miss his gadget. Let's see if Response can close this one out, and the gadget will do exactly that. Composure is gonna win it here for Response as Free Win Agents take it home. Some sadness, but still mostly smiles on the face of Wiggly Spoo. Still probably very happy with their performance, but yeah, it's gonna be the sad octopus for today for Grass Madoppers. Nice try, really. Like they looked great. Don't get me wrong, but what a saddening way to end things, man. Like, I believed in it. I had a feeling that they might just do it this time around, but it seems like Free Win Agents are gonna attempt to win their 4th monthly final in a row, which is just crazy to think of.
Yeah, what a dynasty that they're starting to form in the SESA region. Huge shout out to Grass Madoppen. I can't say it enough. This has easily been one of my favorite matches to cast, watch, you name it this year. I think there's been so many highlights for both sides. They should both walk away from this very proudly. And I think, again, it really reflects that this region's got some competitors in it. Grass Madoppen has a high ceiling. They managed to keep up with FWA the whole way. I'm super impressed with what I saw from this team today.
Oh, absolutely so. They looked fantastic, really. I mean, it was near enough 50-50. It went down to double match point against the best team of the region. I mean, this set things up really nicely for the rest of the year. If they can keep that sort of form, they are going to be a threat. They really are. But the story is as well, you know, double points, it's a nice way to catch up. But if it's free win agents winning every monthly final, there might not be that much catching up that is possible for anyone, really, because this is going to be their 4th grand final again.
Yeah, they're certainly going to secure a lot of points here. We'll get to watch this grand finals go underway in just a moment. Stay with us. We're going to be taking a short break.
Hello, my friend, is it your first time here? I'm Trash Poco, yeah, the support that you feared. You've been expecting to tempo, but I have taken an oath never to heal allies. Your defeat is my prize. Trust me, I'm right behind you. You're not the first I've lied to. I'm sorry to say goodbye, but the truth is that I let you die. At the top of your lungs, you ask why. You know you fell for the healing lies. Hello again, I hope I made things clear. Today's the day, yeah, I will end your career. I've been busy getting aggro, just when you needed a clutch, but I didn't even try. Just another healing lie. Trust me, I'm right behind you. You're not the first I've lied to. I'm sorry to say goodbye, but the truth is that I let you die. At the top of your lungs, you ask why. You know you fell for the healing lies.
Welcome in to the Brawl House.
The kick forward, the punch through. That's gonna be it.
No way, this one. And that is that. What an insane moment.
And we are back. What a roller coaster ride it has been today. Our semifinals provided some of the most entertaining Brawl Stars content I've seen in a long time. I am Kenny. Still joined with me, it is none other than Teddy. Teddy, what a day it has been.
Man, that second semifinal was absolutely crazy. I mean, I said it already, but it felt like a grand final. It felt like a world final level of match. But we still got the actual grand final to get through, and that's going to be none other than Free Win Agents versus FA Team Wood, which also have had a pretty good run so far today. A bit less close than Free Win Agents run, which is interesting to say for the least. FWA has been the titan of the region. I can't repeat it enough. They've been dominant so far this year. 3 monthly final wins out of 3, didn't lose a single match so far. Let's see if FA Team Wood can do what Grass Madoppen couldn't and actually take a win against Free Win Agents.
Well, it's going to be the current 1 and 2 seeds in the region pinned against each other in our grand finals. And I agree, Grass Madoppen gave it a good fight. If Free Win Agents can come out of that, it's going to be very tough to take them down. However, Team Wood, another great candidate to try and get the first win against Free Win Agents in our monthly finals. They have taken down some formidable foes such as Blitz and the new Serenity roster. However, FWA still continue to persevere, and even when times were very tough, they managed to survive.
Yeah, they had an incredibly close match. If you guys are just tuning in now, it was a double match point situation against Grass Madoppen, but they made it work anyways. And I think that's, you know, what we expect as well from Free Win Agents is they have so much experience under their belts that those close interactions, those very close matches, which are already fairly rare for them, let's be honest, but when they are there, they're gonna have all the advantage and expertise of having been in those high pressure, high nerves moments before. So yeah, they've been looking fantastic so far. If I had to go for a prediction for this match, I would go FWA again, man. Like, I mean, so far we've gone mostly with the odds today, and even though some matches were, I would say, uncomfortably close, especially our last semifinal, we're like 6 out of 6 so far in predictions, Kenny. So I think I'm gonna stick with my gut. Then Free Win Agents is gonna be who takes it up for me.
I'm sticking with the same statement too. Until proven wrong, I'm rolling with FWA. And if anything, especially after watching that last one, it can't get much closer than that. If they can survive that, to me, they might just be meant to win once again. 4 for 4, a possibility coming up here soon. And we've done 6 for 6 on predictions today. Let us know how you guys have done at home. Remember, you can watch at event.brawlstars.com. Make sure you're participating and try and unlock those exclusive pins. We've got some new ones rolling out for the second half of the year. Be sure to play along at home, answer some fun trivia questions, and earn, those free in-game rewards that are so nice to have in the locker. But this grand finals, like you mentioned, it's going to be a crazy one. Team Wood are no slouches. They're currently the second place team in the region. Due to free agent Upper Moon being disbanded, they're now all a part of separate rosters and even some in different regions now. Free Win Agents have the potential to go 4 for 4 here.
Oh, yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, if anything, Free Win Agents should be warmed up at this point. You know, they had a semifinal that took a lot of energy out of them, really. Like, it was a semifinal where it felt like they might just lose it, which is a very rare thing to see for Free Win Agents. Team Wood, they've shown in the past that they can be very competitive to Free Win Agents, but not quite to the level of what we saw Grass Madoppen do earlier, and therefore I feel like, you know, if Grass Madoppen couldn't quite do it, I feel like Team Wood are gonna have even more a challenging match. But, you know, odds are made to be broken, and I'm genuinely hoping that Team Wood can show up with a really strong performance, but the favorite has got to be Free Win Agents.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Free Win Agents are still a powerhouse in this conference. I think it's going to be really interesting to watch, though. Again, Team Wood have a good chance, but if they could survive that last match, I'm not sure there's going to be any way they go down today. However, we're going to be going over to Double Swoosh, some brawlers I'm looking out for outside of some of the more obvious ones. I think Crow's a good shout here. Somebody that I really don't like going against in the lane. We also saw Amber show up here a little bit earlier, and it looks like the band's coming in. It's going to be Crow, Amber, Janet on the left-hand side, Bo, Byron, and Squeak. Squeak, another really good brawler. Don't mind seeing that band at all. And Free Win Agent's going to be first selecting Jean. This is something we saw earlier today as well. However, this time there's no Mr. P band.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it finally time for my favorite Mr. P to show up? One of my favorite brawlers. And he's in a pretty decent place. It's a good option here against Jean as well. It's not going to be the case, though, as we'll see a Max and a Penny. Two brawlers in a really good spot. Penny is a monstrosity at the moment. It's just really, really good. Got an emergency nerf, but not nerfed nearly enough. And honestly, I'm fine with it. Like, I want to see Penny action. We barely saw it for like 2 years, so I'm all in for it. Interesting to go Lola against Penny. That is definitely a very interesting move here from Free Win Agents, because, you know, the piercing damage is going to be perfect to both hit the Ego and Lola at the same time. So it's a very confident pick here on the side of Free Win Agents. They'll close out their comp with the Gil as well.
Yeah, I feel like these are two very interesting lineups. I mean, all of them show up on this map from time to time, but I feel like I've never really seen a combination of Jean, Lola, and Gale. Very interesting, too. Again, I do like Gale as a brawler. I think it's a little surprising to see him be played here. Maybe as an attempt to slow down Max. I'm not really sure. Again, a good brawler, just not necessarily a top choice, I would say, on Double Swoosh. And it's not too often you see Max paired with a Penny either. I'm curious to see what they elect as their final brawler to pair with that. But it's nice to see Penny showing up, and Ims might be the first time we've actually seen her today, but does it very well in this map and synergizes great with Max.
Yeah, I was thinking of Ems as a potential pick here. I do feel like their mid presence is going to be a little bit weak. I mean, I like Max, you know, as much as everyone else, but I do feel like Jean is just a superior pick, and trying to dash out of those pools is very hard. Like, I don't think it's something you can do consistently enough to feel safe as a gem carrier when Instinct is going to get a pool. And he's already not that far off from his pool, so it's a little bit scary for me with the Max mid. It just doesn't seem as consistent as Jean.
The Sergeant Super doing a little bit of damage, but no connections to walls or anything. Jay is still going to continue to stay up. A phase shift misplay actually going to lead to Instinct still getting that pull. And he's going to take his time here before grabbing these gems. They want to make sure they have the appropriate number of takedowns. Now 7 gems for Free Win Agents.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I feel like I just had to say it for it to happen, you know. I'm sorry, Team Wood, for jinxing it for you guys, but yeah, I love the Jean mid here. I think it's so dominant, and honestly, I think it's worthy of a ban. Genuinely, I feel like so far today, we've seen the teams with the Jean have just a big advantage overall. Another pull here onto Aaron, that's going to be a free kill for Response to secure, and no one inside here to deal with Instinct. I mean, that was textbook here from Free Win Agents, and I think it may have been a little bit of a mistake from Team Wood to let the Jean slip through the draft.
Yeah, and if you're going to let them pick the other Jean, we saw it be successful earlier today, but why not go for one of these brawlers that do really well into Jean? I mean, you mentioned Mr. P, who, again, I don't think we're saying a top brawler, but certainly a great counter. Eve with the spawnables could also be a decent play, and a very solid brawler overall, too. I do like Max, like you mentioned. I just feel like Jean is showing a little bit better here, also has a little more versatility with the pull. I'm a big fan of Jean. Why not counter it?
Yeah, I think it's just risky, you know, because yes, Max can escape a pool, because with either her super or her phase shifter gadgets, she has the utility to deal with a pool, but you still need, like, let's be honest, it's not reliable. Like, it's not, like 3 times out of 4, you're probably still going to end up getting pulled, especially when the Jean that you're facing is Instinct, you know, he's not just a random ladder Jean, so I feel like it's just yeah, it's too risky for me. And we saw in the previous game, he got pulled with all the gems, and I mean, I wasn't expecting any less, because Instinct is really good, and he's not going to be falling for any of those little teases and traps.
Well, they are managing to recover a little bit here. However, Instinct very close, can strike for a 7th gem if they really want. Sergeant doing a great job as well of handling this left-hand lane. Now being pinched, they're sending 2 brawlers his way. Big stun coming in, though. Aaron gonna be deleted instantly. And once again, CZK left all alone, but a huge pull coming through. Phase shift doesn't matter. And there is the conversion once again. Now Instinct comfortably picking up a 12th gem. They are gonna need to take him down if they want to survive this game.
Wow, ridiculous blind pull there from Instinct. Just gets a very small poke in the bush to get information. As soon as he gets it, knows exactly where to pull, gets the connection as well. Beautiful stuff from Free Win Agents. And yeah, the Jean just running supreme here. The much superior mid option, and it absolutely paid off. And yeah, a little bit of pride here from Instinct. Yeah, I just hit that pool.
Yeah, and even though they're the second seed, that really felt very convincing for Free Win Agents, you know, and we saw them play against Grass Madoppen every single set, felt very competitive. I didn't really get that as much there. I wasn't as big of a fan of their draft. I know Max and Ims are a great synergy. I think that they've proven time and time again in Brawl Stars that they're a great combination. However, I just wasn't feeling it there. I think Jean was very dominant, overpowering, again, being a first overall pick. I just still feel like they possibly could have countered it. And again, I'm not saying in advocating that Mr. P is a top 5 brawler or something like that, but, you know, seeing as strong as Jean's been on this map for a long period of Brawl Stars, I feel like you almost have to address it, and they had multiple options on the board to do so.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Eve was open too, and we saw earlier the Eve lose against the Jean, but it was much more competitive because the hatchlings are so useful to just, you know, scare people away from going for a pool and stuff along those lines. So, I don't know. I just feel like there were multiple better options. I would have loved to see the Mr. P mid, but it is also something that, you know, is kind of unusual, and I can also understand why some teams don't really run Mr. P mid, but in that case, why was Jean not on your ban list? You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta have like either one. If you're not willing to face Jean and bring in a Mr. P or something, you gotta ban it out in the first place, and they failed to do that, and I feel like it was kind of a free set, and that's the threat, you know, when you have this sort of skill difference between both teams. Whenever there is a much better draft, it's not even competitive anymore, and that set was not competitive. It was the all Free Win Agents, so they gotta nail down the draft, and they can't afford to do those sort of mistakes. You saw it earlier, you know, letting the Eve in Cano Grande, like those sort of mistakes, they're not gonna let you get away with it. You're getting punished 100% of the time. That's why Free Win Agents is #1 in the region.
Yeah, and it seems first pick overall in that map is going to be very pivotal for success. And this is a map, once again, I'll reiterate, this is a must-ban Penny for me if you don't have that first overall pick. Again, a brawler that's just dominating the meta right now. Very strong, even needed an emergency nerf just a couple days ago. And we'll see what each of these sides end up banning. There's plenty of other brawlers that could be banned here too. Janet, somebody that comes to mind, and we haven't seen really played at all here tonight. Bonnie, I think there's certainly an argument for. There's Squeaks and Crows, which do really well on single hot zone maps. I am curious to see kind of the direction that each team goes. Since FA Team Wood does have the first pick, I imagine that Penny is banned by Free Win Agents.
Yeah, it is going to be banned indeed. I think it's a clever ban too. I think Eve is a very solid ban here as well. Janet, I mean, goes without saying, we haven't seen any of it today. Was banned out in pretty much every single set so far. Squeak, very solid ban too. Bell and B are alright. I wouldn't say they're like the biggest threats on this map, but honestly, I kind of like them banning out, you know, those brawlers, because it feels like Team Wood, they're not really banning the go-tos too much. It feels more like they're banning some brawlers that they really don't want to face with their own comps. So I'm curious to see what they're lining up for us, as we already have a first pick Bow on the side of Team Wood, FWA going Lola and Bonnie as a response.
I've actually seen a decent surgence in B, and a lot of the times when doing some digging, it was because of a Pam matchup. And because Pam is one of the more tanky brawlers, B, who's a heavy hitter, really was a way that teams were dealing with that. It had a decent amount of success too, so that might be something they're looking to go here, who's also a very solid brawler on this map. They're going to be going with Stu to start things off. We saw this combined with a Leon earlier and be very successful. If there's no way of getting any throwers on the other side, it would be nice for Team Wood if they wanted to go with the double there, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. I think a very solid strategy from FA Team Wood. They just have to make sure they can get those turrets up.
Yeah, it's very interesting because FA Team Wood, they've played the exact, Free Win Agents have played the exact same comp, right? Or at least the same, I don't think it was with the Bow, but it was with the Leon and Stu, and it seems like it's just really a thing here, which, I mean, I was somewhat aware of it, but I didn't think it was such a, you know, mainly known concept across the SESA and ANZ region, that it's this common to see this Stu and the Leon comp, which I think is so fun to watch. It's so strong, such an early good and strong setup you can go for. I like it a lot. I think Crow is a decent final pick here from Free Win Agents. Definitely not going to be the easiest to play out against the Stu and the Leon, but we'll see how this all works out, as so far we already got an early lollipop drop placed down.
They're only going to be putting down one so far. No speed zone available quite yet. Jay actually going to be slowed down here too by Instinct. And so far, a lot of control here for Free Win Agents. They've already crept past 20%. Aaron kind of hanging around right now. His response is pressing against that wall. Jay now back in action. Sergeant landing some continuous tags as he dives in as well. Take down on the CZK. And all control so far for Free Win Agents.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from FWA, 50% captured, and Team Wood have yet to even step in the zone. That is a statement and a half. Jay trying to go for an opening, gets a decent bit of damage, but it's all trades in the end, and all those trades are going the way of Free Win Agents, 2 versus 0, as a Sergeant is gonna jump away, help him survive. Look at this massive lead, almost 80% in favor of Free Win Agents.
And a huge lead here. Instinct still holding down the fort as well. This hot zone has not left Free Win Agents' hands the entire game so far. ZZK being backed into a corner as well. It's not going to matter too much, though. 100% to 5%. Very convincing game number 1 for Free Win Agents.
Absolutely so. And I mean, I didn't feel like Crow as a last pick was necessarily like the most, like, you know, mind-breaking pick. But honestly, it was very decent, and getting those tags whenever FA Team Wood are playing under the lollipop drop, they're just very useful as well, as it keeps track of those players and information. And when the lollipop drop is gone, still does exactly that with the bushes. A bit more aggression this time around, and it's paying off as well. Jay really popping off there with that opening kill, and that's going to open things up very nicely for FA Team Wood to have some semblance of control, already more than they had in the entirety of the previous game.
Some strong showing so far for Team Wood. Dive in once again from Sergeant, though. Going to be able to convert a takedown right there. Jay, the only one left standing now for Team Wood. And it's looking like Free Win Agents will have an opportunity to reclaim this hot zone. Crow now back in action, and a tough miss there for ZZK. A very sneaky gadget going off. At least will open up the map. They're going to have complete visibility of the Free Win Agents side.
Sergeant taken out, but ZZK is quick to try to get some more value off that elimination. Looking at things now, Free Win Agents, though, they've turned things around, and things are not half bad for them. Response is gonna go down. Instinct getting tagged up quite a bit, but oh, beautiful jump, and gets the double kill as well. Ridiculous value of that Crow super.
And another good conversion there. Free Win Agents somehow creeping their way back into this one, and now with a very solid lead. Sergeant going for the jump in again. No takedown yet. Aaron, though, going to be traded out. Crow now diving in on his own, and 95% in climbing. Free Win Agents with another convincing set. This is going to be some of the best we've seen them play, and now they are up 2-0.
Yeah, I said it earlier, Kenny, but it seems like they're really warmed up now. They're really warmed up, and they're playing out of their minds. This is a very dominant Free Win Agents in the grand finals. And yeah, so far, Team Wood, they're struggling to match the pace, really. It's a 4-0 in games, and most of those games were kind of very much stomps as well, so a bit heartbreaking for any Team Wood fans. But FWA seems like they're back on top here after their rough semifinal.
Yeah, I mean, that semifinals was basically if you want to call it a warm-up, I guess we can, but to be honest, they went through the ringer through that one. If they can be prepped and come out of that one alive, certainly they have a great chance in the grand finals. And of course, with 3 previous monthly finals rings under their belts as well, you know, now coming in here too, it makes a lot of sense to me that they're doing as well as they are. I just don't think I quite expected it to be this dominant so far. Again, you know, this free agency team is the 2nd seed in the region going against number 1. And I'm just shocked it's been as not close as I kind of expected it to be.
Yeah, I maybe I'm not as surprised. For some reason, I just feel like, you know, from seeing today's form of both teams, I thought that Madoppen honestly looked a little better than Team Wood from the quarterfinals, you know? And so far, that translated very nicely in the semis as well, as their match was just a lot closer than what we're getting now for our grand finals. It's 4-0 in games. Team Wood have yet to really have even a game where they stand much of a chance. They need to wake up. They need to do that right now, because they can't afford to lose any more sets. So yeah, they're not done just yet. They're not out just yet. But moving on to Sneaky Fields, especially a map that has, you know, so much nervosity and so much aggression as Sneaky Fields, they need to be careful, because otherwise we could have some 30-40 seconds games if things keep going the way they've been going so far, and we might very quickly be crowning our winners of this SESA and ANZ monthly final.
Well, here we go, beginning our draft. This map can get really crazy. We've seen a lot of different combinations in the past. I think there's certainly a lot of options here as well. Gale comes to mind, which we saw earlier, be very successful. I think brawlers like Squeak and Ems, a lot of area control brawlers, once again, do very well in this map, very defensive, and again, can do a great job of scouting out this mid area. We saw Rosa as an attempt here earlier too. We'll see if any super tanky brawlers come out. It's going to be FA Team Wood banning Gale, Squeak, but Primo being a very interesting one. On the other side, we see Janet, Squeak, and Leon.
Yeah, the Primo ban is very curious. Surely there needs to be, like, you know, some sort of a reason that we're not quite aware of yet. Maybe they know something that we do not, and they're trying to target it particularly here at free win agents. But I don't know, from the top of my head, I can't really think about too much. It's a good counter against a couple tanks, as it will win some of those matchups. I like the Crow, I like the Sandy a lot. I think it's the first Sandy we see today, and Sandy is really good on this map. I mentioned it earlier when we had the same map in play, but it's a free goal, you know, realistically. If your opponents don't have their respawn invulnerability and you get near enough to shoot, you can go for a shot, a stun, and that's literally a free goal. Rosa, a very good option here as well, and that's what I mentioned earlier, you know, about how quickly those games of Sneaky Fields can end, and Rosa is a sort of brawler that brings you to that state.
Yeah, and I think if you were a fan of Sandy beforehand, it's still a good time to play her. The damage nerf doesn't really scare me away, and one of El Primo's best counters is not going to be Frank, quite the opposite. I imagine that's why they took it out. I think this is the brawler that they wanted all along. They take Primo out, and to me, maybe that was kind of a telltale sign of what they were going to do. They're going to pick a Daryl, a shotgun brawler, to try and take down the Frank. I also love this Imps pick. That was the next one I was kind of anticipating from them, as it does outrange Sandy by just a little bit and is a counter to Rosa. I think all things considered, it's not necessarily, you know, usual to see Frank, but it makes sense given that El Primo's out of the way. El Primo is traditionally one of the hardest counters into Frank, and they have Rosa on the field. They do respond with the Daryl. I think win conditions for both sides, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree, but I think Daryl is maybe even more dominant against the Frank, honestly, because his super is even easier to get, you know what I mean? Like, it's really, really solid. So, I don't know. I mean, we do see quite a nice comeback here. The break as well. Surgeon going for the ball, the shot, but Surgeon reads it very nicely, able to catch it midair. So, it seems like the win conditions must be there for Team Wood, as they definitely had a chance here to maybe even score.
Well, they believe in this Frank pick. They're going to be rolling with it for now. Takedown to response. Gadget being popped by Jay, but no connection. And Sargent continuing to be a good answer for this Frank. Going to dive on in here. Nice takedown as well. And free win agent's going to be continuing to play some defense.
Yeah, Aaron, there's not much you can do here against Response. Response has a super now as well. Going to be healing back up. Stun from Jay. Connects onto Instinct. That's a big connection, but no kill in the end. Jay is gonna fall to Surgeon. The pass forward, the pass and jump, but it gets caught midway, and that's gonna be a free goal for Surgeon, and things are going south once more for Team Wood. Not the start they were hoping for.
Not to mention, too, the more this map opens up, I feel like things could get trickier for Jay. Nice takedown, though. That's going to be a big one to get through. CZK trying to advance forward, has a super in hand as well, and a nice stun there. There's the Gadget. And why Instinct can be so valuable as the sanding. However, now it's going to be Team Wood walking forward. They're going to have a nice pass there. Going to leave it to Sargent to defend. He does. Kicks ball off to the left-hand side, too. And Daryl playing goalkeeper successfully. It's now going to be Response and Instinct left to defend.
That was a ridiculous defense from Surgeon. Honestly, like, wow, what a masterclass in this defense. Just playing it absolutely flawlessly, and that was a situation where I very much thought Team Wood had their chance to score. But those opportunities, free win agents, they don't give you 10 of them. They give you like 1 or 2, maybe in the entire set. So the fact that Team Wood were not able to capitalize is big, because now we got a match point coming up for Freeman Agents, as Team Wood, they know they're not going to be able to score at this stage. That means Freeman Agents, they're just a single... Oh, wait, what? Is it? I was going to say, is there a chance here maybe for Aaron to make a bit of a play? They were all kind of celebrating, you know, the Brawl stars in the mid, so I thought surely they've given up now, but I got scared for a second there.
Yeah, I mean, it actually gave me a little bit of a heart attack there. Just, you know, they've thrown in the towel. Maybe Crow gets sneaky, gets a goal there, but not quite. And it's going to be Jay popping another gadget, but really no connections here. And I think that Daryl pick has really provided them a lot of value, like they mentioned. Similar to El Primo, Daryl's role has a way to stop a Frank super, and additionally, the shotgun mechanic of him is going to be a great counter into Frank, similar to ones like Shelly. Another gadget being popped. Instinct pops one of his own, though. Perfectly timed as the bubble expires. And now they are simply one goal away from being crowned a 4-time monthly finals champion.
Man, that was so perfectly played again. Just absolutely micro on those plays. Beautiful team wipe, though, for FA Team Wood. They should be able to score this one in, but Instinct might have gadget. He's not going to use it. All right. Well, I guess Team Wood, they tie things up.
Yeah, he had them available. I'm very surprised they didn't go for an attempt to stop Frank, slow them down, and then pick up the ball. But now it's going to be a much closer call. Response actually forced to put this in the top left-hand side. ZZK, great counter, and DeRosa is playing this maximum range, popping the super there too, barely surviving, but gets the job done. And now Jay has a super available, going to be trying to attempt a shot onto Daryl. He's going to carefully roll away, pick up that ball, and just leave it right where it is. A great defensive effort once again from Free-Win Agents as game number 2 is all tied up.
Yeah, Respawn's barely gets the time to pop his shield. That means he gets to survive that Frank super. Aaron going for a pass forward. Jay has the ball. That's a charge shot. Beautiful play here from Team Wood. The team synergy and the read here, absolutely on point. But, I mean, the nightmare is far from over from them, because they still need to win the next game and then the next 2 sets, which is a lot to ask for when you're facing Free-Win Agents.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just given how well they played so far, now Instinct's picking up ball, does have a gadget available, going to be using it there. Perfectly timed goal once again, and an early Sandy gonna get us a goal there. It's now once again 1 goal away. Free-Win Agents will have another opportunity.
Well, I love that Daryl roll there to make sure that the Frank cannot capitalize too much of that stun he got onto Instinct. Response pushing forward as well, finds a kill on the CZK. Instinct trying to slump this one in, and yeah, surely that's gonna be it. GG's, well played. It's gonna be Instinct to slot it in as well. He's at just an amazing performance through in and throughout the day. Really, really good plays on his end, but FWA, this is not the day where they are gonna fall. This is not the day where they take a loss. This is 4 monthly final wins in a row for this squad, and I mean, they've had an amazing year so far.
Yeah, I mean, overall, once again, just very impressive. They really had to fight it out for the semi-final, and then coming into the finals, very poised, collected. And they only dropped 1 game. Pretty crazy to think about that they have won 4 straight finals appearances. I mean, what an absolute great way to start off not only the year, but the second split. Remember, this is double points. They just acquired 200 points added on to their already huge lead in this region.
Yeah, double points is the opportunity for teams to come back when they are far behind in points, but it's also the opportunity to, you know, increase the gap between you and your competition if you're able to be this consistent. It's incredible. Like, it's really a big show of consistency here on the side of FWA, and I think it's also a victory that they really, really wanted, you know, because MSI didn't go their way. They had a pretty poor performance over there, couldn't play with their main roster. We're back with the original roster, we're back to wins, and that's what I really like to see from this squad.
I agree. Overall, super impressive. And I think, like you said, it adds a little more value to it, especially considering the adversity they went through for MSI. I certainly know after seeing instances like this that they've got it in them to perform way better than what they did. Remember, not quite the roster that they're used to, but now back in their home region, back with the full squad, and they did an excellent job. I mean, again, this was a really entertaining day to watch. Certainly can't take away from any of the teams. Team Wood still in second place, I would imagine, even after today's loss to Free Win Agents. But overall, super impressed. I definitely think FWA is really securing their spot as the #1 team in this region and a very, very likely candidate at this point to go to Worlds.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, getting those double points monthly final wins is just very, very nice now for Free Win Agents, because that does really set them apart from the rest of the pack. I want to give a special mention still to Grassman Oppen, says that I feel like they had an amazing day, nearly took the match, as it ended up with a double match point that they couldn't quite close out against FWA, but it's still one of the big storylines of today, because if you look at which teams are threatening to FWA, today, they were definitely by far the most threatening one.
Yeah, I mean, overall, again, just super impressive. I was really entertained. Again, there were so many teams that really made things competitive, too. Even some of these 2-0 types of matches were really, really close. Madoppen, again, this is only, I believe, their second monthly final of the year, and it really made it count once again. They really took Free Win Agents all the way. Very impressed overall. I think despite Free Win Agents kind of now really remaining at that #1 spot with a pretty large gap in points in between them, I still think it shows that we have teams out there that can really compete with them. They're not simply sitting there alone. They are challenged, and I think that even adds on to the fact of how well they've done this year. It hasn't been freebies. I mean, we saw that with Madoppen's match. They really had to fight for that. I mean, it quite literally came down to multiple match points, even a double match point at one point. And I think overall, I can't wait to see Free Win Agents with a full roster later on the year if they make it there.
Oh, definitely so. And, you know, here's the thing as well. You know, teams giving traditionally, teams that have had, I don't want to say a free region, but, you know, that have been dominant throughout the entire year, like Nova China last year, you know, they struggle afterwards because they don't really have the most competition during the regular season, and then they end up at Worlds facing teams that have had to grind and be super competitive for the entirety of the year. So this is not just gonna be great for the SESA and ANZ scene, but specifically even for Free Win Agents. If they have, you know, very competitive teams at home, they're gonna be more prepared for international events like the World Finals. So I think they can be very happy with how they did today, and I think they can be very happy that the competition seems to slowly be rising as well across the region.
Well, and simply reflecting back on today a little bit too, let's take a look and see exactly how we got here. I think overall, once again, we can't reiterate it, a very interesting journey here for Free Win Agents. Certainly came with a lot of adversity. They started off playing against the newcomers Monarchy, did a great job there, 2-0, very convincing and kind of exactly what we would expect out of them. However, then the semifinals came along, and Madoppen, returning for another monthly final here in July, did a great job, really made things competitive. And again, even though FAA Team Wood are currently the 2 seed in the region, I think Madoppen proved that they might, in the power rankings per se, be considered as one of these top teams here. I think this is somebody I'm going to be very carefully watching out for in future months. And I guess the recent addition really paid off, as, you know, they really took a stab at Free Win Agents here. I think this is a team we're going to have to take it very seriously in future months.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, and you know, from my analytical standpoint, I think that they were the second best team of today. Honestly, I think they performed better than Team Wood overall. They just happened to run into Free Win Agents earlier. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know, there's one Free Win Agents, and they're always going to be on one side of the bracket. But I feel like from today's performance, Madoppen looked like the second best team of the region. Team Wood not far behind by any means, but just not quite as prepared to deal with Free Win Agents.
Yeah, the matchup I might want to see next month in a, you know, semifinals or quarterfinals is Madoppen versus Team Wood. I kind of agree with you. I think in power rankings, especially after today, Madoppen really showed what they had in them. They made a very convincing appearance against Free Win Agents. And not to say that Team Wood are not good enough for the challenge, I just think it would be very intriguing to see, as now we kind of see again this consistency from Free Win Agents over 4 long months. I mean, it is very tough to do this 4 consecutive times in any region. And once again, they proved themselves. I think it would be really interesting to kind of see these two teams pinned against each other. Obviously, one has more points, but, you know, there are double points for the second half of the year. Grass Madoppen keeps it up and kind of takes stabs at these semifinals and finals very consistently. They're going to be able to acquire enough and really rise up those ranks. However, again, it's so tough because Free Win Agents have won 4 straight, and now they secure a double points kind of month, and that's another 200 ones going their way.
Yeah, ridiculous how dominant they've been this year. Again, 4 monthly final wins out of 4. That is very much as good as it gets, really. Like, you can't do much better than that, especially points-wise. Like, they've been going all the way month and month again. It's gonna be challenging for anyone in the region to actually stand a chance at going to Worlds but Free Win Agents. But at the same time, you know, looking at the bigger picture, the region, you know, it needs some time still to build up and be more and more competitive. But I feel like we've had some good signs today going in that direction as well, showing that, yeah, Free Win Agents, if they can bleed, they can, you know, die. They can lose. That is my point. It got a little darker than I thought for a second, you know, but it is the case, you know. You need to have some sort of proof that you can win those matches, and I think we had some signs of that today. That, you know, they struggled at times, and there were moments where I thought they might just lose here in the semis, which would have been one of the biggest stories of the year so far in the BSC. It didn't quite get to that point, unfortunately, but it is setting up for some potential upsets for the rest of the year and even the years to come, as Free Win Agents, they've been here for a long time. Some of their players, I mean, Coop and Response, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Coop has gone to every World Final so far, which is just like ridiculous achievements when you think about it.
Yeah, these players are absolutely insane. And I mean, when looking at them and stacking compared to the other top teams, they've really proven themselves to be worthy of these namesakes. I mean, I think they've earned what they have. They've done a great job so far. I'm overall just super impressed. These guys have played phenomenally, and I'm really excited to see them. If they do make it to Worlds, I think they have a much better chance than what we saw at MSI. And you also have to keep in mind, too, that MSI is the top 8 teams. In Worlds, it's going to be 16 different teams showing up. I think, you know, that's even a better possibility of them winning. Overall, really good stuff. And now taking a look at our leading teams here, we've got EMEA, remember, that do get that extended spot now. Some things have changed up a little bit. Latam South also adds on a spot. Currently, Arena Casito going to be in that 3rd spot. That could change here today. AC Milan Clash, of course, we're also a representative in MSI. Latam South is coming up very shortly later on today. Be sure to tune in for that. But, you know, honestly, Chasmic Gaming, somebody who also has impressed too. They actually very much dominated Clash in their last appearance. I'm really curious to see how a region like that goes. But overall, I do think Free Win Agents, when I look at, you know, this list of teams, really have a good chance to be competitive against a lot of them.
Oh, absolutely so. And the more competitive the region get, the more competitive they will be themselves at the World Finals or any international event. But yeah, guys, keep in mind as well that besides the SESA and ANZ region, all those monthly finals still have to be played for this month. So there's plenty more action and opportunities for you guys to watch your favorite teams throughout this and the next weekend.
Yeah, it's been super interesting. I think EMEA especially going to be one of those regions that I'm very looking forward to with this month, especially with that added spot. Things are getting really tense here. And it's been an overall just a crazy day. I can't stress it enough. One of my probably favorite days of casting so far, just given how insane it's been. A very fun match with Grass Madoppen. I'll certainly remember that one for a long time. But I really do continue to stress that, you know, Free Win Agents has been very impressive. I think when they stack up against a lot of those Worlds rosters, there's several teams that I feel like they could really keep up with, and getting to watch some of their practices for MSI, even outside of just the actual match, they still did really well, all things considered. I mean, they had a sub in there too. I don't think we can be too harsh on them, and even if they did lose 2-0 with their regular roster, I mean, they were playing against SK, who really ended up being a top dog. They took Zeta Division 1 all the way, who are now a 2-time reigning champion between MSI and World Championships. I think overall this region has a great chance. I would love to see them in Worlds kind of showcase that, get to play some of the other teams, but I definitely think SESA and ANZ deserve some love today.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, we saw a bunch of great stuff, really. We saw so much Coral, which honestly just makes my day. really does, you know, and we saw some slightly off meta picks and ideas all around. Some working better than others for sure, but it was fun. It was definitely fun, and I'm super happy because this is a region I've missed out on a little bit this year because it is, you know, it starts early in the morning, early for my sleep schedule. So usually, since I haven't casted it so far this year, I missed out on so much of what was happening here, and it was my conversation with Coop at MSI as well. Like, they were asking me, you know, like, how are you guys feeling about us and stuff. I was like, I don't really know. I've only watched you, you know, a little bit, like in a couple matches and highlights this year. So yeah, I'm just thrilled to see the region evolve and how much more competitive it gets. But at the end of the day, it is still free win agents that are dominant throughout the region. So there's still a lot of room for improvement for the other teams to try to catch up. It's not there just yet, but today we definitely had proof that they are capable of losing and making mistakes, and other teams like Grass Madoppen, they're capable of winning those matches, or at least making it incredibly competitive. So I'm hoping to get to see more of that for the rest of the season as well.
Well, if you enjoyed the competition here today, remember SESA and ANZ are no slouches either. Every region is worth watching. Our next region to watch is going to be LATAM South Monthly Finals live later on today. It's going to be 12 p.m. BRT. Big shout out to everybody in the crew who worked very hard today. It's so good to be back in a full BSC swing. For now, though, this is going to be Kenny and Teddy signing off. Have a great rest of your day. No, you're totally good.